The swap shop though, partly due to a tight space, and also we don't need goods coming in or out of there that may be contaminated. There was the discussion of extending the dog license deadline to May 1st, which I think is pretty, I mean, I think that I've heard that's a logical extension.
Yes.
And I think as a board, we may need to vote on that just because that's part of it is a statute, it is a town statute.
I can tell you that just personally, I have a pet who needs his rabies shot, and I can't get one. So
And all the clinics are not.
They're not.
I missed the clinic. I was gonna bring him to the vet, like I usually do.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
they only do an emergency.
Exactly.
So that too, we may end up
Sure.
extending a little bit. I mean, obviously, we
Unfortunately, I
want
don't
pets
either.
to have all their shots and all that good stuff. I mean,
Right.
there's obvious reasons why we do want to have all the licenses, the dog's license, but given the practical sense. do
Is
we
that
need to-
long enough, May, or?
I know, that's what I was just thinking. I don't know if my vet's gonna be open by May 1.
Is it a real, like, public health issue that dogs might get rabies in Jamaica? I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just
Yeah, but that's
thrown
more of
in
an
on
issue
top
that they
of
can't get
it.
their shot versus they can't get their license.
Right.
So we
Right,
don't
but you
have a-
can't get a license if you don't have your,
Right, but we don't have control over the shots.
Right.
So
Right.
it doesn't matter what date we set for the deadline.
Well, what we have control over is we could waive the,
That, exactly,
Penalty.
waive the penalty.
Waive the
That's the issue.
Penalty, and you
Right.
have a select board member with an unlicensed dog.
we'll waive that too.
Traces.
So do
It's
we,
too late.
I don't know, do we need to vote on that as a specific item?
I think we need to vote on the waiving of the
Yeah.
penalty because it involves funds, expenditures.
I'll make a motion to waive the penalties associated with the dog licensing deadline of April 1st. And I'll throw it out there as June 1st,
Sure.
until June 1st.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? One other one that was brought up to me as a possible fee situation was to waive the pay-as-you-throw fees. I don't know, I mean, I can see the reason from somebody who's able to afford that, but I don't know that we have the authority to do that because it is a state. I mean, it's this state law, so to speak, that instituting the pay-as-you-throw.
Someone asked for that to be waived? Is that?
That was brought up to
Oh,
me,
okay.
to say, here's something else that we may have people in town that are, you know, unable to get a bag, unable to afford the bags, that they're out of work, those types of things. So acknowledging that that may be an issue, I said I'd bring it up. But I don't know for sure that we have the ability to waive that since it is mandatory.
Right, that's not a town of Jamaica edict, right? That's a.
Pay-as-you-throw is an ordinance in
Well, you
Jamaica.
pay, you throw is ours.
Oh,
Okay,
it
but
is?
isn't it state mandated though that we,
I'm trying to remember it now.
because of the mandatory recycling, that,
How we do it is up to us.
Yeah.
We chose to
We
do
chose.
the bags and the
Okay.
pay, so
Right,
that was something.
okay, so we do have the ability if we,
The question then is
No,
how do you secure or control what's going into the bins?
it opens up a whole lot of,
Oh, it does. If we say no more, if you don't need a yellow bag anymore, have
No,
fine
I'm not-
outside.
Can I just say that,
Yes, all
Karen-
around towns were required to pass an ordinance that requires waste haulers to bundle the cost of recycling and trash collection at 1 fee for residential customers.
But how you do that? We did it with the pay-as-you-throw.
That was
But
just
it
one
doesn't-
component.
but if we undo it, then we have to institute something else.
Something else, right,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah.
so Karen sells the bags at D&K's and Rossingville Marketplace also.
Right.
So obviously they pay us for the bags, so I don't think they're gonna be giving away bags. But could we put something in where, I don't know, if somebody was really desperate for that they could either call us at the
Yes.
town office and we can, I mean, we were giving the school free bags up until they merged, now they pay for them, but I just think the stores are not gonna be able to do that, but we at the office could certainly say.
We can make it an exception. Yeah.
And we just keep
Situation by
track.
Situation.
But we need to set up some sort of an objective criteria so that you guys aren't saddled with picking one person over another without some written objective criteria.
Yeah, or you just say, if anybody asks, you can have, you know, I don't know, 5 bags or 3 bags, but that's your limit for a little while, I suppose, and then we wouldn't have to ask anybody any questions, or even 1 bag, I mean, then if they really had to come back. I don't wanna be the
Yeah, you don't wanna be
questioner,
you don't wanna be
right.
the person that
Yeah,
the arbitrator, right, yeah.
certainly, if we had the authority, you know, if somebody said, I really can't afford the bags right now, and we can say, well, here's 3.
Do there still is an organization in town called Jamaica Cares, correct? That Joel's associated with? Does he still do that? I don't know either.
Not familiar with that.
It was kind of a loose net thing, I think, maybe structured, or he started to get off the ground prior to, maybe to help initiate the channeling of stuff through the Muslim Fund, but I can't recall. But maybe there's an outside organization that could vet this a little bit, and they could come to us and say, hey, we've got 6 people that can't afford this, but I don't know who that is. I think we get into a little bit of a difficult situation,
Yeah.
trying to have the office manage that.
I would suggest we let this go
Table
for
it
a
for
couple of
further
weeks.
discussion.
Table it,
Yeah.
and see how things work.
Yeah, okay.
Because it just puts them in a terrible position.
I don't think it can be done that. No, I mean, it has to be somebody else.
I'm also
Well,
curious
those
what
are the
other
only
towns are
places
doing.
that they can get bags, are the stores.
Right, but it has to be somebody through us or some
Yeah.
approval process, say, yeah, go see Terry and she'll give you it back.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I agree with leave it alone for now, and if someone has a problem getting rid of their garbage, that they call the office and one of the select board, or we could deal with it
Yeah,
on a
Yeah.
situation
On an ad
by
hoc basis.
situation or ad hoc basis.
yeah. There's gonna be a lot of these things, and that could be caught up in some of the volunteer level of things too, so. Okay, I threw it out there, somebody had asked. For now, we're suspending all events here at the town hall. There was discussion of public internet access. Chris can chime in. I know there was a broadband study that went out through Wyndham Regional from the state.
Yeah, we have not filled that out yet. Did you send it? You didn't send it in yet, did you?
I didn't send it in, but I think it also went out to a number of people in town, because I know Karen forwarded it to me, and I think maybe you had too.
This is the request from Wyndham County, or Wyndham Regional County, from the state that went through the county,
Right.
WRC, to get an identified, everywhere in the state of Vermont, pockets of free Wi-Fi.
Yep. So that's why,
You answered that.
that's why we're bringing it up. I don't think it was answered yet, but we're now
Well, Chris
addressing.
did.
Well,
Chris answered that, right?
What I'm saying is, on the internet tonight,
Yes.
Yeah.
we are listed.
Yes.
And we have listed the school, and we have a little black spot near the library, and then the town is listed as no Wi-Fi. So that was something that we were gonna discuss.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. They sent, Sue Wester sent an email to the broadband rep to say, follow up with the town clerks on the survey request that the WRC did. And I talked with Sarah, and she asked me to fill out the survey, so I did. And the library and the school's open, the library's posted their password on the door, so anybody can use the library. And I entered the town hall as there was a category about, are you thinking about making the password available? So I put the town hall under the thinking about it category.
Right, it is blacked out right now. I've got stuff to add to that too if you want. Go ahead.
Let's go getting back to this. According to the map I read that tonight, the part about possibilities next to the library and one for the town, next to the town icon said no. But let's get back to the library for a second. I was talking to Jen. Her concern was that anybody who stops to use that Wi-Fi location clogs up the road because there's no parking right there. It's just the road. And she said that you get far enough away to get out of the traffic pattern, and then you can't get the Wi-Fi. So her request understand that, my understanding was this is supposed to be vetted through the select board tonight. And that, I didn't know that you had done it, I was surprised to see us on there.
But it's our jurisdiction, I mean, we
can
have
still change it.
authority over our, I mean, this, I think Chris was just providing public information at that point. I mean, now we have now we need to discuss whether we open up one of our town networks to the public.
That,
And I've done a little bit of research on that too, just to know, I mean, I'm talking to Tom basically, because we talked about restricting the one at the town office, because we're concerned about security on there. But this does have its own network here.
right.
So we could talk about opening up the password for this building. Go ahead.
There was, today's request from Chris Campany was, if you've got more information, submit it.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
so if you
And I
open
can
up
tell you
the
say, hey,
town hall.
somebody can pull in my front yard and use mine. I mean, that's how general this survey was.
Well,
So-
Jen's request to us
And that makes sense.
was that we not advertise the one for the library outside of our immediate little family because of the safety issues on that very narrow stretch of road.
Yep, and that makes sense, and especially if we can provide alternatives, like here at the school, I mean, if somebody can drive 100 yards away. then-
So the question then for us today is whether we want to put the password for the town hall across the entire state of Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, if you look at that map, there's so many access points, I mean, there's quite a few, and I imagine more will be popping up. And this is a bigger issue, I mean, this has to do primarily with schools being out, I mean, I think those are gonna be the people that are gonna use it the most, and we wanna support our kids and parents and whatever.
Well, the school works out good. First of all, they got a pretty good Wi-Fi, but they also have plenty of parking.
Yeah,
What would be the drawback to adding a town hall Wi-Fi to
The drawback for the
Index.
town hall?
for
Yeah.
this building.
for this building?
Not the
Wi-Fi.
town office.
Not the
Town hall. I thought you were saying town hall. You were
Maybe I
a
did.
little
Yeah, well,
reluctant.
this building, right. I personally don't see any.
I don't see.
I don't think there's
Wi-Fi
network
open.
restrictions because it's on its own hub versus the town office, so
Exactly.
it's independent.
Exactly. It's not used much, so.
No,
It depends on how good the firewall is on your computers, whether people
Right.
could hack
Whether you
in
can actually
through
access
the
it.
open Wi-Fi.
yeah, and so that's one of our concerns at the office,
Yeah.
but it
But
wouldn't
here-
be here.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that concern here.
So if we offered the school and the town hall,
I think so.
that would be,
That email I was reading, I was reading
There's
into,
an intermediate possibility of giving the password to individual students who ask for it, if you know who their parents are, and trust me.
That would not secure.
Huh?
You talking about the town hall or town office?
No, even for here, if somebody would
For here,
call in
yeah,
and
sure.
downstairs
Doesn't matter.
and say, hey, I need access.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the town hall.
No, me
It's the
neither.
town office that has me concerned.
I wouldn't give it at all for the town office,
I
whether
wouldn't
they ask or
either.
not, because we're providing this, that's my opinion.
Well, I get this,
And we
this
have
at
the
the
and the
school,
school,
school at the other end
that's.
of town.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of parking right here, so the school's a better one, but also the school has a much more robust system down there. If some of you recall, we paid a lot of money to the school to get a very robust Wi-Fi for educational opportunities, so they probably have a much better
Andy, what
connection.
were you saying? You were gonna say something?
They have a parking lot too.
just about the email, if I got the same one, that, I was reading into it, is it like, also for like safety, like if someone needed to access the internet, or is it just the scholastic or information, or that they're mapping out all the Wi-Fi hotspots, you know, just for the camera? That's what in Wyndham County?
Right.
They're
It's
doing-
statewide.
It's statewide.
Well,
Right.
but
But through.
WRC's asking us how many we wanna, but I don't know, I may have read it into it a different way, that it wasn't just for that, it was for like if someone needed some help, like
I agree.
because of the virus, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
No, for any, so absolutely. So these two passwords would be available to anybody who is having difficulty getting access to either government-issued information, central government,
right.
or this municipality, or any other research with respect to the virus or any other safety issue. I think that the emphasis was just this, in this time,
Right.
where people don't have access to their schools or to their places of work, or even cafes where they might have previously had access to the internet. This is to substitute for that as best as
Right.
possible. So I
That's
would agree
kind of
for the
how I
camera.
read it.
Yeah,
I know-
yeah,
I just wondered
it's
if you
bigger.
guys and girls thought that's
Agree.
was part of
That
the
makes-
email,
Agree
Yeah.
the
wholeheartedly.
gist of it, or part of the gist.
Well, I'll make the motion that we share the password for the network here. I don't know the name of the network, I think it's just called Town Hall, or maybe Jamaica Town Hall. And I'll make that motion.
And the school, and the school.
And the school, well, the school is kind of independent, I believe the school password, that's up to them to provide their password.
Did you say they put it on, oh,
The
that's,
school is already.
The school's already
shared
provided that.
And
So-
the education agency.
the password goes right there on the map.
Right,
It shows it right on the map.
right.
Perfect.
So the school is already kind of taken care of, and I will make the motion that we offer the password for this town, this network.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? And password is Jamaica with a capital J and an exclamation point for the password for, I believe it's called Town Hall, or maybe it's called Jamaica Town Hall, but it'll pop up. Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Chris is gonna tell Chris Campany.
Do you mind, or I could?
I'll do it if
Thank
you want.
Yeah. So Chris will forward that to.
And check,
Hey, Chris.
Chris to Chris.
Chris, just make sure I'm right on this, but check on the map, because it looked like they had the little two black squares for the ones that are potentially available. And that's what they have the library listed as, so I was surprised to see that. But maybe, but check it, and see,
This
just
thing,
the map, yeah. Is that the current map?
yeah, this is,
Yeah.
I think they probably would have said, any town, facility, school, or library is a potential. And that's what it's listed there as a
there
potential.
we are. And if you click
Did I
on
zoom?
that, the box comes up and then you can scroll through the locations.
Okay, this is not the same map I looked at today. The one I had today had 3 spots for Jamaica. This was one of them, but it also showed the school and us.
Maybe
So
you,
maybe it's dated, maybe it's up,
Or,
a later date.
well, it wasn't today, this is the 23rd.
well, it's probably
Today's the
updated
23rd.
time.
I don't know, I zoomed in on it, that might have made a difference. We'll talk later, yeah.
So get, the other thing that's under here, one more, at least one more. There's some discussion around town, and Chris, I had to jump into it regarding any coordination of volunteers, and kind of blessing that, so to speak, I guess. Obviously, there's a lot of grassroots efforts for volunteer coordination all over the place, a lot of outside organizations that are doing this in Brattleboro and everywhere else. My thought is that, we can kind of act as a dissemination of information point. But beyond, I don't know if we want to go beyond that. I mean, Jessica and I talked a little bit about any, liability with the town. I mean, we could authorize somebody to go do something and it's still covered under our town employees / volunteers policy. But I don't know, I mean, that conversation that I think the planning commission was discussed, coordinating some volunteer efforts, or asked if they could be assistants in that regard.
We,
Volunteer for what?
Can I say something?
well, in our neighborhood, the Amiot Londos have formed a little network to take care of everybody on Wyndham Hill, to check on them, make sure they're all right, or go for things if they're not. And I thought the planning commission thought there might be a need for volunteers at some intermediate level between the emergency responders and these neighborhood volunteer groups. And particularly if people start getting sick and quarantined and the small neighborhood groups, start falling apart, a town-wide group of volunteers might be really important. And
Things
so,
such as bringing food to shut-ins and all those type of things.
the idea is we're wondering if you want to task us to set something up or give us some guidance, or
So can I ask a question in this regard? So I think volunteer efforts are a support to kind of what actions are being taken on a more official basis. So I know we had some back and forth about the LEMP, and I know that there's been some coordination in your role around activities. Could we hear kind of from you in terms of those things? And then the volunteer piece would fit into that. So for example, volunteers would understand what resources are available through the fire department, through emergency management, through EMS, and then what, you know what I'm saying? Is that, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Maybe we could hear the.
There's just one other entity, the How Are You Doing Today program or something, Sheriff's Department has implemented. I forgot to bring it. It's, you get on this list if you're maybe elderly, maybe you're in a bad way, maybe you get sick, and they'll check on you every couple days or make some sort of contact either by phone or in person. I don't have that whole thing, but that came down to the town somehow. I read it.
I don't recall it either. We could look into
But
that.
that's
Well,
part,
that's
that's
for
part.
sure.
It's through the sheriff's department, they've been doing it for years.
Right.
And they will call you every day to make sure that you are okay.
But I had,
And you just have to get on the list.
on the computer, it gives me, on the email I got, you call and get on the list.
Mhm.
Terry just said.
Oh, that'd be-
So that's happening. That will take care of, that's for Jamaica.
It's for
Wouldn't-
I don't know, well, that,
in Wyndham County.
right.
Oh, it's Wyndham County?
Let me give you a little bit, on this volunteer thing, a little bit of history in Jamaica. When we had Irene hit, we started getting a lot of volunteers. This is a great town. Everybody came out of the woodwork to help us, incredible. But it got a little out of hand because it was hard to manage. And so Ed, Daughter UK, took over as sort of the volunteer coordinator for a couple of reasons, because it was crazy in the command post and he had a little bit of space to do it. After that initial surge was over, we then run into difficulty about assigning people to do stuff that would cause liabilities for the town. Specifically, people were volunteering to clean houses and clean basements. The problem with that is because of the potential toxicity of what they were cleaning, we incurred a liability by sending people down to do that.
Someone sued the town? The town was sued?
Well, what we ended up doing was working with neighborhood associations, our neighborhood
Connection.
connections, and we then referred the volunteers to them. They then vetted and trained and assigned the volunteers around the whole region. But that's what we did, rather than take the risk of incurring liability of sending. There was a group of some kids from another part
All
of
over
the
the
state.
world, college kids that were supposed to clean
Exactly.
the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail, which was closed down. There were a lot of them looking for something to do. That was just one group of volunteers.
Yeah.
There was a deluge of different,
Oh, people came out of the woods. They went into the woods.
the Rubicon guys came in.
Yeah.
And it was just, we were real wary of not someone getting hurt. under the-
Injury potential.
like working for
Yeah.
Jamaica.
And so that's kind of the history of our use of volunteers. And when you and I were, email we shared back and forth, my concern is along those lines. As I said, sadly, my now retired chair hat thinks about the potential liability of all this stuff. I don't know what Neighborhood Connections is doing right now. They've always had a pretty good history. I think this has been 8 or 9 years since the personnel turnover. But if a neighborhood does it, it doesn't have the town's authority to it, or imprimatur. I'm going to get carried away. If the town agency, such as the Planning Commission, were to coordinate this, then I believe the liability flows back to the town.
I'm new to this law, but the law seems pretty clear that if we're talking about a response to an infectious disease that would affect everybody in the state, if not the country, that is not a discretionary act. It is an act which is for the benefit of all people in Vermont. So for example, any work that was done to repair a waterway that flows through Jamaica but affects other individuals within the state, or to repair a road, that liability, the town would not lose its sovereign immunity. Similarly, what I understand in talking with other lawyers, any action that we're taking to protect the population of the state, and which would include, by the way, checking on individuals who are making sure that they are not leaving their home or don't need to leave their home, potentially spread the illness, supporting them on quarantine. This town would not lose its sovereign immunity, especially, and it would not be foiled by the fact that we have VLCT group insurance. Group insurance is there's case law on that it doesn't eliminate the fact that you have it. So I think if we could go back to, and I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'd love to hear, I thought we were gonna hear kind of what actions are being taken by, on our EMT and the fire department, what have you. I know there have been activities. Let's see what that's yielding, and then we could go from there.
Well, if you're asking what the fire department does, it responds to emergency calls for fire or medical assistance. Whether it's somebody's house or somebody's car or car wrecks, if we get a call for a medical emergency, we respond to that. Right now, we are responding cautiously because obviously certain kinds of medical responses are overwhelming the system. And what we will do
Is that happening in Jamaica now? It is overwhelming the system in Jamaica?
the system around the country.
Okay.
So
Okay.
hospital, EMT, most of our real serious medical, all of our medical calls get a response from rescuing. And so our current process with the limited staff we have is to respond as best we can to make sure that we're preserving life. And if somebody's seriously injured, we're going to put the appropriate suit and personal protection equipment on. But usually that's going to be Rescue Inc. that's going to come in and that. But that's a response to a call. We don't go unless we're dispatched by Keene Mutual Aid. So independent of a dispatch assignment, we don't respond.
Right, so you get and it's the fire department kind of is looking at things like protective equipment and that's being stockpiled, or
PPE, we had
is there access?
where each individual was given his own set of PPE that he has with him or her to use as necessary for the response. So far, we've been lucky. We've only had a couple of responses that have been questionable, but most of what the fire department does not involve somebody calling in with a cough and a fever, for example.
Right.
You know, we have other kinds of things we still have to be careful about. But as far as what we respond to 911, think of it as 911 calls.
Right, and so 911 calls could include in the future someone who's sick at home.
Exactly.
Right,
What they're
okay.
doing with 911 right now, if you call 911, that call goes to PSAP, which is a public service state police. Can't remember the other. Anyway, they will then, the 911 will shift the call to the PSAPs. PSAP will then try to get some sense from the caller what he's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And recently, in the last few weeks, for example, a lot more specificity is being requested about fever, travel out of state, travel out of the country, coughs, dry cough versus, there's a lot of things that they're asked. Then that information is passed to, in our case, Keene Mutual Aid, which is out of Southwestern Mutual Aid, out of Southwestern New Hampshire Mutual Aid, which is the dispatch agency for all of us around the area. They then would call us, tone us out is the phrase, and give us the information they have, and we would respond accordingly. So anything we do by procedure has to have basically a tone out from Keene Mutual Aid.
Okay, and just in terms of anything that you want to share in terms of actions specifically, other than each person who responds to an emergency call having PPE, anything else, or that's kind of
Well, we've
where
all gone
things
through
stand?
special training
Okay.
that we keep up to make sure that we have a good understanding of how valuable the PPE is, but also our EMT people, of which I am not one. I'm a fireman, not an EMT.
Okay.
But the EMS team has done special training relating specifically
To
to
COVID.
COVID virus, yeah. So the training's there, we provided the equipment, we do not have enough, but we have enough for emergency meeting right now, for a short while. And then massive backup from rescuing. They do a very good job of backing up and showing up with the right PPE.
And that, the backup is from, I didn't.
Rescuing.
Rescue Inc.
Yes, are you familiar with rescuing? Let's chat later, we don't need to go on.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Andy.
Back to what Chris was asking. Has the select board received any instruction to do anything more than we usually do concerning the safety of the town? Or would we expect, has anyone got anything from to the town health officer, which is right now the select board, or the Jamaica Board of Health?
I have not. No,
All
I
right.
think Chris was trying to be
No, but I'm just saying,
proactive,
I think that when if it ever comes down to the governor or the Vermont Department of Health giving us instruction on what to do as this thing evolves, as they, I suspect, test more, and, you know, everybody's been watching and reading, too much probably, but then, I mean, I just don't want the select board or the planning commission to get out and doing things that we don't do.
Yeah.
Not to dismiss what Chris is asking, but I don't know how, as a select board, we would go about coordinating volunteers through the planning commission.
Well, I think, maybe I'm misreading it, or I think there's three tiers here, kind of. One is what Chris just talked about, those really true neighborhood volunteers, and that's gonna happen, and that
Right.
we want to encourage that. The other is at the other end of what Paul's talking about, emergencies, I mean, serious 911s, whether it's COVID-19s or anything else, and to continue to do that. And I see maybe, and then I'll let Chris jump back in again, but I see we can not get involved on the day-to-day, you go do this, you go do that, but we can act as kind of an informational point, and maybe it's through one of us or through sharing with the office, that if someone calls up, I've got a situation, you think, well, here's Neighborhood Connections phone numbers, here's UNICEF's phone number, I don't know what else, there's hundreds of organizations that are already doing this, and like you said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel we don't need to do them. We need to push it onto somebody else, and if anybody in town wants to volunteer for these organizations that are out there already, then we encourage.
But I think it ought
Or
to
am
be
I
clear that the volunteering for the organization, that's independent of
Yeah, and
the
we can
select board
just steer
or the
people.
planning committee.
That's how I see we can help,
Yeah.
how the town can help, as opposed to getting to that level, but, go ahead.
A couple of things. The school has set up a program to feed the children by having lunches that being picked up in a tent out in front of the school every day. I talked with the school, and they said if that starts breaking down, they would more than welcome help from the town to get the lunches to the children. The second thing is, if there were to be a volunteer course set up in the town at this intermediate level, it would require some gophers to do the delivery of things and somebody to coordinate it. Now, the point about neighborhood connections is great, and maybe the best thing to do is raise volunteers for neighborhood connections to coordinate. So maybe what we ought to do is check with neighborhood connections and see if that's a workable plan.
From the question she's asking about the fire and emergency, I really like the fact that this town rallies around the situations and they get out and they do these little ad hoc committees. That saved our butt during Irene, absolutely. But this particular situation, if somebody's going to check on someone and they aren't prepared for the potential of running into the virus, we're causing a lot more grief than we're helping with. So those kinds of events and those kinds of volunteer, I don't even know how to say it, the little pockets of volunteers around the whole country, all around the country people are doing things for this. Anything that involves potential contact with another person can really provide us with a real nightmare to fix, because they don't know. And we're trained to not go, frankly, into something that we aren't that sure of. So in that sense, as much as I like the idea, instead of having one victim, we've got this victim and maybe 2 or 3 more at home when she go home to fix dinner before she gets tested. So there's, really quickly, then I'll shut up. Years and years ago when I was stationed in Washington, D.C., we had an airplane that left National Airport. They got as far as a bridge and crashed. And people were scattered all over the lake. And the story that I remember, for whatever reason, was an off-duty EMT, I can help, dives into the lake to go rescue, into the river to go rescue people. We now have 2 victims who have hypothermia and possibly drowning, instead of the one that we started with. So I think of that, and I've always taught that in my experience, because it was all over the national news, as it turned out. The idea is, one of the things we're very cautious about is not becoming victims to the extent that that takes me out of any ability to help the next victims. So part of what's going on with the training in the first responders around the entire country is, we used to say, you know, first do no harm. First do no harm to yourself. Because if you get quarantined for 14 days, whether you get sick or not, that's 2 weeks. Our very small little department doesn't have you. So yes, we're trained to help. We're also trained to not get in more trouble than we're already in, to not cause any more trouble. So that's what I'm reading this, this is a really good idea, except, and that's the part where the old stuff kicks in, sorry.
As a select board member, I don't know what you guys are getting, but I'm getting plenty of direction and information about what the state is doing and what other people, they think other entities should be doing. More than I can read sometimes from, you know, the different entities, the Department of Health, the governor's office, there's the Corona website for the state of Vermont, and then when all the stuff is trickling down to us.
Right.
There's a lot to absorb, but it all says, keep your distance, you know, stay home if you can. You know, we all know this, but I think that if it comes down to where they want us to do more as a select board or a planning commission, we'll get that direction from up north, from the Department of Health.
This afternoon, put out a call for non-profits and individuals to think outside the box and come up with innovative ideas. Also, the health department has put out guidance for home-based service delivery, which, well, it's not that extensive, but it addresses your point of don't become a vector for the virus. So, well, the only thing I can say is, if you know, a whole lot more effective if the town of Jamaica put out a call for volunteers rather than Brian, Patrick, and Chris did. So that's why I brought it to your attention. Now, one more point. All this will be moot if the worst that happens is what's happened. I mean, where we are now, where we're 6 feet apart from each other. If it gets as bad and lasts as long as some of the experts are saying it's going to, you know, we've really got to do something.
Well, I think if there's a lot of, like Andy said, there's a lot of information out there. I think we can help channel people's discovery of this information. If somebody, you know, provided internet access, or if someone calls the office, you know, I'll gladly take a phone call and I'm sure every one of us would if Sarah had a question that somebody called in. So if someone's looking for help, certainly let us know. I mean, and if the worst case scenario, I mean, it's not worse, but the best case scenario is we can point them at other entities in the area.
I believe.
And Paul just, I mean, there's 211. I mean, there's
Just dial 211.
You know, if someone's in need, and I would certainly encourage these small little neighborhood neighborhood help groups, or whatever you want to call
I
them.
believe that's what we're charged to do.
Right, I
is-
would say right now, there's not, those types of documents and those types of links are not on our website. So the LEMP is not on our website, it's not on the Wyndham Regional
But I
site,
mean,
which
in
gives a
general,
lot of
the
information.
state website, I mean, like Andy
Right.
said, there's so much stuff coming
That-
down. You go VLCT and there's 100.
We should-
Right, but we could distill it down to links and particular information that's unique to Jamaica that would be helpful to people. And I do think there's, unfortunately, there may be a time when we do need hands as a town. Hopefully not, God willing. We're a relatively small hamlet, and at least from the research that I've done so far, Paul, there's not a huge influx of second homeowners that are using their home. But as I get more information from caretakers, I'll give that to you. But it sounds like from what you've described, really what the fire department and emergency management does is respond to emergency calls. And that's it, which leaves a whole host of potential support that individuals in this town, particularly vulnerable members of our community, might need some support. So we don't all have to agree on everything. That's what a select board is for. I would say I'm a little bit closer to where the planning commission is thinking that we should be prepared to potentially have specific targeted goals of helping our, specific needs that arise and develop, and that we as a select board could support the planning commission in terms of calling for specific support or asking specific agencies, nonprofits to help, what have you. But that's just where I stand on that, and I don't see potential liability after my research as being a reason not to be open to those steps.
Maybe think of it simply as, like right now there are kids, they get the lunches and they need the food delivered to them. Let's expand that to kids, adults, elderly that get sick and now require quarantine. I would rather see food and medication delivered to their doorstep than them getting desperate and going out and creating a lot of vectors by going into a store or going somewhere. Just having that maybe in place, or at least organized or talked about, where an action could be taken to make sure they stay isolated.
We could resolve that the planning commission is going to be looking into this and coming back to the select board with proposals for specific volunteer efforts that we could then consider.
I think that's great. It's not in the scope of our duties as select board. We're to govern the town, to do the town business right now. I believe until we get other instructions from the state, like, could you do this, could you do that? Beside passing on information like we've already talked about 3 times, like the sheriff's department thing, the other websites, and I got no problem with that, but as far as stepping outside of our regular duties, I don't know if we should be doing that. I mean, we can talk about it, but I don't think we could execute anything like that.
Right, I don't see us all putting on a special hat and, organizing efforts, but
Unless they
to
ask us to.
understand what is being considered, I would want to know what's being considered, how it's being proposed to be effectuated. But again, we don't all have to agree.
Yeah.
If for whatever reason you guys choose to do that, before you do anything at all, I think that one of us, you or I or somebody, should get in touch with the town attorney, because it was under his guidance way back when, and I'd like to maintain the continuity to make sure we're all doing it the way that he worked out the first time. One of the reasons why we, as a fire department, have masks, gowns, and goggles, although we don't have enough, but one of the reasons we have what we have is because I don't remember which one it was, somebody who was down, one of the groups that was down cleaning basements, we had to abort that mission immediately because of the potential liability. And I just kept all the stuff because FEMA didn't want it back. So I've had it in my closet now for 8 years. And we're one of the few departments who actually had stuff to immediately to give our guys. So it's these little pieces of history that accumulate that make me concerned. But if for whatever reason it goes forward, let's get together and make an appeal to the town attorney to review his earlier guidance with the current situation.
Yeah, and I'd like to, I mean, we can easily ask the planning commission to come up with that looks like. Maybe, I mean, I apologize because I'm probably not seeing it fully either. I mean, obviously, it's connecting people that have a need and somebody could fill that need. And it could be simple, could be a huge complicated thing. I don't think we want to go there, but if it's just this, you know, one example, like you just said, I mean, the school needs one more person to drive. I mean, it's not the select board telling them to go drive, it's them volunteering to drive, so we're just making these connections, so.
Agree.
And it boils down to raising volunteers. We sure don't want to get to town in a situation where they're liable for anything, but there's got to be a way to dance around that.
Yeah.
Or get people sick. And,
Right.
You know,
You don't
that's
know.
outside of mine. I have no expertise in what's going on with any of this, with this virus, except for what they're instructing us to do. I'm an armchair scientist. That's what I was called the other day when I gave an opinion about something. So, you know, I don't want to get sick. I don't want Jessica to get sick or anyone else. You know, this is going to get worse before it gets better. I'm just parroting what I've been hearing. I mean, we're kind of somewhat helpless as far as, you know, going, knocking on someone's door with a gas mask on or whatever. It's not funny. I'm laughing because I'm fearful about it, but, you know, I believe that the governor and the health department will give us further instructions. They may tell us all to stay home. I
Well,
hope
the
not.
instruction, you're exactly right, because I'm getting stuff daily from all 3 different agencies, health
I
department.
get what you get.
Yeah, like I said,
Because I took that course.
they still love you, that's why they want you back. But the thing, wash your hands, cough into your elbow, like that. Don't go out if you don't have to go out. Keep 6 feet from any physical contact. And stay home. Well, I said that already. Stay home. They say it over and over again.
Especially if you're sick.
Right. I
If you're sick,
we should say, I would never want to encourage a volunteer to breach law. Like that would not, you know, if at some point we get more specific requirements issued by the governor, we're all gonna have to comply with those unless there's an exception for someone who's in emergency management.
Yeah.
So that's,
Okay, well, I think, I mean, I was gonna say we can encourage, it's like, we'll encourage anybody to come up with solutions to,
Right,
you know,
to needs.
to these needs, finding solutions.
Besides the attorney, go and check with the health department, see what they would say about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
that might, they
Vermont
might.
Health Department, Vermont Emergency Management, give me a couple others. There's a number of websites, and if you go through them like I end up doing, they're all saying pretty much the same thing. Wash your hands every 20 minutes, apparently, or no, for 20 seconds, but try everything. Wash your hands a lot. Cough into your sleeve. Don't go out if you're sick, stay home. Don't go to work if you don't have to, and stay home again. But there's not a lot anybody can do about this, because there's no vaccine and there's no antidote. But there's plenty of websites available for real information. That pretty much boils down to that. But all the other specific details are available on the Vermont Department of Health website, Vermont Emergency Management website, Town Health Officer's website. I'm trying to look at my email list. It's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, I mean, super discussion. Any other comments? I mean, I'll gladly jump in. I mean, I think any one of us would, I mean, if you guys got ideas, we'll come back and forth, and if we need to go to the attorney, I mean, it should come through me. I mean, I can appoint somebody else, but I mean, right now, it's not anybody just calling up the town attorney, so. But any of those issues, I'll make a point to call Neighborhood Connections, just because I'm curious now too, and we can keep this discussion going. I mean, we want to help out. I mean, it's not trying to sound cold in any ways. I mean, any one of us are going to jump in here in a heartbeat, but we just need to be cautious, more for the health reasons than anything else.
And I go back to Irene, this town jumped all over the place to help everybody else out. Incredible amount of volunteers. Sadly, right now, some of that volunteerism would have been this guy jumping into the river to help the other guy who's got hypothermia. We don't want to make anybody else. And I'll tell you, as been doing this for a long time, it's hard to not help. When you see someone in distress, even if you're trained to not go there yet, it's hard to not help. So when we're asking people who haven't been trained to not go into it, the chances of that infection being spread is even higher. Call us.
Okay.
Just one little quick thing.
Okay.
When you're, yeah.
Okay, well, I've got,
I thought you were doing that.
well, I've got one other thing, regarding the new additions to, I passed around some information, John Suhikian, who's, an interested person in joining the planning commission. He actually attended the planning commission last week. He was hoping to attend the meeting here tonight just to introduce himself. He's had a second home here in town for a number of years. He's a full-time resident now with his wife, and they're involved heavily at Stratton. They've been pass holders for a while. They also run the Vermont Challenge, and super engaged person. And I think the planning commission will appoint or recommend that he join, and I'd like to propose that we appoint him to the planning commission.
I'll second that motion.
You guys have any, I mean, I know both of you are supportive, so. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Oh, any opposed? All in favor. So John Suhikian, welcome to the planning commission.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Now we have one more position to fill on that board. That was all I had for added things. I think, unless I missed something, there's something.
This is one letter I got today. This is the letter we got from the, Meg Gonzalez is the director of West River Thrives, it's West River Valley Thrives. It's just information, and I'm reading it quick. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Veggie Van Go, the logo here for you camera guys, the Veggie Van Go food program will be providing fresh produce at the Leland and Gray parking lot this Thursday from 12 to 1 p.m. It says, please help spread the word and let's remember to practice social distancing during pickup. Word has been spread.
How did that come down to you?
Email, just send to me.
As a past chair?
No, just Fraser Brew.
Okay.
I think we find, as you're gonna find
Sarah
someday.
got that today too.
Huh? What's that?
Sarah got it?
Sarah got it too, yeah. It may just be, you know, everybody on
After a while, you're on so many.
I'm on so many different lists that I get all
Yeah, I'm just curious.
But anyway, that's all I had. That just came today, I think. Yeah.
Any other public comments? Thank you to the planning commission members, thank you on a nice snowy night. Anybody else?
Make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 8:27.
Point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wanna hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And if you can't see us, don't be disheartened. We can't see each other.
We can't see you either.
We're doing this show by telephone from home, and I must say that I'm glad to have Tom back on. We missed him the last couple of weeks, and the only advantage that we had in the show was that my face was visible, and I'm pretty sure that from the point of view of advantage, that's not an advantage. Anyway, this is Energy Week number 365, and it is being recorded on the 2nd of April, 2020, and we will start on March 26th. And I want to say, if you want to read more on any of these, you can go to geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date. We're starting on the 26th of March, and that'll give you 15 or so items to search through to find the specific article that you want. You can also go to the website, which is linked at the recording of this particular show, which BCTV does on their website and is put up on YouTube and so forth. So we're starting on the 26th of March, and we have a picture of a wind turbine blade being attached from inside the rotor.
Yeah, it looks like it's a big picture window, and it's not. It's a hole.
It looks like the biggest porthole that ever happened.
And you can see on the right, you can see the parts of a crane, and that woman's standing there, and she's got to connect about 150 little bolts.
Yeah.
So she's going to be busy this afternoon.
I think she is, yes. Okay, what do you got for a title, Tom?
Well, the title of the picture says Attaching a Blade, and the title of the article says Wind Capacity Grows by Over 60% in 2019.
I'm going to correct you, Tom. It says gigawatts.
Huh? What did I say?
You said percent.
Oh, it does say gigawatts.
And the synopsis says, this, by the way, is from Renews, and the synopsis says global wind energy capacity increased by over 60 gigawatts in 2019, making it the second highest year for new installations, according to a report from the Global Wind Energy Council. The 15th edition of the Global Wind Report said year-on-year growth in 2019 was 19%, with 60.4 gigawatts installed. That's a lot of gigawatts.
Well, you've heard me say on this show before, gig means big.
That's right.
As a quick takeaway here, the report says that the main driver for growth was market-based mechanisms.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It is indeed. Yep. And we've also mentioned in the past, talked about capacity factors, and the wind turbines, if you're lucky, you're going to get a 50% capacity factor. If you're not so lucky, it might be as low as 35. But
this is the capability of the wind farms to generate electricity.
Right, and nuclear power has a 90% or so capacity factor in the United States. It's more like 80 or so. I'm going to say 92, 93 in the United States. 83 or 84 in the rest of the world. So putting up 60 gigawatts of wind capacity is like putting up 30 large-size nuclear power plants.
The times they are changing.
They are indeed. You got more on that one, Tom?
Well, it just says emerging markets in Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and Southeast Asia showed only moderate growth. Most of this growth is occurring in the more advanced markets.
Right.
And the UK is in the top spot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're putting in wind energy. I noticed, by the way, today that a note went into the news, and we'll have it next week, about the UK is closing its last coal-burning power plant.
We ought to have a party.
Yeah. Okay, we have a picture of the picture is titled "Depending on Coal," which is a title I gave it.
Okay.
It's a picture,
and it's kind of a murky picture of a city in China.
I think that's what it is. But that coal-burning power plant is gigantic. Look at the size of that thing.
It is that. It is that.
And this is from the Sydney Morning Herald.
And what the article says, well, the picture, depending on coal, that was what you said, right?
Yeah.
And the article says coal power remains in global decline despite Chinese surge.
The impact of coronavirus has prompted a surge in coal-fired power plant construction permits in China, with the government issuing more permits in a couple of weeks in March than it did all of last year. However, would-be developers are having difficulty getting financing. And it looks to me like it's not such a great surge in China.
I'm looking at this thing and I'm having a problem. I can't get another page.
Uh-oh.
I'm working off a PDF, and apparently it's only copied the first page. I'm going to have to switch to a Word document.
Do that, or you could go online and go to the.
I got the Word document right here, so
okay.
A couple of clicks. I got exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got the Sydney Morning Herald. I got that one.
Okay.
And have you read the blurb?
Yes. Yes, I have.
The would-be developers are having difficulty finding financing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said it sounds to me like it's not such a great surge.
Well, leaders have toughened their stance against fossil fuels as prices for renewables continue to fall.
Yeah, we're going to see some more of that later in this show.
Uh-huh. Well, we got another one coming up here. We got a picture of Science the Times.
That's right. This is from Clean Technica.
Okay.
Got a title?
It says, nature is trying to tell us something. Is there anybody listening?
The coronavirus has upended our society. The head of the Federal Reserve predicts a 50% reduction in America's GDP in the second and third quarters this year, with unemployment of 30% or more. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, President Trump, is pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. Now, remember, this was something that appeared last Thursday, which is a week ago today. Things have changed a lot since then. And
yeah, they have.
Huh?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they have. And
Easter, for what it's worth, is Sunday, April 12th. That's coming quick.
It's coming quick. The 12th, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen with unemployment, but I saw this morning that 6.5 million people had filed, which is the highest. It's double the previous week, and that week was a record that was just astonishing compared to anything that had ever happened before. So we've had 10 million people apply for unemployment in a 2-week period.
Well, this is a great unknown. There's going to be all sorts of consequences of this.
Yeah. But Donald Trump is no longer pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. In fact, he said he would be doing a really good job if only 100,000 people die.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it? You want to move on, Tom?
Well, there's a quick takeaway here. Nature is sending us a message.
Yeah.
Loss of habitat caused by increasing population and warmer temperatures is forcing humans and animals into closer contact, which increases the odds that animal-borne diseases will be transmitted to people.
Yes, and there's another thing that increases those odds, and it's specific to not just China, but there's a lot of it in China, which is sale of wild animals for human food in markets in Chinese cities, and that really does bring wild animals into contact with human beings pretty intimate.
They're saying that's a very strong part of the cause of this thing.
Yeah, and they don't know what species of animal it came from. I've seen some people talk about bats, and I've seen some people talk about pangolins.
Yep.
And pangolins are interesting little creatures.
Yeah, they got scales.
They have scales, yes. Well, anyway, there you go. All set?
Well, let's move up to Friday, March 27th.
Good idea.
We got a picture here of C1.
Yes, and this is from Renews.
And you can see this sort of goes along with the first picture we saw.
Sure does.
The woman was standing in the cell, and there's a picture right in the middle of the picture is in the cell. And it looks like they are in the process here of installing a blade.
It sure does. It sure does. So what do you got for title?
UK renewables bask in record 2019.
Renewable energy generated a record 37% of the UK's electricity demand in 2019, with wind contributing more than half that amount. According to new statistics released by the UK government, onshore and offshore wind farms each contributed 9.9% of the total amount of electricity generated.
Well, this Hornsea plant is located 50 miles off the Yorkshire coast, the east coast of England, in the North Sea.
Yeah.
And it's the largest offshore wind farm in the world.
Yes.
And they have great plans to build more there.
They're building offshore wind farms like crazy. And, you know, they didn't want onshore wind farms spoiling the beautiful kind of rustic feel of the English countryside. And having lived there, I can understand that. But on the other hand, you know, England is not going to, the UK, Scotland, none of those countries is going to be the same in the future because of climate change. They're all already changing enormously.
Absolutely. So let's move along here. We got a picture of a solar farm. It's a big solar farm.
And it's a what solar farm?
Very large.
I think this is a large solar farm. Yeah, I think, Tom, you're probably right. Okay, this is from Renew Economy.
Well, it says AEMO warns any further delays in renewables transition could hit gas supplies.
This is
if you're wondering what AEMO is, you're going to tell us.
I believe I will. It's Australia's energy market operator. That's the equivalent, I think, of an ISO, like we have ISO New England, which
exactly the same. It's the people who determine pretty much how to dispatch the power to us.
Right. And Australia's energy market operator has warned that any delays to at least 30 gigawatts and up to 47 gigawatts of new renewable energy capacity required to realize its draft integrated system plan could force it to lean more heavily on costly and polluting gas. And of course, this is interesting because if they lean more on natural gas, it means that the price of natural gas is going to go up and it's not going to be available to households. So, you know, they're pushing to get this. They want to make sure that this is not stopped for political reasons or because of the coronavirus.
Yep. Well, the key message out of this one is there is no time to lose.
Yes, I think that's true. But the thing that I found interesting about it was they need to have this capacity, this new renewable capacity that's on the books is coming along in order to save on natural gas. So I thought that was an interesting situation.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
The picture here is of tribal land. It's really quite pretty picture.
It is. This is apparently on the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation. And we have the item is from Clean Technica.
Federal judge rules permits for Dakota Access Pipeline are invalid.
Yeah, this is something.
There's more happening on this one.
This is kind of amazing. And in a sense, I have to call it a comeuppance for the company that put this in there because they started construction without the permits, despite the fact that the Indian reservation wanted this thing not to be there. But basically, the permits were eventually given. Now, this reads, Even though the Dakota Access Pipeline has been completed and placed into service, a federal judge ruled this week that all environmental permits for it were granted without adequate review or input from the indigenous communities impacted by it. So that's kind of a problem. They've spent a lot of money, they've got the thing running, and it's not legal.
Well, the judge has ordered the Corps of Engineers to conduct a full environmental review of the project, which they should have done.
They should have done, yes.
And he's considering whether the invalidity of the permits means the pipeline should be shut down.
Yes.
So this could have big impacts.
Oh yeah, this could have big impacts. But you know what, Tom? I wonder whether that pipeline is ever going to be paid off, even in the best conditions for it.
Well, the times are changing, and they didn't anticipate, I think, the fact that natural gas, particularly frac natural gas, is expensive to produce.
Yes.
We'll be talking about that again later.
We will, and we'll also be talking about the price of oil hitting ridiculous figures.
Yep.
And at those figures, that pipeline might as well just not be used.
Bingo.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, March 28th, and we have an item here from Clean Technica.
Yeah, there's a picture of a car on a train.
Taken from right next to the car.
Volvo moves to rail transport to reduce carbon emissions. It's an interesting article.
It is a very interesting article. Volvo is just one of the many companies switching from over-the-road trucks to rail transport to move cars from its factories to storage depots across Europe, China, and the United States. The switch to rail reduced CO2 emissions by nearly 75% on one European delivery route.
And on another route, the emissions were cut by half.
Yeah. And, you know, the choice is, are you going to send these things out by rail or are you going to send them by truck? And by truck means you're not carrying very many in each load, and each load takes a lot of oil.
I'm surprised they haven't done this by themselves just for economic reasons.
Well, I'm kind of surprised too. The rail systems in Europe have been, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but my recollection.
They're ours.
Huh? Yeah, much better. My recollection was that the rail systems in Europe were absolutely amazingly good, but you got to bear in mind that recollection goes back 58 years. They were really good when I was just amazing. They were so good, and now I would think that they'd still be moving things by rail, but you know, apparently those companies had switched to trucks. So
well, they're switching back to rail.
I guess.
That's what this article is telling us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in the U.S., Volvo's South Carolina plant is starting to take new cars by rail to depots in cities across North America.
Yeah.
And what happens, of course, they make the cars in Europe. They bring them over here, and a lot of them go to New Jersey. You can see a place there where there's thousands of cars stacked up. And that's close to rail. So what they're just doing now is putting them on trains.
I don't understand why people have been moving stuff by truck. Really, I mean, there's reasons why you would move stuff by truck, but it seems that a lot of things that are moved by truck could be moved by rail.
Yeah. Well, I think they're finding that out.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got another picture here of some solar panels in China.
They're looking like they're in a park.
It looks like that.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
Now, this is from Smart Energy.
Renewables set to win during China's COVID-19 lockdown.
In China, lower demand for electricity during the COVID-19 downturn has affected power generation sectors unevenly. Thermal power generation dropped 9% year on year during the first 2 months of the year, but wind generation increased by 1% and solar is up 12%. And of course, what that means is they could permit all the plants they want, but they're not going to do anything if they can't sell electricity.
Bingo.
Yeah. You got anything else on that, Tom?
Not anything really of great significance. So let's move on.
Okay.
And we had a picture of China, and we got a picture of Kansas.
Yes.
U.S. renewable energy increases in 2019. Well, I emphasis on the word increases.
Right. And this is from North American Wind Power, which, of course, we could accuse rightfully of tooting its own horn. I think that they would admit that. But here's the synopsis. The production of U.S. energy from solar sources increased by 13.85% in 2019, while output from wind power grew by 10.06%, according to a Sunday campaign analysis of newly released data from the Energy Information Administration's latest issue of monthly energy review.
Well, the data reveals that for the first time, energy from solar sources topped 1% of the total U.S. energy production.
Yeah, we have to be clear.
From wind reached nearly 3%.
Yeah, we have to be clear about this. There is the percentage of electricity generated, and there is separately the percentage of energy. And when you're dealing with electricity, you get very much higher percentages because solar and wind is generating basically just electricity. But when you're dealing with energy, you have to include the gasoline you put in your car. You have to include the propane you use to cook your dinner, diesel oil that's used to drive trucks and so forth. Everything is included in that. The home heating.
Not just electricity.
Yeah. So the figures that I keep in my mind are figures for the figures I usually have in my mind are the ones that relate to electricity, and the growth in solar and wind power is, I don't know. I think solar and wind power are probably renewables in general, including hydropower and so forth, are contributing about 20%. And I really expect that they're probably going to top the output of coal by the end of the year.
Well, it makes sense just for economic reasons.
Yeah, that's right. And we have part of the story of it's making sense coming up in this next item, which is from Sunday, March 29th. But do you have more on that one?
No, let's move on to the next one. Picture of a unit train.
Yeah.
In Wyoming.
In Wyoming. Although you can tell this is eastern Wyoming. Everything is flat, no mountains.
That unit train reminds me of a time, about 20 years ago, I took a rail out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
Got on Amtrak and just kept going, stopped in Chicago, went through the Dakotas. And an interesting thing that I noticed then was the passenger train took second fiddle to these unit trains of coal. They would put us in a siding while this unit train went by.
Really?
Which I wouldn't expect. I would have figured that the people took priority.
Well, I'm not surprised in a sense because I had an uncle. He was actually my grandmother's brother, who worked on the rail system in the United States. I'm going to say probably just before the First World War. And he worked on silk trains that would carry the silk from ports, I think it was Seattle, to New York City. And they wanted that silk to move as fast as it could possibly go. And they even sidelined express passenger trains.
Well, that's what was happening with the coal trains.
Yeah, yeah. Although, I don't know. It's not going to happen much longer, I don't think. Okay.
Well, there's a little bit here of informational stuff that I will pass on.
Yeah.
It came from the article, and it explains some things that we have been talking about.
But Tom,
we
haven't read the title and the synopsis yet.
Oh, we're getting ahead of me.
Let's get a
U.S. coal exports declined in 2019.
Right, and this is from the Beckley Register Herald. In 2019, U.S. coal exports fell to 93 million short tons, down 20% from the previous year. That's a big decline. The Energy Information Administration's annual coal report provided this information. Steam coal exports were affected by the downturn in global, most affected, dropping 30% in 2019 from 2018. But metallurgical coal, what they call met coal, was down 12%. And, you know,
that's just what I was going to cover.
Yeah.
Beckley, for what it's worth, happens to be in the heart of the West Virginia coal mining area.
Yeah, okay.
And this is what I was going to tell you. Steam coal, also known as thermal coal, is used for electricity generation and space heating for homes and businesses.
Right.
Metallurgical coal is used to produce coke, a primary fuel and reactant in the blast furnace process for steelmaking.
Right.
So demand for metallurgical coal is correlated with the demand for that steel.
Yes.
And most metallurgical coal comes from Appalachia.
Right. And that's important. To the people of West Virginia, that's important.
Well, yeah, it employs most of the people in that part of West Virginia by quite a big degree.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
We have a picture of a very snazzy truck.
Yeah, I like that one. Called Out of Date and Just a Little Bit Obsolete.
Well, that again was my title. This comes from Intercom Inc.
Exxon may crush bailout hopes for suffering fracking companies. This is significant.
This shows you what's going on. Different people have got different ideas about what to do. In a remarkable interview on March 26th, CEO Scott Sheffield of shale firm Pioneer Natural Resources gave great clarity to why shale companies are unlikely to get bailed out and why the American Petroleum Institute has been touting free markets and opposing the bailout. Well, yeah, it's easy to tout the free market when you can use it to destroy your competition.
Well, this is an interesting takeaway from it, or sideline.
Yeah.
There's about 74 independent shale companies.
Yes.
There's only going to be about 10 of them left at the end of 2021. The rest of them are going to become ghosts or zombies.
Yeah, that's basically what they're predicting.
And it's saying they're deeply indebted and they're losing billions of dollars.
Yeah, this is something that it's really almost. I feel sympathy for people who are working in this business because it's an expensive business. Oil is not inexpensive to produce. It's a business that has been under pressure because of a whole variety of problems. The amount of money they've got to put into drilling, the fact that the wells don't keep producing very long.
Well, that's a big disappointment. They're not producing anywhere near what they predicted.
Yeah, and then on top of everything else, these people have got debts they have to pay. They've got bondholders, and all of a sudden comes along the coronavirus, which cuts demand, and then comes along this trade war between Saudi Arabia and Russia, in which they're supposedly shooting at each other, but somehow the bullets come at us.
This is kind of an interesting thing. It looks like Exxon is going to wind up buying up all these independent shale companies, and basically they've been speculating.
Yeah, and you know what? If Exxon is going to buy up those companies, they're going to buy them up for almost literally for a song.
Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar? Do you think it'll be as much as a penny? There have been shale oil companies that have gone broke, and they have. Coal companies have done this. They've gone broke and offered up their assets for sale, and no bidders.
No bidders for it. Nobody even wants it. Huh?
And this is going to happen to the shale companies too. And then you've got the problem of they've created a big pond of petroleum, a thing that ducks land in and die. And who's going to clean that up?
I'm not.
Well, I'm not either. So
Well, let's move along here and take a picture of misinformation.
And that's what she was. You'll see that misinformation is actually part of the picture.
Well, that's just what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Misinformation kills. I'm not talking about her.
Yeah, well.
Link between climate denial and coronavirus conspiracy.
Yeah. Misinformation is being spread, scientific warnings are being ignored, and leading Republicans have said that addressing the problem is either too expensive or too difficult. No, this isn't climate change. This is the new reality of the novel coronavirus. Things have changed since this since this particular news item appeared.
Well, the article is not knocking conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories and fake news have been on the rise.
Yes, they have.
Bio theories hide a larger problem: widespread skepticism about the severity of the crisis. Such spreading of misinformation can put people in danger. Well, the bottom line is we don't really know what's going on.
No, we don't. And I've seen a couple of articles about that. One of them was, I forget the man's name. He's the head health official in France, and he said the numbers are just wrong. He said the numbers. There are people who die at home, and there are people who die in other places, and they're not even being counted in the death, coronavirus deaths. And he said,
but they didn't go to the hospital.
That's right. But one of the things that he said that surprised me, and then when I read on in the article, I found that this was true not only in France, but in most places, including the United States. If people die in nursing homes, they're very likely not going to be added to that list.
Uh-huh.
And, this is a serious problem. On the other hand, this particular virus, I never realized until this thing came along how delicate viruses are.
Uh-huh.
If you wash your hands, if you've got the virus on your hands and you wash them, what you're doing is the soap you're using, assuming that you're washing with soap, which you should, is going to remove a layer of fat on the outside of the virus that protects it from being oxygenated.
Oh.
Once it gets out into the air and is exposed to the air, it's only going to last for minutes before it's gone.
So washing your hands makes a lot of sense.
Washing your hands, and they used to say, wash your hands, if you want to sanitize your hands, wash your hands for a minute in hot water. With this thing, they're saying, wash your hands for at least 20 seconds in water with soap. And what that tells me is the kinds of things that you're trying to wash off normally are far more difficult to remove than the virus here. But the one thing that you have to do is you have to wash your hands thoroughly. You have to get between your fingers and under your nails and so forth.
Well, there's good germicidal soaps out there now in a little dispenser bottle.
But any soap will work.
Any soap will work.
Any soap, because what you're doing is dissolving a minuscule layer of fat, and once that's gone, that virus is kind of in hopeless shape. Hopeless for it.
Let's move along. Monday, March 30th.
Oh, I should say, by the way, that item came from Grist. Yes, Monday, March 30th. Interesting article here from Clean Tech.
That picture there, when I looked at it, I thought it was a cell phone.
Yeah,
that's a very large automobile battery. It's about 6 feet long by 3 feet wide.
Yeah.
And it fits to the floor of the car.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm just going to guess it's 6 or 8 inches thick.
Yeah, something like that.
Not small. It looks like something that could fit into a cell phone. It almost looks like a cell phone battery. But anyway, this is from Clean Technica. What do you have for title?
Well, it's interesting here because there's been problems with batteries, and this is talking about that.
Yes.
So BYD, which we talked about, Build Your Dreams, it means.
Yes.
The Chinese company unveils new fire-resistant and explosion-resistant blade batteries.
BYD announced its new Blade battery. The company says it can withstand all sorts of punishments that cause ordinary lithium battery cells to burn or explode. These are things like being punctured by a nail, crushed, bent, heated to 300 degrees Celsius, or overcharged by 260%.
Well, what they're saying here is many people are nervous about electric cars.
Yeah.
Hearing they will short circuit in a car wash or heavy rain. or burst into flames in a garage at any time.
Yeah,
That's kind of
not likely.
crazy, but some people believe that.
Well, there's one of the things about Clean Technica is that they're really into electric vehicles, and particularly they're into Teslas. And they've been running articles for the last couple of years about the fact that if there is a battery fire in an electric vehicle, it's headline news.
Oh, yeah.
It's all over the place. Have you ever seen a car burning on a road?
Yes.
Fully engulfed in fire?
Yes.
That's a scary sight. And I've seen that happen a number of times. And
it's something that's more fearful than one of these batteries.
Far more. And you know, the other thing is, this reminds me a little bit of a friend of mine he was a consultant, and he was a technical consultant, and somebody called him up one day and said, I'm told that you keep guns. Is that true? And he was a little bit leery about answering that straightforwardly, but he did. And the guy said, the person had already identified himself as calling from a place that needed a consultant who could write up a technical problem. He said, we've got a site that you can use, and we've got the equipment, except we don't have somebody who's got a gun, and we want you to come and shoot a battery.
Wow.
So he brought a little pistol. It was a 380, and if you don't know 380s, they're not terribly powerful. They're actually not powerful at all.
It's kind of a gun to carry in a purse or something like that.
Yeah, it's a very popular gun with women who carry guns, and there's a surprising number of them. But he showed up with a 380 and he shot the battery. He said within a minute it was on fire.
Wow.
Now, that was a fair amount of time ago, and that was a problem that Tesla has already addressed to a very large extent. So this business of batteries burning that easily is just not the issue that it would have been if technology had not been updated.
Well, that's what this article's about, really.
Yes.
And this is the future of batteries.
This battery just looks like it's it may be better than other things that are out there. But you know, you never know until things come to market and they are able to go with them.
Well, let's move on here. We got another one coming up.
Yeah, this is a picture of Alberta tar sands. Doesn't that look like something you'd like to have in your backyard?
Oh, that's pretty horrible.
It's horrible.
I took a look at the article.
Yeah.
We didn't put the picture up, but there's a picture of the tar sands in 1984 and the tar sands today.
Yeah.
And they're about 5 times as big.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It really is. And if you look at this picture, you'll see about halfway up on the right side, there are areas that are blue. And I kind of suspect that those are ponds that are very badly polluted with oil.
I would argue that. I bet you're right on the money.
Just a suspicion.
Well, let's see what it says here. No one is buying Canada's oil. A preview of the near future new normal.
Yep, this is from Clean Technica. As Saudi Arabia and Russia engage in a price war, lower grades of oil are getting hard to sell. One result is that Alberta's crude oil is selling for less than it costs to ship. Western Canada Select, a domestic heavy oil benchmark, has come in at $4.58 US per barrel. And you know, Tom, when I first saw these figures, somebody had forwarded me an article, and I didn't put it in the blog because I didn't believe it. And I went out looking at, you know, general benchmark oil prices, and I didn't see $4.58 a barrel. And then this came into Clean Technica, and I said,
wow.
You know, did Steve Hanley, the author, I think it was Steve Hanley was the author, did he get fooled? And so I thought, you know what I should do is I should look specifically for Western Canada Select. And when I did that, I found that at the time I was looking, it was $5.10. And, you know, this is astonishing. I haven't seen $4.58 oil since before 1973. You know, I mean, this is like I don't know. It's amazing what this is doing to the shale companies, and we were just talking about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of it has been speculation. People looking to make a quick buck.
Yeah.
And it ain't happening.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of speculation, as you said, and there was a lot of people who raised a lot of money, and a lot of money has been lost, and there will be more money lost.
Let's move along here. We'll take a look at a whole bunch of West Virginia coal miners.
Who I think are probably all out of work now.
They may very well be.
Yeah.
Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
This is from miningjournal.com. The troubled Pan-Pacific coal miner Coronado Global Resources had to idle its Central Appalachian thermal and metallurgical coal mines. It blamed the COVID-19 induced economic downturn in much of the world. All hourly employees will be laid off. Essential salaried workers will keep working. Now, those essential salaried workers are people who are working in offices to process things.
Yeah, they're not underground.
They're not underground, and they have jobs that if they just stop working, the place would go belly up. So I don't know.
This is interesting. That picture from the article is in the Buchanan mine.
Yeah.
And that's the mine I've been down in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Only about 4 feet tall.
Yeah, you told us that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They give you hammers to use as crutches.
Yes. I would come out of a thing like that with an enormous backache, I think.
Well, what did I read? Did I even read it? Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
Yeah.
We read that.
We're up to Tuesday, March 31st, and we've got an interesting picture here of offshore wind power.
Yeah, we do. That big yellow thing is basically the headquarters. That's where all of the cables go to that rig.
Yeah.
And they're all combined in one big cable takes it to the shore.
Right. And that, if you notice, on the left side of that big yellow thing, there's a thing with a flat top that's hanging off the side, and that is a place for helicopters to land.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
That rig looks smaller than a lot of rigs I've seen. It looks to me like it's probably about 4 stories from the bottom of where people might walk to the top of it. So it means, what I'm saying is...
That's basically a hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, people live there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's read what it says. Northland makes Canadian shore move.
This is from Renews. Northland Power, a Canadian company, is to buy an early-stage offshore wind development from Nikon Wind Energy Group off British Columbia, Canada. The deal, which is expected to close in mid-2020, will see Northland take up 100% ownership of the Nikon offshore wind farm. I included this in my blog and in this week's show because they're talking about offshore wind off the west coast of North America.
Right.
There's not a big Atlantic shelf out there. There's a steep Pacific shelf. And
there's a narrow Pacific shelf, and now they're starting to explore floating turbines.
Yes. So
we're going to talk about that.
I think we're going to see more action out there.
Well, if you go to this article, you'll find there's some related stories.
Yes.
They're interesting.
Yeah.
Northland said it will work closely with the Haida Nation, Indian Nation, to explore the project details. And they also mentioned that Northland is acquiring wind farms in other countries like South Korea.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on.
Oh, here we got a nice, interesting picture here.
We do indeed.
Can you see the solar cell in that picture?
Yeah.
Well, what it says here is the company wants to turn your windows into solar panels.
This is from CNN. What if every window could generate electricity? MIT spin-off Ubiquitous Energy has developed transparent solar cells. Its Clearview power windows are what is called solar glass that turn sunlight into energy without the blue-gray opaque panels we generally associate with solar energy. I was a little different.
Generation.
What?
It's a new generation.
It is. there's two things about this. One of which is that really does look like just plain glass. And the second thing about it is I was a little disappointed in this article because it really doesn't give much of the technical details about how much energy is being produced and so forth.
Not how much, but they do. Well, they do mention this. The technology uses an organic dye that can be used to coat glass surfaces. And the dye allows visible sunlight to pass through, just like normal windows, but it captures the invisible infrared rays from the sunlight. It can turn practically any everyday glass surface into a solar cell.
Yeah.
And it says that the transparent panels can produce 2/3 of the energy that traditional panels do.
Yeah.
And they're not very expensive. They cost about 20% more to install than regular plain ordinary glass windows.
That was from CNN, and we have an item from Clean Technica.
Aha! GCL plans to invest $2.5 billion in the world's largest solar panel factory.
A report published by Power Technology says China's GCL Systems integrated technology plans to invest more than $2.5 billion.
That's billion with a B, isn't it?
Billion with a B, to build the world's largest solar panel factory. It will reportedly be able to produce enough solar panels to meet half the global demand. Just think about that for a minute. Think about the amount of money that it takes to meet half the global demand. That's $2.5 billion, as opposed to the amount of money that it takes, which would probably be $10 billion, to build one nuclear reactor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The article says that this factory is going to be capable of building 60 gigawatts worth of solar panels annually.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
A gigawatt is big.
A bigawatt.
Gigawatt, that's right.
Well, we got another article coming up. It's for the birds.
Yeah, this is from Wednesday, April 1st, and the article is from BBC.
And that's a nightingale, in case you're wondering.
Yep.
And nightingales are wonderful singers.
That's what they say.
They're the closest thing we have is our own state bird, which is the hermit thrush.
Yeah.
And I was listening to recordings of both of these birds, and they sound very much alike.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now, the hermit thrushes, they can sing for an hour and not repeat the same song.
Really?
They're fabulous.
When I was a little kid, I had a canary, and that canary would sing just the most beautiful song, but it sang the same song over and over again.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
No, these guys are very, very creative.
Yeah. So
well,
what's that for a title?
Warning clips the nightingale's wing.
One of the world's favorite songbirds may be undergoing some profound physical impact as temperatures rise. Researchers in Spain found that over a 20-year period, nightingales had been growing to have smaller wingspans. The scientists say this is linked to climate change in the region. The region here being mostly southern England.
That's what they're saying, yep.
Yeah.
The hermit thrush is a state bird, and it even looks like a bird.
Yeah. The Spanish were involved in this because the nightingales, when they migrate from, northern Europe, but a lot of them are living in southern England, and they migrate from there to sub-Saharan Africa every year and back again. So that's why the Spanish were involved, because they were, the nightingales. Going through Spain, yeah. Okay, more on that?
Well, I just said that numbers have declined by 90% over the last half century.
Yeah, this is it's really sad. It really is. Okay.
There's a picture cleverly called Cars on the Road.
Again, my title. They didn't have a title, and you know what I do? I save these pictures that come with the article to a file, and I have to give the file a name. So what you're seeing there is the name of the file I put in. Okay, this is from Benzinga.
Benzinga.
Okay, I'll let you. Your way is more interesting than mine. Benzinga.
Benzinga.
There you go.
Trump cuts fuel efficiency standards. Wow. Chastises foolish oil executives on Twitter.
Foolish is his word. This is astonishing to me. The Trump administration cut fuel standards and ushered in a plan calling for significantly lower annual increases in fuel economy, but not all automakers were happy about this. He had some words for the industry's leadership and called them, quote, foolish executives, end quote.
We've talked about this already.
We have indeed, but they when we talked about it before, they were talking about doing this. Now they've done it.
Now he's done it.
And the big thing here is California and a number of states have got a right, which was signed into law, to have different standards than the federal standards, and the California standards are
they're more rigid.
More rigid. And this was something that was a I don't know that it was signed into law, but it was agreed to. You know, it was a formal agreement. And
California and a few other states.
Well, it was
with different drummer.
Yeah, and
in California, it's understandable. They want to clean up the air.
That's right. And California's big enough that if they set standards, the auto companies can work on that standard. This is
Silver Linings Playbook, Coronavirus Edition.
This is a picture of an empty beach, and it was a NASA image. And if you look at that image, Tom, tell me how NASA managed to take that from outer space. Anyway, with the pandemic, we're in the middle of a global wake-up call. That's what this article says. But it doesn't mean it's not possible to look forward and see what we'll gain by waking up. Some things will be minor compared to the damage of COVID-19, but some things will be major. What are the silver linings? Okay.
They got a whole list here.
They sure do.
Oh, I guess we got enough time to read it.
Yeah.
Well, there's about 7 or 8 of them here.
Okay.
First one is the world has awakened to the fragility of oil and gas as underpinnings of the economy.
Yes.
And the second one, we accept that collective action and sacrifice are necessary to solve global problem.
Yes.
A third one, this is interesting because it's different from the other two. More people are wearing face masks.
Yes.
The second one's kind of related to that. The handshake as an indicator of leadership strength is probably dead now.
Right.
They're telling you don't shake hands.
Don't shake hands. You know, I don't even like bumping elbows, which is what some people are doing.
Yeah.
I hold my hand out from 6 feet away and say virtual handshake and move it up and down.
Interesting. Well, anti-vaxxers, people against vaccines, have mostly shut up.
Yes.
And Trump, this is an interesting one, Trump's likelihood of a return to the Oval Office in November 2020 has diminished.
I think yes.
And finally, the last one, our global ability to deal with the next pandemic, and they're assuming it's going to happen, it will be much stronger.
Well, I think that's true, and I think we can bet that there will be a pandemic. You know, this problem of what is the next pandemic, epidemic, whatever, you know, was going to come. I've been reading about the next one that was coming for years and years and years. And I remember some time ago reading about the thing saying, the article I was reading saying it was overdue. We have a major pandemic more often than once every century, and they gave a number of years. I don't know, it was 84 years or whatever. But the next pandemic was overdue, and they were talking about the fact that the United States was not prepared for it. And you know the situation now, we had huge numbers of people are not working. Huge numbers of people have filed for unemployment. Things are not progressing the way that they normally do.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a lot of conspiracy theories about this.
Yes.
They found the biggest one involves a MIT professor, I think he is, and some Chinese guys that were working with him.
Yeah.
And one of the Chinese guys, this happened back in December, got caught smuggling some unknown chemical compounds.
chemical compounds?
Well, they were chemical compounds affecting things like pandemics.
Really?
And he was taking them to Wuhan.
That's what the conspiracy theory says.
Well, there are facts. The conspiracy theory ties them all together in a sinister manner.
Yeah, well, I have a conspiracy theory. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
Donald Trump's father was getting into trouble just before he was born with the FBI, and you can look it up. That was going not the FBI, the IRS. So he wanted to leave the country. So he and his wife went to the Brazilian embassy in Washington, D.C., and at the embassy, she went into labor prematurely, and Donald Trump was actually born at the embassy on Brazilian soil.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, so he's got to come up with credentials just like he wanted Barack Obama to come up with credentials. I don't know. I mean, you can make these things up. You can just do it. And if we're going to operate our government and our economics on the basis of made up things, it's not going to work. And you'll notice he went from saying this was going to be stopped at the border, the coronavirus, to saying we need $2 trillion with a T. T as in Tommy. We need $2 trillion to fight it. He went that distance in 2 weeks. Now he says he's going to be really happy if only 100,000 people die of it in the United States.
Wow.
And it's like the misinformation that was out there is the various news organizations that blow Donald Trump's horn for him were just passing information that was whatever it was, and we're in a complete. But the point that I'm trying to make is he promised $2 trillion into the economy, and what happened to the stock market? Not much. It was kind of saying ho hum.
Contemplate that. That's kind of interesting,
isn't it? I don't know what to say about it. I'm sitting at my computer right now, and I can look at the Dow Jones Index. And it is at 20,995, which is about 9,000 below what it was at the peak about 6 weeks ago. And if I look at it for the last month, yeah, there was a little bit of a rise, not a huge rise, when they started really getting serious about that. But it went up from 18,500 to 20,900. But it's not. You'd think that with $2 trillion coming, they'd be all excited and happy, but I just don't see it.
One might think, but stuff goes on there that you and I aren't privy to.
Well, that's true. And the stock market's idea about what's going to happen and everybody else's are two different things.
Well, people think of the stock market as a whole bunch of people buying shares, and the reality is that most of the stock market is bought by organization.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, they're investor groups, stuff like that.
Yeah, mutual funds. Retirement funds.
Absolutely.
Unions.
And well, I guess you could call mutual funds agglomerations of investors, but that's what they are.
That's what they are. Yeah. Okay, Tom, I think we're at the end of our show now.
Well, we've done a little bit more than an hour. We've done about an hour and 5 minutes, so.
Including about 5 minutes that I think Brian's going to have to remove.
He's going to have to just cut it off.
Okay, so we'll say goodbye to everybody. And the note is, at the end of this, have a perfectly untroubled week. We hope
that'd be a good idea.
Our watchers are able to be careful about the coronavirus and prevent themselves successfully from getting it. Because
my battery on the phone has survived, which is good news.
I will predict that it'll be back another day.
I think it will. Well, where it stands, it recharges automatically anyhow.
Okay. Well, goodbye, everybody, and come back next time.
Adios, amigos.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, Ken, you're shaking your head. Thank you. I got Ken, Dana West, Mark. We have Austin and Brian from BCTV. We have Dana West, Lori Langevin is our assistant business manager. At Leland and Gray, we have myself, Bill Antone, and Lori Garland. And I think Beth from Wyndham was on somewhere. Hey, Dana and Mark, can you mute your mics for me? Anji is coming in. Oh, I gotta use my. This is not a touch. Anji, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. So we're gonna ask everybody to mute themselves.
Okay.
Emily, how are you? Oh, I gotta admit you. Emily, are you joined us? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Emily. Are you there?
I had to unmute myself. This is usually I'm on Zoom, so I'm trying to figure this one out.
Okay, so after you unmuted yourself, we're going to ask you to mute yourself again.
Got it.
Peter Barris? Peter Barris, can you hear me? Wants to join the meeting. HI. Who's that?
There it is. Hello.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Hey, man. We're good. I don't know if you can see me, but you can hear me. Let's see.
I can hear you.
Let's see me.
Hi, Peter. Hey, if you could mute your mic for us.
Will do.
I see Al joined us. Dana, can you mute yourself, please?
Try.
Okay. Who's David H? David. Oh, from Marlboro. David, you're here? Can you hear us? Joe Winrich is here.
I am.
I don't see Dan MacArthur. I see Al Clausen. I see Joe. Hi, Joe. Who's a cookie? Oh. Lisa Harris. Lisa Harris is Marlboro. I'm sorry. Lisa Harris, are you there? Gilson, Leanne Gilson. No, Leanne Gilson, are you there? Thank you. If you could mute yourself, please. Thank you. You did. Peter and Beth. Beth McDonald is on. Lisa Harris. Somebody said Dan MacArthur's on.
I'm on. I don't see myself. I believe that I've signed in, so it may come up soon.
Okay, I hear you, Dan, so you're there. How about Doug? Dan or Dave?
Yeah, Doug had to take a leak, but he'll be here when he's done.
Okay, is he with you?
No, he's home.
Oh, I wondered how you knew that.
Well, we just finished our previous meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Hey, if you could mute your mic, I would appreciate it, sir. Is Rick from River Valleys on anywhere? Doug did join me up. I see Doug Korb. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Rich, I'm on.
Who's this?
Beth McDonald.
Yep, I got you, Beth.
I'm on, Reg. This is Mike Foley.
Mike? Okay, so West River, all your West River people are here.
Bill, you're too close to Rich.
You have to help me be technologically.
I saw that too.
Hey, is Allison from Stratton on? Or Rick Thorpe from River Valleys? Okay, so we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 13 people. If I miss you, let me know. But what I see is I have Joe, Emily, Al, Mike, Ken, and Leanne from West River. I have Anzi and Beth from Wyndham. Marlboro, I have, pardon?
It's Antia.
Anzia. Okay. I'm going to always say it wrong, so you keep correct. And then from Marlboro, I have Dan, Doug, and David as the voting members, and I have Liza as a member. Celine Romo.
There should only be 2 voting members, correct?
You have, oh yeah, there's only 2 voting members, you and Doug, right?
Me and Dan.
Yeah, you are Doug, you and Dan, okay.
Yeah, Doug and Doug.
And then from River Valleys, I have myself and Mark. And then we also have 2 people from BCTV, Austin and Brian. Dana West was a non-voting member from West River. I know he was having trouble muting himself. I don't know if he's still there. We have Peter Barris, who's going to be recording secretary. We have Lori Garland and Bill Antone up here with me, and then Lori from the central office. Is there anybody I missed? Okay, so if you have, so we're asking everybody to mute themselves. If you're on by phone, I guess you have to press *6 and just say you have a question. If you're on computer and you want to ask a question, you can unmute yourself and then we'll be able to see you and we'll recognize you. It's, I guess some of you, Joe, you've run a couple meetings like this, so it's not impossible, but bear with me because I still have my flip phone. So if you guys are ready, we'll get going. Doug Cord needs to mute. Doug, can you mute yourself?
I can't find the button. You can mute me.
We don't know how to do it. So it's not just me. So I think we got everybody covered who's here. If I see somebody else come in, we'll recognize them when we go there. The first thing we had...
Rich,
go ahead, Joe.
You should be able to mute them by clicking on their name and then just muting them, because as the organizer, you're in control.
Okay, well, Bill and I got to get close.
It's right next to Pin.
Doug figured it out. Good job, Doug. Okay. So the first thing we have is correspondence. So the first thing on the correspondence, everybody should have gotten the cabinet report from Bill. And unless, I don't want to go through it or read it or make Bill rehash it, but if anybody has any questions or any comments, can they let us know? Okay, hearing none. We have a couple letters that I want to read that came into WCSU. The first one's dated March 17th, 2020. And it's addressed to the WCSU board. With the pandemic on our hands, we, the undersigned, would like the WCSU to adopt a policy that allows all hourly employees to be paid for the duration of the school year, regardless of whether school is in session. As teachers who are on salary, we are distressed that the WCSU would only pay hourly employees if they chose to come into work. All of us are doing what we can to take care of our students, each other, our families, and our community. The best thing we can do is to take this pandemic as seriously as possible. We should be doing what our surrounding districts are doing, not being in the building as much as possible. We should be in our homes practicing social distancing. We will do everything we can to interact with students and their families virtually and support them during their time away from school. Of course, we all do our best to serve the students in our community. The hourly employees are not taking advantage of the situation by staying home. Currently, they are having to make a choice between getting a paycheck or being a responsible citizen by social distancing. We would all rather be working with our students and fulfilling our contracts in the traditional and expected way. However, we are in a pandemic and flexibility of expectations is a must. Please take this pandemic seriously. Please take the federal government's request seriously to limit gatherings of 10 people. Please allow all employees to go home, stay home, take care of themselves, and be creative in how they communicate with their classes and their students. Slowing the pandemic should be the first priority. Or second priority should be helping our community feel calm, supported, safe, and engaged at home. Governor Phil Scott has called for all school employees to be paid during this closure. The hourly employees are our most financially vulnerable adults on our staff. We should not be asking them to choose between their health and work. We have a moral and ethical obligation to take care of them in this time of crisis. Please take the necessary steps to be the kind leaders we know you can be. Please allow all employees to work from home in the capacity they are able and pay them to ensure that they will be able to weather the economic fallout of the public health crisis. Michelle Bostrom, Pat Brandley, Fiona Creed Chevalier, Jenna Colacino, Brian Cuttings, Suzanne Alf, Suzanne Gunther Moore, Michael McKinney, Jason Gragan, Heather Sperling, Joyce Van Tamlin, and Kate Pullman. I was notified of this letter, and the following day, it's actually dated the 21st, we got a follow-up letter. And again, it's to the WCSU board. As a follow-up to our last letter sent to you on March 17, 2020, we'd like to offer this. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an environment of unique and continually changing circumstances and directives. Since the last letter was crafted, we feel that the potential issue of our educational support staff being required to go into the school building and other public places in order to receive their hourly pay has been resolved. We believe that our district staff, teachers, and leaders are doing the best they can at responding to these rapid changes in our communities and workplaces. We also realize the importance of working as a team in order to ensure continued learning for our students during our school's dismissal. We'd like to thank our superintendent, Bill Anton, for his positive leadership. He has had a proactive approach while making important decisions in response to the ever-changing directives coming from our governor and the Vermont Department of Education. Thanks to our other district leaders as well as you, our board, for leading the WCSU in a responsive way that ensures the health and well-being of our community during this time. And this one was signed, I believe, by all the same people. So everybody is aware the Department of Education has given guidance about hourly employees, and the Wyndham Central received an email. So I just want to read that email. And it's all hourly employees will be paid their regular hours per order of Governor Scott until at least April 6, 2020. Hourly employees are expected to report to work. This is worked out with their supervisor as to how and when. Any hourly employee who chooses not to accept their work assignment must use sick personal time and fill out an exemption form to be kept confidentially on file in the HR office. They should scan the form directly to the person at Wyndham Central. If hourly employees who choose not to accept the work assignment run out of sick personal time, they will still receive a check until at least 4/6/2020. Further guidance will be released at that time. It's important to know that we receive new information hourly and the guidance can change. We will update you as more information comes in concerning labor challenges arise. And this is just for the WCSU people and the West River people that are under contract, non-certified contract that this letter was about. So we will also have an executive session at the end of the meeting to talk about some specifics on specific issues that can't be discussed in public. So those were the 2 letters we received. Is there any discussion on those? Oh. Are we all set to move on then?
We're set to move on. Thank you.
Okay. That's the one thing that's a little hard with this. I can't tell what everybody's doing. I know some of you are sitting at home drinking a beer. Number 4 was review and revise agendas may be advisable. Because the West River elections haven't occurred, we felt, and I discussed this with Val and Emily and Bill, we felt it didn't make sense to reorganize until the West River elections happened, because I believe there is a contested race. So I hope nobody has an issue with that. And the next thing, on to old business. And we had the waiting study updates. And this was kind of, I had been in there as a placeholder before the pandemic got really bad, or before we were staying apart. So my understanding is there hasn't been a lot of discussion about this in legislature. I don't know if anybody has any comments or thoughts or concerns about it, but I thought I'd leave it in there in case there was anything going on that anybody was aware of. So does anybody have any comments, questions, thoughts about that? Oh, you have to put it in the chat if you want to, and then you can unmute yourself. So moving on then, I guess the SU boundaries, again, this was just a placeholder. And if everybody remembers, there was a paper written proposed statewide plan in June 1st of 2018 and talked about redoing the district boundaries for the supervisory union. And the Board of Ed has some ability to just do that based on recommendations of the Commissioner of Education. So that, again, is just a placeholder. We're not aware of anything happening, but yes, we are. Laura Sibilia has just joined the meeting too. Okay, so under new business, we have school updates. So I don't know if anybody has any updates or anything they'd like to talk about, but Marlboro, Doug, or your group, do you have anything that you'd like to comment on? Yep. Hey, Dan.
Yes, I agree with Doug. He chats in saying nothing of note. I think Wayne has done a terrific job of organizing the people working at the school, but really nothing to report. We're muddling our way through this like everybody else, I imagine.
Hey, Dan, while we've got you unmuted, between you and Mark, is there anything from VSBA going on that we should be aware of?
You know, Mark, you can weigh in on this also, but they also are in crisis mode, essentially. They're just trying to keep people up to date with what's happening one place or another. They essentially have said all legislation may as well be on hold until God knows when. Where they're trying to pass legislation now that makes it possible, for example, for West River to hold its upcoming elections and things like that. So crisis mode, both at VSBA and at the legislature. Unless you've seen anything else, Mark, I think they're just trying to keep us up to date, but there is no incentive to move forward whatsoever.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dan. There's nobody here from Stratton, so we'll skip over that. And Wyndham, Beth, or who's it? Antia is the chair. Do you have anything you'd like to throw out there?
Yeah, I just had to find the unmute button. Yes, so here I am, the chair now. Wyndham's budget did not pass, as you probably all well know. And there is a tentative date to revote on the budget, which we have changed and brought significantly down for April 18th. So that is still in somehow, it's very unsure whether or not this meeting or this vote will happen. We had tentatively thought of having it outdoors, but with the governor's order that there shouldn't be any congregation more than 10 people. So we don't know yet if there's a possibility to do it by Australian ballot or whether or not the vote has to be postponed. So however, even if we don't have a vote or if the budget gets voted out or not voted at all, the state would mandate a budget for 87% of last year's budget. And so in knowing that, the Wyndham Board just recently, actually last week, signed the teachers' contracts. We had down to just having Mickey Parker Jennings as our only teacher, being supported by Sarah Wunderly, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce her last name. Anyway, so the two of them, with the aid of services from the WCSU, will be teaching the Wyndham School for this coming year, which was approved by the superintendent, and we're very excited about that option, and to have brought the budget down to below the penalty threshold. So that's where Wyndham is at right now, so we're all kind of in limbo. Beth, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. That's pretty much the news from Wyndham. Hearing nothing, I think I'm going to mute myself again. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Does
No,
any
I'm good. Thank you. I'm totally behind you.
If I can add one thing while I'm still unmuted, since Laura is here right now, Laura Sebelius, I wonder if she has anything to add to the dating study, if we can sneak that in or at some other time, because she's here now and she's very involved in that topic. So if at some point we might ask her to comment on what may be happening on that waiting study front, that would be really great. Thank you so much.
So what I was going to do, if it's okay with everybody, is under River Valleys. I was going to let Laura speak on behalf of River Valleys as to what's going on, and then I thought she could cover the waiting study too, if nobody objects. I see, Doug, you try to type something in. Were you trying to get a point across, or?
No, Rich, I was just trying to share with Anjay that the Secretary of State just issued budget revote instructions, so she should read that. I tried to post them. But she said, it basically says if you're facing a revote of your budget, there's no time frame in election law in which the budget revote must be held. So there's an email that came out from VSBA today she should read.
Okay. And Bill was shaking his head like he just got it. So I'm sure we'll get that out to Wyndham, and I think that's important, probably West River also. So, Laura, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
So can you do a report on what's happening at River Valleys, and also we had the waiting study earlier just before you signed on, so I thought we'd let you kind of talk about River Valleys and then talk about the waiting study.
Yes, I'm going to try and pull the pieces of River Valleys out of my head, because I'm trying to remember the last time that we met. I think we met in person the last time we met, right?
Yeah, it was the middle of March. It was our last regular March meeting.
Yeah, and I think we had some discussions about connectivity. We were talking, of course, that's the thing that sticks in my head. And some staffing changes, hiring of some staff. Oh, look, there's two things. And I think I don't know if there's anything else pertinent that I should put in there. We did talk about the waiting study and the town of Dover's focus on that and thoughts on that. Here's what I would have to say about that. I think right now, with all of the uncertainty, we're looking at what I've been hearing legislative leaders say is we need to be looking at budgets in the, maybe 3 to 4 month time frame, and perhaps coming back and doing another budget until we get a sense of the revenues. There is testimony that is taking place in both education and Ways and Means with regards to the yield, and I think that is definitely worthy of looking at. I think we need to remember that sales tax, all of the sales tax goes into the education fund, so I think we're not clear on what is going to happen there. With regard to the waiting study, I think it would be inappropriate right this minute to try and be as forceful as I had intended, but the Senate did take action. I think we'll get some pretty significant pushback on doing anything with the wait. It would be my intention that to let a 3-month, I don't know how we would do a 3-month yield. So it would definitely be my intention to try and push for some of the Senate's language, which I, prior to this found to be completely, really, well, not completely, but really unacceptable. It's just looking for a study to come back next year. But it feels like we need to take some action to acknowledge that we had an inequity going, and this situation now is exacerbating it. I've been spending most of my days this week on the connectivity issue, and so that's another highlight for all of us on rural and poor students and the inequities they're facing. So I don't think we can, I think we have to monitor, watch what's going on. I mean, it's great. If you haven't been on the legislative website, you can, all of the hearings are now streamed on YouTube. So you can literally go, if you're bored or lying awake at night and fretting, you can go dial up at 1 a.m. And if you have connectivity, you can dial up at 1 a.m. and look at the YouTube video for the hearing that was had. So short-term pause. Yeah, Doug, I agree, Doug. It's this, but I think so many things are being highlighted right now. And I also think this whole situation is going to, there's no way this situation is not going to radically change how we think about education in the state. So,
or can you just say what Doug sent you so everybody, maybe somebody missed it?
Doug said, here, something along those lines. Here, this situation is only going to worsen the inequity.
Okay. Is there any questions or anybody wants to make a comment?
Please see that, Rich.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a chat window that can be opened up and you can see where people are commenting.
Well, I could just make a quick comment, Laura. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just feel like any relief packages that the state's thinking about might factor this in. Could it not? In a change? I mean, in terms of at least the towns that are going to be, the districts that are known to have been, basically, underfunded for 20 years. I mean, why would?
So here's what I would say. I'm gonna interrupt you just because right now the whole legislature is operating remotely. So, and I don't know if Emily's on or not, but it's my sense from the messages that we've been getting from the speaker that it's her intention. We're also going to be voting and debating remotely. And I want you to think about trying to manage that conversation, those of you who have witnessed debate in the House for 150 people virtually. And so it's my sense that we're going to be going real slow, and anything that is contentious is not going to be taken up, which is why I'm suggesting we would have to at least point to the Senate legislation. That does not mean that towns cannot act, in terms of trying to seek some legal remedy. But I think we were going to have a floor fight on this. That's what was going to happen in the House. We were going to have a floor fight, between the folks that were going to have their taxes go up and the folks that weren't. It's just not going to happen that we're not going to have a floor fight anytime soon. If this drags on and we're doing remote voting in the fall, and we're, good at online debate, it's possible. And I do see that Emily's on there. She may want to give some more insight in terms of, I don't know if you want to get into this, in terms of what the speaker is talking about in terms of bills that are going to come forward.
Emily, did you want to comment?
I'll just quickly say that there's nothing that I would dispute with what Laura's saying. I would also just add that we have not actually even authorized remote voting for the body yet. We've only authorized remote voting for committees. So the body still, the Senate, it's easier for the Senate with 30 people to do the training that it takes to do remote voting, and they're on the process. So are we. We're trying to do it by committee, trying to understand what the process is. There are a lot of 150 people who need to be comfortable with it before we're even going to take it up. And it has been pretty challenging to get there. But I will say that I expect it if we're lucky, within the next couple of weeks, to be able to hold a vote as to whether we can even vote by the body. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not actually even there yet. We have not done that process yet. And it's a big deal. There are a lot of people reaching out to me saying, I have no clue. You can't do this. And people are very, very concerned as well about taking up any legislation of any kind that doesn't directly impact health and economy of the impacts of this horrible disease we're dealing with right now. So it's a fine path that needs to be walked, and I don't know what we'll take up, but the body in the end will decide. We have to get to a place where we're ready to vote remotely to do it, because we can't get together in any other way. So
the only other thing that I would add, Rich, is I just want to reassure everyone that's on this call that there is absolutely zero chance that I am letting this go. I think we have to, and I don't expect anyone on this call will be. I think we just have to take a breath and get through this immediate moment.
And Al Clausen made a comment, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but he 100% agrees that something should be part of the relief package. So maybe just some consideration. And while we have you two, if I could just indulge the group for one more second, is there a big issue with connectivity? Do any of the schools have that as an issue? I know we do a little bit in Dover and some places in Wardsboro. What about the other schools, and what can we do to help with that?
So I want to jump in really quick, Emily, because we took some testimony on this. Okay.
It's your committee, Laura. You should be jumping in.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog and my son are barking. Our chairman of the Energy and Technology Committee has asked us, and Bill, I meant to reach out to you, and then also Wyndham Southwest. It would be really helpful for our committee to have some understanding if principals are able to give us some sense of how many of their students don't have access at home, can't get access at home, and how many can't afford access at home.
So Bill just handed me a note that says 83 out of 800 students have indicated they don't have access,
so 10%.
Or they don't have internet.
Yeah, 10%. And then the whole affordability issue is also really important. I will just tell folks, Consolidated had offered 2 months free for students. That came forward to me because our principal was trying to troubleshoot some 6-week installation times for some families. And so we haven't seen that get troubled. We haven't seen effective troubleshooting yet of that. So just being a little cautious there. Mark is asking if we should separate adequate access versus access. Can student participate? Here's what I think is important. First of all, if teachers are teaching online classes and students can't participate, or utilizing online resources, and students are having to park outside the school, for instance, or outside the library, that would say to me that they don't have access at home. If they could get access at home but they can't afford it, that is a different issue. So understanding both of those factors would be helpful.
We all set then, everybody? Any of the other schools that have already reported, do you have any issues with connectivity that you want to discuss, or is everybody pretty good? Okay, why don't we move on? Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Emily. Hey, Joe from West River, you got anything you want to report out?
We're doing the same as everybody else, just slogging our way through this. We did postpone our annual meeting and budget vote and the Australian ballot for our at-large director. Right now it's set for May 5th and May 6th, but depending on how things go with coronavirus, we have another 40-day window to push it back until the end of June and still get it voted ahead of the July 1 deadline. But I had seen that email from Doug, or that Doug had shared, saying that we may even be able to go beyond that. Other than that, I think our principals and administration is doing a pretty good job. I actually got to speak with some teachers last night, and they were giving some feedback about how things are going. And I've talked to a few kids, Girl Scouts and things, because my wife is the leader, and they're getting through it. They actually miss school, which they're all surprised to hear. But it's working. It's working.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Anybody any questions for Joe? Or okay, moving right along. The audit. So Wyndham Central hires RHR Smith and Company. What we've always been told in the past is you want to look at the letter from the auditors. And if you read their 2-page letter, which was dated March 17th, it talks about planning the audit and during the audit, the comments they made. So basically, district-wide, there was they commented on I-9 compliance. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year, it was noted that several of the I-9s that were selected for testing were either missing or not filled out correctly. It's recommended that central office review their I-9s to ensure all employees that have I-9s that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. There was an issue with the Leland and Gray year-end accounts payable. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there was an accounts payable posting that was posted twice. Adjustments were made to correct this posting. It is recommended the client review their year-end balance sheet to ensure that there are no duplicate postings and that all numbers are properly stated year-end. In Townsend, there's a student activity fund that was noted, and while performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there are several reimbursements made out of the student activity account to a single employee equaling approximately $14,000 over the course of the fiscal year. It is recommended that the student activities be brought into the central office in order to monitor the activity and reimbursements that are being made. And I can tell you for these 3 items, it's very minor. The first audit I remember seeing in Dover, we were 20 pages of recommendations. So I think, Lori, it's a really good indication of the good work you guys are doing. Do you want to comment to any of them, or you can talk?
Sure. So I just want to clarify that a management letter is different than a significant finding or a material weakness. So none of the entities had either of those. So all three have been actually taken care of. We've had a team of people going through our I-9, so that's done. All student activities are being brought into the SU. These were accounts that for many, many years would run at school. And there still are some out there. Marlboro still has one that we'll be bringing in this year. Dover, working on that well. So we're working on those to bring them all in so that they'll follow our purchasing procedures. That's basically the main here is that it was done outside of procedure. Does anybody have any questions about that yet? Or the letter?
Okay, thank you, Lori. Also, thanks, Lori. You got to thank me too, Lori. Somebody else. Okay, so moving right along. The audit is available if anybody wants to read all. What was it? 76 pages, I think, Lori. So I didn't make copies of it, and I didn't print the whole thing. But if you want it, Lori will get it to you. Oh, no, we sent it. Oh, you sent it. Everybody should have gotten it sent to them. So moving along then, agency fund. So one of the reasons we decided to hold this meeting, one of the important ones is that several years ago we decided we used to vote the agency fund. I'm sure Dan can tell you about it back in the olden days, and Emily. We used to vote agency fund in December, and then a couple schools made a point of what if our budget doesn't become what we thought it was going to be? Should we not vote the agency fund until after town meeting? So in case there was a reduction in the budget at town meeting, the schools could adjust maybe some agency fund items. So that's kind of been the standard probably for the last 18, 20 years. So the problem is if we don't vote the agency fund by April 15th, then the central office can't issue contracts until they know that we intend to fund that. Excuse me. So that's why we had the agency fund. We had to have the meeting today to discuss agency fund. So if there, I believe, Lori, can you mute this? I feel like I'm not going. You are muted. Okay, so if everybody would just, if they have their agency fund paperwork, and if not, they're looking for an agency funding $2,409,178. Everything had been discussed, should have been discussed by the administrators bring to Bill what they're looking for the year. And then it should be discussed with all the boards, so it shouldn't be anything new to any of the boards. So hopefully, if there's any questions, somebody can just unmute themselves and ask a question.
Hi, Rich. I got a question.
Go ahead, Ken.
Recently, while trying to do our last budget, a lot of townspeople were upset that the WCSU meetings pertaining to votes were not either publicized well enough or put on BCTV for them to look at. So apparently, I think in the future we should have those budget meetings televised, is a suggestion.
Okay, I thought we were recording through BCTV because I believe they're recording us tonight, or they're doing something with all our. But they're making it so that it will be available. So I think we were agreeing that I think the last couple of Wyndham Central meetings we were recording, weren't we?
I believe we were in the last couple.
But I thought it went back to the budget when we were voting on the budget. I thought we were recorded for that one too.
I can't say for sure, but I'm just telling you what public concerns are.
Okay, so we'll take that. I think too is with this virus has taught us a little bit is that to get things out to people is a lot better. So hopefully, that may be something. I know at River Valleys we record all ours. Joe, nod your head. I think you guys record all your West River, right? Yeah, so I think pretty much everything is recorded. Marlboro or Wyndham, do you guys record your meetings? No, okay, Bill tells me they don't.
We don't. Don't. There is actually a recording now that is being done by the new board member for the minutes. He records everything to write his minutes from that recording, but we do not officially record our board meetings.
Okay, and Doug Korb said we don't. We Zoom and allow people in. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as of now, that'll be the way it is. In the past, we have not recorded.
So Ken, I think that's a good point. And then, like you said, the more we can get this out, the less there should be shock with people. So is there any other questions or discussion about agency fund?
Thanks, all.
Ken, since you're unmuted, do you mind making a motion for us?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agency fund in the amount of, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, $2 million and change.
$2,409,178.
That sounds good to me.
Dan MacArthur second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ken and Dan seconded. Peter, are you all good with that motion? You got your numbers? Okay, I haven't heard from Peter, but I believe we've got it. We can get it to him. Is there anybody that'd like to make any comments before we vote? I'm not sure, Joe, Bill, what is the best way to vote? Do a roll call vote? Okay. Okay, so if everybody's ready to vote, Ken, you look like you're suffering, so I'll let you vote first.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Joe? Joe
Wouldn't unmute. Aye, sorry. It just wouldn't unmute for me.
Okay. Emily?
Aye.
Al Clausen?
Aye.
Mike? See, Mike was in and out a couple times. Mike? Okay, we'll come back to Mike. Leanne?
Aye.
Thank you. Anzi?
Aye.
Thank you. Beth?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Thank you, Doug. Mark?
Aye.
And I'll go back to Mike. Mike, are you there somewhere? Oh, okay. Mike isn't working, but he said that he was an aye. Okay. Sorry, Mike, we can't count you, but I'll note that you ayed.
Yeah, he did. He texted that he ayed.
Yeah, Bill's saying it doesn't matter if the Secretary of State's saying that we need to hear him say aye. But that's okay because the vote carries unanimously. So good job, everybody, on that. The next item is we have the minutes from the February 10th meeting. And I believe that was sent out with the packet. And if I could get a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the February 10th meeting minutes.
Thank you, Ken. Do I have a second?
Dan, I'll second it.
Okay, Dan seconded. Again, I guess we got to do a roll call vote on this too. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Let's do a roll call vote. Joe?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Al?
How about now? Can you hear me say aye?
Yes, Mike. I'm going to put you in for a vote yes. I saw you left us for a minute.
Sorry about that.
So will you vote for the minutes too?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Aye. Sorry.
Nope, thank you, Al. Ken?
Aye.
And Leanne?
Aye.
Angie?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Dan from Marlboro?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Mark?
I abstain.
Okay, so it's unanimous with one abstention. So that takes us through the minutes. Is there anything that I missed? Does anybody have any comments before we go into executive session for a legal issue?
Back to the reorganization. I know you didn't want to reorganize WCSU. We're going to wait until possibly into the next year after July 1st for West Rivers. People are sitting on that board now who I believe have the authority to make that vote now. I don't know. I haven't been part of the discussion, but it is. I'm just wondering, bringing that back up.
I was 5 out of 6. Okay, so 5 out of the 6 that serve on the Super Board or the Wyndham Central are not up for re-election. The only reason I thought it would make more sense was that because there was going to be an election, it's usually after elections that we reorganize, after everybody's elected. I guess I would say whatever the board feels. I mean, if they want to reorganize, I don't know if I would do it tonight because we actually didn't warn that we were going to reorganize. Now, some people could argue that we talked about it, but we said it was going to be postponed. Joe, go ahead.
Rich, our board, the West River board, won't reorganize until that election's held. So even though only one of us that serve on this board is up for re-election, there may be some turnover in the representation on this board just because of the reorganization. Unless there's a real need to reorganize, I'd just wait.
Okay. Dan, does that make sense to you?
Yes, as long as the current situation means that we have people in place. Those terms, as I understand it, will go until such date as we reorganize. There's no termination.
Yes. So it's usually once the elections are done, that's when you reorganize and everybody starts from square one. We just felt that since there was one board that hadn't got to vote yet, that it would make sense not to try to reorganize. And that was a discussion I had with Emily and with Al. So it was hard to decide if we should just do it, or it kind of almost felt like I was just trying to become the benevolent dictator. But I'm extending my term. So, but it was that's just.
Let's let it go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Rich, I do have a question.
Yep.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it or not, but a question of Bill. What are we doing as an SU to protect student privacy with online conferencing, especially in regards to Zoom, which is a disaster when it comes to privacy?
How about, since that's kind of off the key, it's not something we had on the agenda, let's ask Bill to give us something, send us something at the end of the week about that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Because he has a technology person too that's probably a little more up to speed. So if everybody's okay, but that's a good question, we'll ask Bill to send something out to all the boards.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, did you want to say something, or were you just scratching?
Oh no, I just touched my face, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else,
I have something. Ken waving like a madman.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, you got any aspirin? No. I've had a couple of people tell me that they want to know what the district is doing for the mental health of parents and students during this time of stay-at-home schooling, because apparently it seems to be a big issue with a lot of agencies. And what do we have in plan? What plan do we have to assist in that?
Okay, so what is the district doing for the mental health for both parents and students during this time, and what do we plan to do? So what are we doing now, and what are we going to do in the future?
Right.
Okay, so if it's okay, Ken, I'll ask Bill to put that in that same memo about because I think it all kind of works together.
That's fine. Just task the administration with letting us know what's going on.
Can we get that by Monday? Okay, so we'll get something out he'll get something out to everybody by Monday. We'll send it to all the boards, okay?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Bill.
Anybody else?
I actually had one question. It's sort of off topic, but it's on the email that went out SUI to parents today regarding the meal delivery. And it was just something I meant to email someone about, actually. The bus schedule needs some clarification within that email that went out. It notes in Brookline, Merrill Drive as a stop. There are actually two sections of Merrill Drive that both connect with Grassy Brook Road. So some clarification may want to be done on that.
Okay, hey, I'm not sure who that was.
It's Leanne.
Oh, Leanne, okay. Do you mind, can you just drop an email to Bill?
Yep.
And he'll take care of that?
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Bill says thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, could I get, and I don't know how this all works, so somebody's going to have to explain it to me, hopefully Joe or Bill. Okay.
Hey, so we're going to all leave this meeting, and I'm going to re-invite only the board into the executive session meeting. Okay, Rich will do the process to get us there, but only the board will get re-invited to a new meeting. So just wait for it, and it'll come to you. I've got it prepped, okay? So Austin and BCTV and anybody who's not on the board, you're not going to get the request, all right? So thank you very much, everybody, and giving it back to Richard.
We have a couple board members going on the WCSU board. They can come back in. Okay. Can I get a motion for somebody to move into the executive session for contractual issues?
Ken move.
Hey, Ken move. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Hey, Mark seconds. Okay, so all of you on mute. And do you all vote in favor of that? Say aye, please.
Aye.
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 That was cool here. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, so we are in executive session, so everybody leave the meeting and Bill's gonna invite you right back.
Good afternoon. I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. How are you? Good. With me today is Aaron Segrist from the Vermont Retailers and Grocers Association, Kelly Stoddard-Poor from AARP, Tom Torty from the Lake Champlain Chamber of Commerce, Matt Coda from the Fuel Dealers Association, Austin Davis from the Chamber of Commerce, as well as Chris Curtis and Jamie Renner from my Consumer Protection team. I'm joined also by Charity Clark, my Chief of Staff. We're here today to talk about consumer protection and business protection during the coronavirus crisis that we are involved in, not only in this state, this country, but the world. And the most important thing that I want to say from the Attorney General's standpoint is this, that we're all in this together, that we're going to stand up and protect Vermont consumers, which include Vermont businesses under Vermont law, that Vermont is a small place, that the business community we're in direct contact with, making sure that consumers are going to be protected, that the small business people of the state of Vermont are our friends, are our neighbors. They're going to do right by you, and that consumers are going to be protected during this time. And when we talk more about scams and other resources under Vermont law, we are committed to work with every business in this state that needs our help, to partner with them, to give them the resources they need and the help they need should they need it, to tell Vermont consumers that they can call us at 649-2424 if they think they are a victim of a scam, that we are going to protect them as well. But mostly in this time of crisis, where people are understandably anxious, to be calm, to use common sense, and to let us do our job, which is to do consumer protection and to stand up and protect Vermonters. So with that, I want to turn it over to Aaron Segrist from the Vermont Retailers and Grocers to say a few words. I know a lot of folks have been going to stores to get goods. Totally appropriate to be prepared. But I know that Ms. Segrist will say a few words about that balance that we're seeking to strike here in Vermont. So Aaron, with that, let me turn it over to you, and thanks for being here.
I'm Aaron Segrist, president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association. I want to thank the Attorney General for having us, and of course working with retailers across the state. We represent general retailers, grocers, and everything in between. So we do appreciate, again, the partnership with the Attorney General's office. We do understand that consumers are wanting to plan, whether it's for a couple weeks at home or just a couple days at home. We are asking that you do so responsibly, though. Plan for 2 to 3 weeks at most, instead of 2 to 3 months. We're seeing a lot of stockpiling of the necessities, and that just eliminates some of the access to other consumers that also need to maintain some hygiene as well. So again, you're welcome to stock up on non-perishables as well as long-term or long-standing perishables, as well as obviously pharmacy and personal hygiene items. But again, we ask that you do so for 2 to 3 weeks rather than months. Again, we appreciate the Attorney General's office for having us here today, and we're always here to help We are your friends and neighbors, as the Attorney General did share, and retailers are here to provide services for you, and we're here to help you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin. We look forward to working with you and all Vermont retailers and grocers and small business people. Next, Tom Torty from the Lake Champlain Chamber of Commerce, who represents the majority of businesses here in Chittenden County and throughout the state. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and everyone else for being here today. I'm not going to echo what other folks have said. I'll only point out that, Vermont businesses are by and large owned by Vermonters. They're owned by your neighbors. And each one of us has an interest in doing what has always distinguished Vermont businesses, which is that Vermonters take care of Vermonters. And we're seeing that over and over again with how businesses are responding. One of the things that really heartens me, and I hope it kind of echoes throughout the state of Vermont, is that we are really concerned about some of our hourly employees, folks really at the lower end of the wage scale, who often feel that it's not possible for them to take time off from work in order to take care of themselves or to take care of their family. And at this time, when it's a little bit different than your basic cold, and it is not your flu, despite what folks in Washington, D.C. want to say, we're seeing businesses coming together, beginning to talk about how do we make sure that we preserve the income of people at the lowest end, and how do we convince these people and have these people understand that if you're sick, if your family member is sick, if you have to quarantine in place, you're not going to lose your job. And really, that is the heart and soul of Vermont. Vermonters taking care of Vermonters. So I am heartened by the business community's response. We are not all the multinational corporations that we hear people rail about on the national platform. We're Vermonters, Vermont businesses taking care of Vermonters, and I'm proud to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Well said. That's what we do best in Vermont, is we take care of each other. And I really appreciate, Tom, your words about making sure those who perhaps don't have the resources like everybody else are going to be taken care of during this time. That's what's best about our state. Next, I'd ask Matt Coda from the Fuel Dealers to say a few words. Matt.
Matt Coda from the Vermont Fuel Dealers Association. I'd also like to thank the Attorney General for calling in the businesses to talk about these important issues. Most of the people that deliver fuel to your home are run by local businesses. They're locals that deliver heating fuel and motor fuels throughout the state. And we're certainly seeing fear out there. We're also seeing an abundance of caution, and I think an abundance of caution is appropriate, but when it comes to heating fuels for your home, when it comes to motor fuels, there is plenty of supply. But we are hearing comments from customers wondering, what happens if the situation gets worse? Will they be able to get fuel their home? And the answer is yes. Delivering fuel is largely a solitary endeavor. It's a person, a man or woman in a truck, delivering fuel to a tank without much contact with others. There's plenty of supply out there, and just put people's minds at ease. But similar to what Erin said, if you don't get fuel right when you order it, it's not because of any other reason other than that there's a lot of customers out there, it's still cold, and people do need heating oil and propane.
Thank you, Matt. Next, I'd ask Kelly Starnard-Poor from AARP to say a few words. Kelly.
Thank you. AARP certainly shares the concerns of the Attorney General and other organizations and businesses here to be on the lookout of any price gouging or businesses taking advantage of consumers in this way. Sadly, scammers are using the coronavirus headlines and public fears as opportunities to steal money or sensitive personal information. AARP has been working to help consumers stay safe from scammers for many years now. So we are not surprised to see new criminals exploiting the current crisis. The approaches can come from the internet, they can come from your email account, your phone, or even the U.S. mail. The Federal Trade Commission and the Food and Drug Administration have already sent warnings to 7 companies for selling products that would allegedly cure or prevent the coronavirus. There are currently no vaccines nor drugs to prevent or treat the virus. We urge consumers to ignore online offers that claim to have any treatment or cure. A few tips and cautions that we would like to share with Vermonters: be on the lookout for requests for donations to help people affected by the coronavirus. Ask the caller to send information by mail and to defer any decision to give a donation to a cause until you've researched it. Good online resources include charitynavigator.org and give.org. Be aware that links or texts from sources that you do not know can cause malicious software viruses to be downloaded onto your device. Pause to consider the credibility of the source before you click. Be suspicious of any emails claiming to be from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, or experts saying that they have breaking news or information about the virus. Emails from local, state, and federal government will come from an address ending in .gov. Be cautious of anyone asking for money for coronavirus victims or for disease research, especially if they are prepaid credit cards or gift cards. Ignore phone calls or emails from strangers urging you to invest in the latest hot coronavirus stock. We urge Vermonters to seek out information from the CDC, from the World Health Organization, and for coronavirus-related scams from the Federal Trade Commission. And we thank Attorney General Donovan for his leadership on this.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
And Kelly, I want to thank you for articulating those scams. When we're talking about consumer protection, we're going to certainly deal with those scams, and Vermonters who think they're victims of a scam should call us at 649-2424, 649-2424. We are tracking these types of scams as well. Also under our law, our consumer protection law, we'll talk about price gouging and the specific Vermont statute that applies, but also unfair and deceptive acts, which would be the law that we would use if we think folks are taking advantage of Vermont consumers or Vermont businesses. I want to be very clear that Vermont businesses are considered consumers under our law, and we will protect Vermont businesses as well. So with that, I want to ask Chris Curtis, Chief of my Public Protection Division, to come up and give a quick overview of our consumer protection laws, not only the price gouging law, but the unfair and deceptive act statute under Vermont law. Chris.
Thank you so much, General Donovan, and thank you everyone for being here today to discuss this important topic. My name is Christopher Curtis. I'm the Chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. And what you're hearing is a call for calm, common sense, and consumer protection. That's why we're here today. And when we talk about calm and common sense, we're really talking about restraint. And what you've heard here already today from people representing the business community, our Vermont friends and neighbors in the retail, grocery stores, and other stores across Vermont, is exercise some common sense and restraint in your purchasing habits. Plan ahead, yes, but don't take advantage. If you're stockpiling a year's worth of items, it's just not appropriate to the size and scale of the crisis before us, which we're currently calling for 2 to 3 weeks of planning ahead, because your friends and neighbors also need access to those same supplies. So it's thinking ahead, planning ahead, but exercising a little caution and restraint. And on the side of the business community, we're asking for a little restraint in making sure that prices aren't driven up so high without any nexus or connection to actual cost that could constitute a price gouging claim or concern. And we know that our Vermont business community is looking out for their friends and neighbors. You know them by name, you know them by your connection to your community. We have not received price gouging complaints about Vermont businesses to date. But we are watching this space, and we're very aware that there have been national reports about price gouging during times of crisis, and this office will not stand for it. So the Attorney General has tasked us with looking carefully at this, providing guidance to the business community on this topic, and making sure that we handle every complaint with the alacrity with which it deserves during this time of crisis. To the General's point, we have 2 statutes in play here. One is with respect to fuel prices, and there is a specific price gouging statute on point that acknowledges that after a declaration of emergency by the governor for a period of time and up to 7 days in advance of that declaration, fuel prices cannot unreasonably or unconscionably be raised. Again, we have not heard complaints at this time about that kind of conduct, and we know that our friends of the fuel dealers and other distributors around the state are very mindful about those conditions and would take care to not be charging excessive or unscrupulous rates of their customers. On the other hand, as to other essential goods and services, we have our Consumer Protection Act, which guards against unfair practices in commerce. So, during a time of emergency or health crisis, as we're facing today, any unconscionable increase in the cost of a necessity may trigger our Consumer Protection Act. And we will be vigilant. We are watching this space, and we will make sure that Vermonters are not taken advantage of by national operators or outside forces outside of Vermont. And of course, our friends in the Vermont community are here today to say that they wouldn't stand for that either. So we're mindful, and we're paying attention to this space, and we urge Vermonters to use their common sense as together we weather this crisis. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Any Vermonter who has a question, again, I'm going to give that number, 649-2424 is the best way to get in touch with us. Any Vermont business can call that number as well. We stand ready to assist all Vermonters during this time. We also stand ready to defend and protect Vermonters during this time. We understand people are nervous. We understand people are anxious, and we stand ready to do our job. So with that, let me close the remarks and open it up for questions if there are any.
You talk about no price gouging complaints. Has there been any complaints about email scams from Vermonters yet?
We haven't seen email scans. What we're seeing, and I'll let Chris talk about, is the online third party.
Sure. Sure, thank you. Great question. And to date, my understanding is our Consumer Assistance Program has received 3 complaints, really within the last 24 to 48 hours, of alleged price gouging online. These would be from third-party vendors through a platform. And so we'll follow up with that, and we're in contact with the platform, and we'll be following up on any complaints by any Vermont consumer with respect to unscrupulous pricing. Obviously, as in any circumstance, we would want to gather all the facts and information before us to make sure that we're exercising proper judgment and following up with all due diligence.
I just don't quite understand what a third-party platform. Can you?
Yeah, sure. So an online. Not the sellers themselves per se, but it could be an eBay, it could be an Amazon, et cetera. And there are already news reports out there about Amazon is really trying to be diligent in this space. They are looking at their third-party vendors, the people who are the sellers but that use their platform, to make sure that there are not price gouging. They actually have a fair pricing policy that all of their vendors have to subscribe to, so they can delist somebody almost in real time if they get complaints and can verify that price gouging is occurring. So that's one mechanism, just by way of example, that we can leverage to reach out to platforms to say, hey, if we're getting Vermont complaints, you got to investigate and you got to exercise your policy and either stop those sales or get those vendors out if they are in fact bad actors.
Can you say what those vendors are?
No, like I said, we need to collect all the information. I'm just aware that we've received, just literally in the last 24 hours, 3 complaints, through third-party vendors online. These are not Vermont businesses, to my knowledge.
The complaints came from Vermonters, though?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
For retailers,
yeah,
for the retail folks, was just wondering, everybody has an empty shelf right now for, good Lord, hand sanitizer, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Have you heard from your members and such as to restocking? Can they get restocked?
That's a good question. Yeah. So we have heard from members that there is certainly access to the products. It may take a little bit longer for retailers to restock some of those products. A retailer has to order the products, and then the distributor needs to order them from the wholesaler. So it might take a little bit longer than normal, but there's certainly enough product out there. It may just take an extra day or two to get back onto the shelf. But products are available. I was actually in a grocery store yesterday pretty early in the morning, and the shelves were full. So it depends on the time that you stop and try to pick products up. So you might have to replan or move a couple of events around, but you can just make changes to your daily practices, and you should be able to find products within the stores. Yes.
I guess maybe for Tom or anyone who wants to take it, businesses like restaurants that rely on customers probably going to see a drop in people coming in. I guess how should they prepare for that, and what can sort of those business owners expect, I guess, coming up there?
I think as and we had a discussion about this morning, as this virus begins to escalate, as we know it will based on what Dr. Fauci said yesterday, I think people are going to be more reticent to go out to restaurants and bars and places like that. So there will be a drop-off, and I think that's where both the federal government and the state government need to begin looking at no-interest loans or grants to companies that can document that here's their normal book of sales for this period of time, here's what's happened during this crisis period, and begin to look at that. It would be nice if that happened on a federal level. I mean, there are some things that are being talked about that really don't get down to the, if you will, the mom and pop level stores. And I think there are some folks in Washington talking about a more bricks and mortar, nuts and bolts type of response. It would be good to see that. I think we're going to see a drop-off. I think the state's going to see a drop-off in tax revenue as well when you get to rooms and meals tax and things like that.
I mean, with the margins that some restaurants and stuff operate on, is aid going to be necessary, you think, or we're just not there yet?
I don't think we're there yet, but I think just like this virus, it is so much better to prepare for things being bad than to wish, hope, and pray that make-believe is going to happen and serendipity is going to rain down upon our heads. Let's prepare for the worst, and if we don't need, if you will, a disaster relief bill coming out of Washington like we had after the fiscal crisis of 2008, then we don't have to use it. But just like having vaccines tests ready for people, would have been better to have those test kits ready than to do the Texas two-step and try to get them out to people, which is what we're doing now.
You talked about businesses or people only preparing for a couple weeks at a time, not months at a time. Do you think businesses will put rules in place that allow customers only buy 6 sanitizers or 2 sets of wipes instead of just buying whatever the heck they want at a certain time?
You're giving me all the hard questions. So yes, retailers are already putting signs out. Some retailers are asking you to be cognizant that others do need access as well to these products. So yes, retailers have started to put signs out. It's not a mandate, it's not required, but I think that they are trying to do the best to serve all of their community and all of their customers as well. So that's why we ask, please plan for 2 to 3 weeks, not 2 to 3 months. Again, the products are out there. It just might be, it might take a little bit longer to get them because right now everybody is trying to plan much farther in advance than necessary.
Yeah. Can I just share a story on that point? So I was literally walking into the building this morning. I ran into a friend and neighbor, and she shared with me, and not overly distressed, but just mild concern. She said, I went to the pharmacy, I was looking for hand sanitizer, I just wanted to buy 1 bottle, and they were out. So I asked the pharmacist, what happened? She said, you just missed it. The person that came in before you just bought the last 12 bottles. And she's like, really? They need to buy 12 bottles, and I couldn't even get 1 for me and my family? So it's about, I think as Vermonters, we all share Vermont values, and the call for some common sense and calm is to practice that restraint, to live those Vermont values of understanding that we're all friends and neighbors. We all share these common community spaces, and to the extent that there's a basic need for everyone right now to practice some caution with respect to this virus, just be mindful. be aware. And that will actually reduce the need for retailers to set limits because people can set some common sense limits for themselves.
Could you comment on the extent to which your offices have been in touch with neighboring state offices and level of cooperation, particularly as associated with scams?
Sure. We work very closely with our colleagues across this nation in terms of many issues, and I've been on calls with my colleagues, certainly talking about what their plans in terms of price gouging and other public protection and consumer protection strategies are. I know that Chris has reached out at his level to his colleagues about making sure when we're talking about really the digital marketplace, that's going to be a national issue. So it happens every day, and it's probably increased a little bit these past couple days to make sure that we're communicating. And look, in these times, communication from top to bottom is key. And we're doing it every single day and making sure that we're on top of everything so we can do our job, which is to protect the honors.
Off topic, TJ?
Why don't I close this? I'll come see you.
Either way.
Great.
You mentioned that Vermont businesses are also covered by the Consumer Protection Act. Can you explain that to me? Sure. How that works?
They're considered consumers.
Yeah, and so not to put too fine a point on it, but businesses are consumers. Right? They buy things. They have to be in the marketplace. The Consumer Protection Act would apply to them as consumers for the business's use, but not for resale. Right? So it's not as though the businesses a retailer is buying from a wholesaler in order to resell a product. And so then in anticipation of whatever the pricing or contractual agreements are, that transaction is covered by the CPA. It's not for resale that the business is covered as a consumer. So the business is looking to purchase wipes or sanitation products and services at a time like this. They have the same protections as anybody else in the marketplace when it comes to those kinds of purchasing decisions. And we don't want businesses to be taken advantage of either as they're trying to keep the premises clean and sanitary. So just by, that's one small example, but we're mindful of that. It's one of the reasons why when General Donovan came into office, he tasked our division and the Consumer Assistance Program with developing a small business outreach person to build that relationship and those connections and to really make it clear that we are a resource for the Vermont business community.
Yeah, one more. There was also a mention of if workers want to call in sick, they should call in sick. What protections are there for workers who want to or need to call in sick? Are there any laws?
Well, you have earned sick time, and in fact, I think we'll be putting out some guidance later today to small businesses and consumers on our website. There's a law about earned sick time, and you should go to our website. And look, and I think Tom Torty said this best, it's in our collective best interest and in our collective public health that if people are sick, they should stay home. And I know Vermont businesses are mindful that people still have to pay the bills. And whether or not we need government to step in and make sure that businesses are compensated for doing the right thing, that's something I'm certainly going to be supportive of. This is a public health crisis, and people who are sick need to stay home. But we also acknowledge that people who are not working need to still be able to pay their rent, their mortgage, get food on the table for their kids. And so that underscores the point that we're all in this together. We're a community, and we have to help each other out to get through this. And that's why we're standing up here today, not always natural partners in this space, but it doesn't really matter. We need to come together at this time and demonstrate that we are going to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters. But if people are sick, it is clear, you got to stay home, and I know Vermont businesses are going to do the right thing. Then it's up to government to do the right thing for business on that.
Are there protections in government for somebody who calls in sick who doesn't have paid sick time?
There's earned sick time, and that's a longer discussion. There's some civil rights areas that we can discuss about, but it's complicated, and it's governed by, obviously, the facts of each case. But I would say this, that when it comes to employment and civil rights, you can call our office. I'm now going to give you another number, unfortunately, because we will handle employment issues in the civil rights realm, and that is 828-3171. We are happy to answer the questions as best we can. I am reluctant to give bright line legal rules because every case is different based on the facts and based on people's status. But we stand ready to help people and provide information so people can make informed decisions about their life. But we get out of this together, we get out of this helping each other and acting as a community with the business community who are going to be critical to this endeavor. So I want to thank Tom and Matt and Aaron for being here. And of course, I want to thank Kelly as well from AARP for talking about scams. We know this, scams are going to happen. When there's a crisis, folks try to take advantage of other folks. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to protect Vermonters and do our job. Thanks for being here.
Okay. Members of the public, did you have anything from public?
I already addressed with you guys prior.
Well, it wasn't official, so
Oh.
so just real quick, if you'd like to, so you can get your time on the TV.
Oh, well, appreciate it. Mark
That's
Formel.
what you came here for, right?
Dover resident. I came here to learn, honestly.
That was
But
a joke.
no, I know. I just came up with one discrepancy, which was a line item under principal's office for other professional services. It had account listing 5343, and I believe it should have been 5341 for other professional services, which I spoke to Mr. Martin earlier today about when we went over the budget together, and thanked him for his time and helping me understand what the certain line numbers represent and how they apply to our budget.
Okay, and then Matt, you're gonna get an answer for us.
Yeah.
If it's a typo or if it's,
Yeah.
because Mark just looked it up online, there aren't any, or I think Tammy, I'm sorry.
Tammy did.
Yeah.
account that Lori just
Might be a
developed
new
for the
account.
upcoming budget.
Yeah, so we'll find out, and Matt will send a note home with your kids or something.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, so you just let him know, and, okay, thank you. Hey, Andrew.
Hi.
Hey, Andy. Review and approve the minutes of the February 17th and March 4th meetings. So for some reason, we also got a copy of the February 11th meeting, which is actually the school district annual meeting. And I noticed, Andy, and I forgot, nobody ever really approves them, right? They just kind of, the annual meeting minutes, you just kind of file them away, right?
Well, no, I have Bob Backus sign them.
Okay, has that been done?
Yeah, for last year, not for this year.
Okay, so you just deal with that. We don't have to do anything with the.
No.
Okay. So if anybody wants a copy, I have a copy of it if you want to look at it. I mean, I glanced through it and it made everything as clear as mud. What was that one article that we had?
Change the date.
Yeah, change the date.
That one.
I think it captured it pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah, there's like 3 votes there, so that
Yeah.
definitely, that was fun, huh?
Yeah.
So I have the February 17th meeting and then the March 4th meeting. So is there any, I think, Mark, you had some names that were,
Yeah, the February 17th, there was no administration at that particular meeting. So Bill, Tammy, and Matt to be taken off. Other than that, it seemed accurate.
okay, so can we, let's do that one separately then. So can somebody make a motion to approve the February 17th meeting minutes without?
Sure.
Okay, so Rick moved.
With the changes?
With the changes.
Okay, I second.
Mark seconds it. Is there any more discussion?
No.
Yes, Matt.
I just noticed under next meeting, it says March 4th at 6:30. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the one that was on a Wednesday night.
Yeah,
Got
that
it.
was the one,
Yeah.
the reorganizational meeting,
Okay.
that's when we met.
Got it, thanks.
It does, never mind, I'll bring that up in a second.
Okay, so if there's no other discussion, all those in favor of the February 17th minutes, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Appears to pass unanimously. I have the Wednesday, March 4th minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve them?
I make a motion that we approve the March 4th minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are
One question.
approved.
Speaking of minutes, is there anyone taking tonight's minutes?
Yes,
The cameras.
The camera.
and then Peter's gonna write it off the camera.
Gotcha, okay.
And Matt, you're just gonna take some notes, or, no? Okay,
I'm not taking notes.
Okay.
okay, cool.
Do you want me to take some notes?
Nope, that's fine. Okay.
One thing of note, the agenda is saying, our next meeting is at 6:30 in Woodsboro.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
6, so.
We always warn the meetings, and our meetings say 6, so that was just a typo. So under correspondence, I have one letter from Matt. Dear members of the River Valley Unified School District Board, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to Mrs. Kraft's letter to the school board dated January 30th, 2020. I met with Mr. and Mrs. Crafts during the week of February 24th, where we discussed some of their more specific concerns, including the role of actions and how we can improve communication in that area. As you may know, the IB program places a strong emphasis on taking action as compared to just researching or creating materials on a particular topic. Students are asked to take action, to do something rather than just talk about it. We certainly do not want students to shy away from the complex topics, but rather to dig into them and work through them. Regarding students being graded on who they are, the Crafts were referring to our analysis of student progress towards demonstrating the characteristics associated with the IB attributes. As part of the IB program, we use a group of behavior attributes that guide our daily work, help clarify behavioral expectations in public spaces, habits of mind, and habits of work. These attributes are rated on a slightly different scale than other academic standards in an effort to distinguish them from those skills. A 3-point scale for this indication how often a student demonstrates the behaviors associated with the attribute. Never, sometimes, most of the time, for example. This system is meant to help identify the behaviors that represent the attributes or values we hold highly and encourage students to strive for most of the time. In her letter, Ms. Crafts questioned the strength and priority of the team of teachers here at the Dover School as compared to past staff members. In terms of the strength of the Dover staff team, certainly the team remains strong and dedicated, placing children at the top of our priority list every day. They prove this through their dedication to children, long hours, and high-quality lesson preparation and delivery. Ms. Crafts and her family, along with all other Dover School families, enjoy that benefit every day. Ms. Crafts mentioned that some traditions had ended when Mr. Davis retired. Of course, we all miss Mr. Davis, but when veteran teachers leave, often the richness they take with them was a result of their personal investment in individual skills. Unfortunately, there are times when beloved traditions must be replaced by other activities. New staff members bring new ideas and new traditions. This is a natural part of the growth and change of any organization. It is true that the Dover School has a long tradition of strong core values and broad general knowledge of the global village, as Ms. Crafts noted. While I was not present during the decision-making period, my understanding of at least one reason the community chose to pursue the IB program was to further develop those traditions and to define the academic program within the structure of the international accreditation offered by the IB program. The expenses associated with the authorization were justified on the basis of the community's ability to offer world-class education and to play a role in marketing the wonderful work being done at the Dover School on behalf of the local economic development. This, in addition to the ability to attract families, in support of developing the local workforce and overall economic development. Finally, to provide the next level of challenge to a school community doing well as measured by the basic usual measures schools are typically measured by. Much of the staff turnover during the past 4 years has been on account of added staff, as in the case of the added 5th grade teacher, expected retirements, and unexpected moves. Most of the changes were anticipated when I was hired, as noted by the hiring committee. Every new hire during my tenure has been enthusiastic about assimilating the IB instructional style because they understand the value of and the opportunity presented by teaching within a program that is considered the gold standard globally. In terms of enrollment, with the exception of last year to this year, enrollment has been relatively steady over the past several years. In terms of test scores, there have been many factors that may have influenced this change. Due to the small class sizes, changes in assessment and staff turnover will be very difficult to attribute declining test scores to any one thing, including the addition of a formal structure to the academic program. As a school, we responded to the trend in SBAC scores in the following ways. There's 5 bullet points. We implemented a math achievement plan which yielded a 15% increase in math proficiency on SBAC scores in the first year of implementation, 2018-2019. We added a benchmark assessment system that gives us a significant amount of skill level data for each student. In 2018-2019, our fall to winter benchmark performance was excellent. This year's results are even better, indicating that in January, 87% of our students are in the low risk category for achieving grade level expectation in math skills by the end of the year. And math has never been one of our strong subjects, has it? Our staff participated in significant professional development in math instructional practices over the past 2 years. We are seeing the results of that investment now. We have made significant changes to the unified art schedule as well as daily classroom schedules, ensuring there is dedicated time daily for core math and ELA instruction as well as WIN time, which stands for What I Need, in every classroom K through 6. This time allows teachers to work with small groups of students on specific gaps in basic skills. We're in the process of implementing the supervisor union's academic support team model of targeted intervention. Regarding Ms. Kraft's comments about teacher burnout, I must disagree. I believe our teachers are stronger and more reflective now than at any point during my tenure. Admittedly, during the final years of IB candidacy phase, the staff was working extremely hard to meet authorization requirements, and the workload was formidable. Since the formal authorization in the spring of 2018, most of that attention has been released. The following steps have been taken to manage the institutional stress we face at school. 1, the WCSU has provided trauma-informed schools training for all employees over the past 2 years, which has allowed us to gain a better understanding of the challenges faced by staff members and systems to address those challenges. Second point, we have 2 delegates representing Dover in the WCSU Trauma Catalyst Group to address specific institutional stress facing our employees. Third point is the Catalyst members and I meet regularly to ensure this work reaches our staff effectively. Our delegation has regular staff meeting time on a monthly basis. And lastly, the staff members participate in regular wellness activities as directed by our health PE teacher and spend a significant amount of time collaborating, working together on various school and community projects, leveling out the tremendous load teachers face. Frankly, I don't know that we've ever dedicated more resources to stress management than we do now. This Dover School faculty is fiercely committed to the well-being and education of all students. Teachers regularly work 9 to 10-hour days, often spending weekends, holidays, and vacations preparing their lessons, not because they feel pressure to do so, but because they are driven to provide the best education possible, and they have a very high expectation of themselves and their work. In terms of the school website, there are some areas of the website that are out of date. Most, if not all, of the pieces that are out of date have been remedied. This is more due to a lack of administrative systems than teacher overload. Teachers and tech support staff have been engaged to help remedy this problem. While I was not present when the program was initially described to parents, I can assure the board that I observe classroom instruction almost every day, and the IB program is being implemented with fidelity as required by the International Baccalaureate Organization. The IB program remains generally the same, however, the concept of student agency fostering more independent choice and input into their inquiries has been added recently. The change in Think Like Planners is purely teachers' changes in the name, approaches to learning. The skills have not changed, however, it may be that what Mrs. Kraft sees as different than originally explained. Reflection and change are a required part of the action cycle and certainly are required for improvement. The designated core instruction times I mentioned earlier are dedicated to teaching basic skills. There's also time dedicated to IB projects within the school day. Teachers do an excellent job of balancing student needs with time. It is best practice to provide students with some sort of schedule so they can anticipate and be prepared for what is coming during the day. The fact that we may label inquiry time certainly means all the reading, writing, math, science, history that may go into a given unit. We also use wing time, what I need, because it allows us to dedicate even more time to gaps and basic skills as needed. This year, spring of 2020, marks the end of our second full year of implementing the program as a fully authorized school. Parental and community understanding of the IB program is a regular topic of discussion among the IB coordinators and principals. The IB program is complex and requires a significant and ongoing informational campaign to help community members fully understand the language and concepts. This is something we've tried to establish, but certainly could use more time and resources to implement. We feel the students are doing an excellent job of assimilating the language and concepts of the IP program. They may not always be able to communicate their knowledge with their families, but we continue to try new ways to improve home-school communications. Mrs. Kraft's note is commendable to try new things, a position I fully support. The school community should feel proud that they decided to take on implementing a world-class academic program in a small school with small resources. We believe in the power of reflection. The program will undergo a 2-year review this spring, at which time we'll have more data about how parents, students, and staff feel the implementation is progressing. As always, please let me know if you have any further questions, and thank you for your time and continued support. Matt Hartman. So we do have it on the schedule to discuss this, and you were waiting for, you were going to do a survey. So,
yeah.
And that goes out soon?
We expect that to go out next week.
I think we're on the schedule of the first meeting in May.
It was originally the second meeting in May, but there was a response.
Right, because we wanted to do it in Dover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it be possible for you to email that letter to the whole board? There was a lot there.
Yeah.
I'd just like to be able to read it.
I didn't read it very well.
You read it extremely well, but you read it a lot faster than my mind can process every word.
I only stumbled over every other word. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Everybody good? Anybody? Okay, old business, equity, calendar for discussion. So you should have a thing that looks like this, and it shows goals for the year. And one of the things was, Maura had asked us to look at local equity definition, and we also talked about unity. So that's supposed to be in April. So Matt, just make sure that between you, Tammy, and Bill, we have that for one of our next meetings so that we can discuss that.
Got it.
The other thing we wanted to talk about was working on our web and communications presence. So I think, so we have website design, we have web and communication presence as a goal for April. And we just asked that this stay on the calendar. We have all that stuff from last year. When Mark wasn't on the board, he was helping us. So can we just get that back, and maybe for our next meeting, we can do those two things, just at least start on those. Now, isn't Wyndham Central working on some new web stuff too, because I had asked about email addresses, I think, and you guys.
Tammy, have you heard any, I haven't heard any news on that project. But I can ask Bill, we can ask Bill about it.
If you let me know what he says also, because I'm trying to put a mock-up together. I had planned on having ready for today, but my dog gave me homework.
The other, okay, B22A complaint policy, discussion and possible action. So we had, at the meeting on we did public complaints about personnel, policy D10. So that's been moved to warn.
You know what?
On the 17th.
I have to apologize. That was a typo in the minutes that I forgot to bring up. That policy is actually B22.
Okay. So it wasn't policy B?
It wasn't D10. D10, I don't think, my book at home, but the small folder right in front of you is all the policies. I don't think there is a D10.
Okay, so it was B22.
Yeah. And that was warned.
So that was warned, so that hasn't been voted, approved yet.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
To approve that?
Yeah.
Then I do.
So does everybody remember policy B22, which was complaint?
Public complaints.
So we have a motion to approve policy B22. It's been warned. It's been warned since February 17th, so it's been over a month. Matt or Tammy, did you guys get any comments from anybody? No? Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second to his motion?
Second, sure.
Okay, so Rick seconds a motion, and it's to approve policy B22. So if there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. B22 is now a policy. It's been approved by the board. Matt, will you just get one that, I don't seem to have one. So can we just have one so we can just, you can just write that it was approved on this date?
Is this public complaints?
Yes.
And I have it as B22A.
No, that's the other one. That's, there was one specific to staff.
I just have 22 copies of 22A in my
Okay,
packet.
we just need to, right, it's not in the packet, so we got missed.
You just need a blank copy of it?
I need a blank copy of it.
It was personnel complaints.
Personnel, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Auditor appointments. Andrew.
Well, we can address B22A.
Oh, I'm sorry. B22A, complaint
Sorry,
policy.
Andy.
So, complaint policy, so we asked that there wasn't a general complaint policy because it used to be a little bit less specific, but now it's specific to staff members. So we wanted a complaint policy if somebody had a complaint other than a staff complaint, like they thought the color of the school building was not proper, or you know, that the school bus shouldn't be yellow, whatever. So we have, so they took B22 and just added a little A after it, so now that's our complaint policy for public complaints. So everybody should have a copy of that.
Yep.
And should have had a copy for a while. We are we're practicing social distancing, so you're on it? Cool. So B22A, is there, so we have to warn this to be posted, and then we get to vote after it's been posted for a couple weeks.
I'd like to move that we post it with one change.
Okay, why don't we discuss your change first?
Under resolving complaints,
Yeah.
the last word of that sentence should be complaint, not complainant.
Yeah, and I thought that was why we.
I thought that was, it was supposed to be fixed.
Okay, I'm gonna do it on this one and give this one to Matt. Okay, Matt?
Wait, so what, the word should be what?
The complaint should be in writing, stating the issue and supporting facts, not the complainant should be in writing. It's
Yeah.
the.
Okay.
It's the last word of the first sentence under
resolving
complaints.
Oh, well, there's two.
The complaint should be in writing.
The complaint should be.
Yes.
The complaint should be encouraged first to bring a complaint to the principal.
Which is
Right.
correct.
That's
The
correct.
complaint should be in writing, stating the issues and supporting facts.
So that
So-
should be, the complaint should be in writing.
The last word of the sentence only should be changed to complaint from complainant.
Well, it's not the last word, it's
Not
the
the last word
second.
of the sentence.
It's the second word.
Last word of the line. I
Yes.
apologize.
Yes.
Yeah, the last word.
All right,
Okay.
that's what
Line.
confused me. Yep, gotcha.
Okay, is everybody good with that?
Somebody have a dictionary for me?
Okay, so, Mark, with that change, are you willing to make a motion to approve, to warn this?
To warn, I am, yes.
Okay,
I
so
made that one.
Mark moves to warn it. Will somebody second that?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so unanimously that carries. Matt, I'm gonna leave that here for you.
Thanks.
Okay, auditor appointments. So we asked at our annual meeting, we talked about auditors and whether we needed them or not. So we asked Bill to look into it, and it's
Andy.
interesting.
Yes, Bill or Andy?
Well, we asked both of them, I think, right?
I think you did.
So Bill came up with that, because we're a union school district, we need auditors, but if we were a town school district, we didn't. Is that what you got, or
I
what did you
don't
get?
know what Bill got.
Okay. What did you get?
Here's what I got. I got that, and this is me playing lawyer here. Now, you folks have an auditing firm come in once a year, do you? Right?
Yes.
Takes care of all the SU's books, including yours, including everything you do?
Yes.
All right. So basically, you know, the statute says you gotta elect 3 auditors. There's also a statute, so school law is newer than town law. A lot more town laws, right? So when they decided to make all these laws pertaining to schools, they adopted this little law here that says, when in doubt, look at the town laws. If we didn't cover it under school laws, the same laws that apply to towns apply to schools. And the town law says that at an annual meeting, you can vote to eliminate the office of auditor. So basically, you know, if you ask 2 different lawyers, they'll give you 2 different opinions. If you want to be sure that you can eliminate the office of auditor, or you want to be on firmer ground, I would ask an attorney whom you pay for an opinion on that. It's still going to be an opinion. The bottom line is that the people's interests are taken care of by the auditing firm whom you hire. And if you were to decide to vote to eliminate auditors, worst case scenario, somebody challenges you on it, and either you go to court or you say, okay, we'll appoint auditors and move forward.
Which it seems like it's gonna happen anyways, because nobody seems to come forward.
Right. So it's kind of, unfortunately, there's no case law. Nobody's ever taken a school district to court for eliminating the office of auditor, but, you know, there's something to hang your hat on if you wanted to try it.
Okay, so do you know a person by the name of do you know a person by the name of J.P. Isabel at Vermont.gov?
Yeah, JP, yeah.
Okay, so Bill sent this to JP also.
Yeah, right.
And JP, so you did really good, because he mentions via 16 VSA 706J.
Yeah.
And says it says a town school district does not elect auditors. However, for a union school district, it seems that 3 auditors are required to be elected.
Right.
Because I think he says for that shall.
Right.
So if nobody runs, it's just like anything else, I think. So we should just probably appoint 3 auditors and maybe put this on for next year to discuss about voting it down, referencing.
Yeah, I would say you have a lot of latitude here, okay? I would say JP's gonna give you a very conservative opinion, as he should, right? I'm sort of telling you, you can do this, and under your circumstances, I feel comfortable telling you that you're looking out for everybody's interests by hiring that auditing firm to come in once a year and take care of the books, right? JP's not gonna tell you that. If you decide not to appoint anybody and leave those positions vacant, still, no harm that I can see to the people's interests or to the fiscal responsibility. But that's up to you. You want to appoint auditors, go ahead. You know, I don't, the downside of either not appointing auditors or eliminating them is that somebody challenges you on that. And what are the consequences of that? Well, you then appoint auditors, or, you know, or not, whatever. But the books are taken care of is the bottom line.
Right.
And it's your decision.
And we can comfortably go before the voters of both towns, I think, and say that we're comfortable that our money's being looked after. Nobody went to Bermuda for a 2-week winter vacation.
How about Bahamas?
They may have gone to the Bahamas.
They were pretty comfortable with that this year, right, when we voted.
Right.
So, and they also voted not to elect.
It was
Well, it's not that they didn't vote, but
They didn't vote
nobody,
not to. They, yeah.
nobody came forward, and Bob went through.
Well,
I thought there was more to
actually
it than that,
voted
though,
to
wasn't it?
bypass the article.
They voted to bypass the article, not just to not elect someone.
Actually, you know what?
Is that correct?
Got it right here, guys.
You got the minutes right here.
Dr. Backus explained the allowable methods of appointing. Dr. Backus knows voters could choose to not to nominate anyone. It was suggested to pass over the nominations. Mr. Captain noted there had been nothing due this year. So Ms. Rand moved to pass over Article 4. So they just passed over.
They passed it over, so it wasn't that anyone came forward. So you're saying we can not appoint someone this year, and then next year we could put on to no longer have auditors? If we put that on the warning next year?
Yeah, so basically it's your decision. I don't think it's a big deal if you leave the positions open and don't appoint anybody. Technically, you should probably, within a reasonable time frame, appoint auditors because they weren't elected. But in this particular situation, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You have an auditing firm who's going to come in and do the books better than any elected auditors you could elect at town meeting. So if you leave them open, in my opinion, though you might not be following the letter of the law.
Yeah, well, I think because the voters determined to pass it over, but it wasn't just someone stepping forward, they basically gave us the okay, that it's okay not to, for us to appoint. That's the way I see it, but.
For us to appoint.
Well,
To appoint.
I'm sorry.
He's
Yes.
been raising his hand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, since the auditor position is a paid position, I believe it's on the board, right? Would that then become a surplus for the school system, or would that then, those funds just be allocated for the professional who are hiring to come in to do the books?
No, it would just be, you wouldn't spend the money in that line item.
Okay, so then
Not
would that
every-
be a
not every
surplus?
line- Just because there's money in a line item doesn't mean it's always got to get spent. So
Okay.
you know, if I could predict what's going to happen a year and a half out, I would not be here.
Well, no, I understand.
We would miss you.
No one has a crystal ball.
Right, so.
And
so-
last year, the auditors didn't do anything.
Right,
Even though
as
we had them.
Randy Capitani said at the meeting.
Right.
I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, so the questions to the board, is the board comfortable without appointing them, appointing auditors, or do we want to ask the 3 auditors we had before if they'd like to be appointed again and do nothing again for the year?
I'm pretty comfortable. I
With
would
not
say
having them?
I'd like to at least attempt to appoint if people have an interest and put on the warning next year, asking the people whether they want to eliminate that position.
Okay, Dwight?
I feel comfortable not having them because the people kind of told us this year that they were willing to pass over it because they didn't do anything.
Okay, and you agreed with Dwight. Where did you come down? Did you agree with
Yes.
them? Okay, so we're not gonna appoint anybody this year, and if somebody makes some,
And
like
then-
Andy said, if somebody holds our feet to the fire, then we'll do what we have to do.
Worst case scenario is we have to appoint someone.
If someone
That's the worst
challenges
case
us
scenario.
in the court.
Right.
Why would they do that if it wasn't any purpose? Is there any-
Okay.
Some people just like to bring things up.
I think you made a good point at the meeting, you know, what was it, fence watcher?
Yeah.
Where
Oh,
Cole,
yeah.
I mean, these are all
Where Cole.
on town meeting day as positions that are still
Oh,
having
we
to be
can-
filled, but yet nobody weighs coal anymore.
And those are all money, you know what I'm saying? You cut, if they let you guys get away from those things, right? You get
Well,
money.
we had 3 auditors last year, but they didn't do anything, so they didn't collect any
They
money.
don't meet, they don't get
paid, so.
right? It's only when they meet. It's like the moderator doesn't get money every month. He just, if he wants to put in to get paid when he has a meeting.
But we do budget for it, that's the question.
Yeah, but that just carries over in a surplus, or if it makes us less of a deficit. Andrew, thank you. It's really good when we can get together and discuss. So to get Andy out of here, I'm going to skip around a little bit. One of the, just because I asked him to stop in and we're running a little late. One of the things that Andy had brought up at a couple meetings, I think the meeting in Wardsboro, was about the advisory committee. So Randy referenced, which he brought us a copy of, our Articles of Agreement and Article 17 will take appropriate steps to include residents from all member towns in policy and budget development. So it says the board may establish for each school a building-based school advisory committee. So I think Andrew felt that could have addressed some issues that had gotten brought up, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. Why don't I let you?
That's page 2 of the thing I just handed you. And basically, it occurred to me during the informational meetings, given some of the questions, that this might be a way to involve parents and members of the community in the budget process during the year, so that the questions didn't come up right at the end of the budget process when you're not prepared to deal with them. But other than just having read the Articles of Agreement and it popping into my mind, that's all I really know about this. So I figured I'd copy the article for you and let you folks and the principals do what you will with it.
So one of the things is, this was originally put in when there was 3 schools and we were spread out a little further, when Marlboro was still considering. And some of the things is, we have allowed a lot of public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development because we don't do anything behind closed doors. So every time we discuss the budget, starting in September, we were on TV, and it is in open board meetings. We do really work hard to make sure we hold meetings in different towns, and that was one of the things we kind of faced when we were a 3-town community, because then it would be even longer before we get back into towns. We do we try to share information on the website, even though I know the website's been a little tough, and videos. So I'm not against a school-based advisory group. I just wonder if we would get any more participation or if everybody would wait till the end. So I'm not sure what other people's thoughts are, but it's definitely something we can either ask about, we can see if there is interest from people to do that, and or
not.
Well, no, my thought was, how do we get people to understand when we're, it's, I think it may be more of a reaching out to get more people interested before the budget's finalized, while we're actually talking about budgets. And maybe we need to hold some specific meetings in September when we give instruction to the superintendent's office and the administration about what the budget wants to look like, and make a point of making sure that we advertise that. I don't know if that may not be better, a better solution, but then, everybody can always say, I couldn't make that. You never get a chance for everybody to make meetings. So we in Dover, and I don't know if you guys ever did in Wardsboro, we did actually have a budget committee at one time, and it was basically the same people. It didn't bring any new people in, but again, that was a long time ago, and I think we should retry things, and it is something that we are allowed to do. So, Andy, I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's a really good point. I'd like to hear, if you have nothing else to add, I'd like to just hear from our administrators and see. I know, like, we used to do coffee with the board after, morning sing on Fridays, and then that kind of, people stopped coming. Is there other times that we
tried that too, coffee conversation. We tried to offer it after our all-school meeting, and they were well attended, maybe 2 or 3 parents in the beginning, and then as time went on, it was me waiting for parents.
Right. Having a conversation with yourself.
Sure. I think maybe because a lot of parents work, I know my wife wanted to meet, go to the other board meetings after school, sing, or the coffee meetings, to discuss and understand more of the, not the politics, but more what's going on in our community here at school. If we did have a different time, and maybe if it was announced, one thing that's really great about this school, and I believe Wardsboro too, is that not only do we get an email, but we get a text that says, hey, look at your email. This is what's going on. I wish that more boards in our community, especially the Water Abatement Board, also did that.
Yeah, just be specific to us, because we have no say or control over any other board.
If maybe those meetings were advertised, or if we were getting the text for maybe later in the evening on different dates, we might have a better turnout because of different parents' work schedules and some parents being single parents, having to work. I think maybe it's just the time that doesn't work for a lot of parents, where we might have a better turnout. And if we could try that, and then we were texted and given the emails like we are most of the meetings here, that it might be more advantageous.
Matt, do you send out a text if there's going to be a school board meeting?
We don't announce the board meetings by text. It is on the calendar on the school website.
How hard would that be for us to do? Would that add an
Pretty
additional
easy.
burden to you folks, or would that be pretty?
It's pretty fast and pretty easy.
Can we send that out and then just let people know where the agenda is?
Sure.
And maybe, maybe that kind of answers a little bit of what you're saying. The other thing is, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a follow-up question. So you're thinking, as you're talking, I'm thinking during budget development, say in the fall when we're, starting to think about the programs. Is that what you're thinking in terms of time?
No, I'm thinking all board meetings.
Just all of them across the board?
Right, because again, there may be something that somebody's thinking about and may not have to do with budget. And, they may say, God, I want to go, and it just gives them a little extra reminder.
Yeah.
I think he makes a good point about not everybody, I don't think we're gonna be able to have 6 different meetings so we can have, 6 different time periods for everybody, but I think we can definitely get it out there more to the staff or more to the public, and if that's a way that, some parents get it, I'm all for reaching out to parents.
Question for Matt. That texting service system that you use, can non-parents be included on that if they wanted to?
They can be.
Okay. Just come to you or Tammy?
Yeah, we can make custom lists that we include in that or not include.
I like the idea of obviously getting the agendas out, but I think if we can if there's a certain theme that we're hitting on at that meeting.
Well, yeah.
That was just, you were getting at before, whether it be transportation or the, development of the budget. So just kind of hit that one theme home, like this is your chance to talk about this topic. I know that had happened to me in the past. I'm just go to a meeting hoping, and the agenda's there, I get it, but sometimes it's hard to know. If a parent's told, we're going to be talking about transportation today, we're going to be talking about the budget today, we're going to be talking about development of school programs, you might get people to show up for that.
Then we have to pick which
Well,
items on an agenda.
it's the agenda in addition to- it's both.
I think I think we can ask our administration to just kind of they're gonna have a feel for what people think are important in their schools. So we'll just, they can just say, hey, look, one of the things that's gonna be discussed is something,
Right.
but please check the agenda for a full list.
Yeah.
Is
That's a
that
good
too
idea.
hard? That's not putting too much pressure on you guys, is
We
it?
just need to coordinate because we don't work off of the same exact system. We just
Yeah.
need
Right.
to coordinate times so that we're all sending it out at the same time, so everyone's getting the same information at the same time.
And that kind of fits what you were saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing I would like to, just because Andy has brought it up a couple times, I think he got brought up at our annual meeting, is let's just see if we can weigh out, is there any interest in the building, in residents and parents? I don't know if it include residents. Yeah, it says residents and members. Is there any interest in meeting with the administration and/or a group to talk about what's going on in the schools, and just, we'll gauge the interest. I know sometimes we send something out and ask for volunteers for something, we get no response, but this would be a good chance just to gauge how many people would be interested and would maybe participate.
So can you say that again from the top, just so I could?
Just that, you know, the board is thinking about a school advisory committee, you know, that could meet maybe with the administrators in each building to, Andy's got a copy of it. Is that what you just gave him?
I'm giving them a copy of that article from the Articles of Agreement that it talks about school advisory committees, so just for their information.
Matt, it specifically says a building-based school advisory committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just suggest that with surveys going out, that might be a nice place to put that, if we could
Okay.
put that information in
Well,
the
you guys
survey. And
do
then
surveys, so,
we could put that
yeah,
information
I just
in that.
think, just let's gauge what interest there is, you know?
And we were wondering a little bit about that work being redundant to the board. Were there any concerns about that?
Well, let's see how it goes.
See what the interest is first.
I mean, I guess if you get no interest, then
Yeah.
it's a moot point. And then I just think it's the charge of what the committee does, the advisory group is. And I know there's some, West River has those, so we can maybe, you know, instead of reinventing the wheel, maybe we'll, if there is any interest, then we can look into what West River does and see how that fits for us. Is everybody okay with that?
What's in the articles is pretty specific. I mean, it's opening, open meeting laws, it even includes making videos, making them available online, so that would be an expense that we would incur. So I just think it just.
Well, we do, all those four things, that's what we do. We've been doing that from day one.
Right, but we're talking about separate meetings now.
No, the advisory committee would meet separately for that building, but they don't, we wouldn't meet separately with each advisory committee. The advisory committees would talk to the principal, and the principal can bring whatever that advisory group is to us.
Right, but this is what the advisory committee has to follow, based on the articles. That's all I'm saying.
No, we can adjust
We'd have to
that.
amend it.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can do whatever, because I'm sure the West River group did the same exact thing, had the same exact article, but they just put some guidelines to help guide the group more than this, or more specific. So let's just see what the West River group did, because they had the same exact article. And I know they are doing advisory groups, but they're also 5 buildings, and they're in a little different situation than us.
Different towns.
Yeah. Andy, you good?
I didn't read it that those meetings necessarily had to be televised.
No, I don't
thought they
either.
were talking about,
It has a colon at the end of that paragraph.
yeah, but if you read that sentence, it's not referring to those meetings.
Right, it's the Unified District Board will provide public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development by practices including holding meetings in different member towns, we do that, holding several budget information sessions, we do that, sharing information on the board and school website, we hope we're doing that as best we can, and making videos of board meetings available online.
It's a poorly written paragraph.
It's poorly written. If those are separate, I think it's written to be, I think the way it's written, that those are meant to be included in the paragraph above it.
No, I
don't agree. But it's poorly written, I agree with that. You know, I think it's just kind of listing a list of items that the board needs to.
So that whole last sentence could be a new paragraph.
Right.
And, you know, I don't know why it wasn't, and if, you know, the whole thing was kind of a blur. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying, is I think we're doing everything that we said, it's just there's not a committee that is meeting with the principal to advise on the building, specific building.
Yeah.
And we've never told anybody they couldn't come to us and give us advice or their thoughts or
I was only referring to if we have this committee.
Yeah.
unless we change this article, they need to follow those.
No, I disagree totally. But let's have it, I mean, it may be a moot point, there may be nobody that comes along. Hard to tell, hard telling, not knowing. The other thing Andy did for us is, Andy at the end of the last meeting, I think it was somewhat talking with also, can't think of her name, in Wards, Jackie, the town clerk, was that they were, there was some concern about the election of a person from Wardsboro for the school board, and then, could we vote both school board members at the school district annual meeting instead of in Dover at the town meeting, by ballot in Wardsboro, by floor vote at the town meeting? Because they used to, even though they used to vote from the floor, it was at the school district meeting the night before.
So basically, when we were warning the town meetings and your annual meeting, the process was real clunky and didn't work awesome. Everybody had to sign everybody else's warning. Questions about whether, if the moderator for the school district was not also the moderator for Wardsboro, how would they open a separate school meeting to then elect their director at their town meeting? And there's a lot of clunkiness to the way we elect our school district directors. In Dover, if I wasn't your clerk and you needed to run an election separate from town elections, as long as I'm your clerk, that's not going to be a problem. As long as I'm the clerk in Dover, even if you elect somebody else for your clerk, it's not going to be a problem. I'll take care of that. But there's a lot of clunkiness to the system, the way it works, and I was thinking, gosh, it would be so easy and simple if you just elected your directors all at your annual meeting from the floor. Simple, no problems. And I wanted to talk to you about that, and that's why I'm here. And I've kind of decided it should be clunky in the way it is, because I don't think that's a great idea. Wardsboro didn't come up with a director this year and from the floor.
Usual too, they had to stop the meeting and then enter into a new meeting.
Yeah.
What was the term they used? To suspend the meeting and then enter into our meeting and then go back into.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but clunky is a good word.
It's clunky. And how do you improve that? I don't know. I in Dover, I love to have people petition to be on an Australian ballot because they need to be invested, at least enough to get signatures on a page. Whereas if you just show up to a floor vote and nobody, you don't feel like standing up in front of everybody and putting yourself forward in that way. Nobody knows you're there. Nobody knows to vote for. I like doing it the way we do it in Dover. I don't know what would improve Wardsboro, and I don't personally think it should be changed, as clunky as it is. But I put that on here for you guys to talk about because you can change these things. And what I gave you on page 3 and 4 is what you need to know in order to change these things.
This is the stuff you gave us when we were discussing the original change.
I gave you this stuff already. I just cut it all down to specifically voting for your directors. If you want to change something there, you can change something, and you don't need a vote at a town meeting. You guys can change it as the board, and I wanted you to be aware of that, know how to do it, and discuss amongst yourselves what you want to do.
So historically, remember when we formed this district, the state required us to make the first election had to be by ballot. And there was 3 of us because we were electing a whole new board. And then because Wardsboro had always voted from the floor, there was some discussion. We talked about it for almost 2 years, I think. Because the first year wasn't because we didn't have to elect the first year. It was 2, 3, and 4 year positions. So we, but we felt that, Dover and Wardsboro could be separate. We would respect each other's town's uniqueness. And that's why we went back to the floor vote in Wardsboro. But according to what Andy's saying, we can change it back to a ballot vote. That may make town meeting in Wardsboro less funky, I guess, or less clunky.
So going to a ballot vote in Wardsboro at their town meeting might be problematic, and you want to talk to their town clerk about that, because they don't currently do that.
They don't vote anybody.
They vote from the floor for everything in Wardsboro. So for me, it's simple to put another race on the town meeting ballot. It's nothing to me. But in Wardsboro, it would be then they'd have to be open from 7 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and get their BCA together to hand count votes, and it would be a big production for them, whereas for me, it's no big deal.
And if they had a special, if we had a special school district meeting just for Wardsboro voters the night before, like they used to, because there's nothing other than just voting that position, there may be nobody shows up.
Sure.
If we try to go, I mean, so yeah, it's what's the?
So can we vote from the floor at our annual meeting for Wardsboro?
I believe you could do that, yeah.
I would think that would be the best approach if it's for us.
Well, so I had one question about that though, because one of the things Andy had mentioned was, we can give, if you're from Wardsboro, we have to identify who the voters are. Right. And one of the things that, remember in the first vote, when we voted the ballot for the budget, they had to be commingled, so you couldn't tell who was voting for the budget and who wasn't. So I just want to, if we were to do something like that, I would want to make sure that we can protect, because it isn't, we don't want to know who voted up and down a budget, and so we don't want to say, okay, all the Wardsboro people sit here and all the Dover people sit here, so we can vote that one article. But then when we vote on the budget, we can say, oh, everybody that went aye is over there, and everybody that went nay is there.
When people come into the room and you're checking them off the checklist, you can have slips of paper, red for Dover, blue for Wardsboro. Jackie hands out blue slips of paper to voters. I hand out red slips. When it's time to vote for your director in Wardsboro, blue slips are in the air.
And you're still identifying what town people are from.
Yeah,
But just for that one article, because that's the only time.
Why wouldn't you want to identify what town people are from?
Well, I just thought, because of when we voted the budget, remember one of the things is when we commingled the ballots on the budget vote, we didn't want to be able to say, hey, Wardsboro or Dover voted the budget down. We didn't want to pit.
So you only do pieces of paper when you elect your officer, you do voice vote for the budget.
Right. So it
or
can be very
call for a
simple
paper ballot.
that Jackie gives a piece of paper to the people from Wardsboro, and we have that article be, elect from the floor the Wardsboro school director, and just the people with the orange or whatever colored paper are the only ones that get to vote, and we keep the Dover vote as a ballot like we have, because like you said, it's not a big deal.
Right.
And
I think an easier approach is we only really need to vote if more than one person is nominated.
That's right.
So if 2 people are nominated, then we could do it by paper ballot, and when you go up to vote, they can check your name off the registry list, knowing you're a Wardsboro resident.
Right.
so, well, let me ask this before we go any further. We've got 3 people here from Wardsboro. So are you folks interested in changing the way we vote again in Wardsboro?
I think we've been having a tough time to get anybody. I mean, I don't know as if going back to a ballot to be voted on.
Back to a ballot.
But would you think at the annual school district meeting?
I don't know if you're gonna get anybody to come forward there either.
Well, I think you would. We historically we've met the night before, and there was hardly anyone from let's say parent age at this meeting at the town meeting. So we certainly would have more people who are invested in school at the annual meeting.
It seemed like historically we voted it from the floor, and historically we appointed somebody almost every single time.
Huh. You didn't?
We appointed somebody.
Well, I went to
that was the night before.
the night before meeting.
Right.
Because I went to the last couple, and I remember going,
Yeah.
you were in there, and you refused one time, and Rick refused.
Yeah, but we've had better luck.
Yeah, because you guys agreed. Thank you.
But I mean, it's definitely a concern, you know, not having someone and seeing the clunkiness in the process. You know, it's almost like it's got to be a setup. Like, you know, someone's got to show up that meeting knowing they want to be on the board. Whereas you'll have more people at the annual meeting. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think it would be better.
Saying that's why if you go around and you have to collect the signatures,
Oh, it's usually
you're
just
making a commitment to run for that seat.
Yeah, but like Andy said, then that creates a whole new, because then the town clerk has to have the
You
board.
would need your town clerk on board. If she's on board, that's cool. You can go there.
But it looks like I'm going to just start the meeting. So welcome to the March 11th meeting. This is for the representative town meeting informational meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned.
Indeed it has.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to start with a couple logistical matters. For those who are just walking in and wondering where childcare is located in room 130 down the hall on the left-hand side. Quick segue, representative town meeting will be at BAMS, the middle school this year, and childcare will be provided there as well, which is a really nice location for childcare, so I think that's going to work nicely. Back to tonight's logistics. Bathrooms are out the door to the right. There are signs helping you find your way. There's hand sanitizer available on all of the tables. Feel free to find it as you feel that you need it. And finally, we do have interpreters here this evening. They will not appear on the live broadcast. We are live tonight, but tomorrow you can check BCTV's website, BCTV, to view the recording of tonight's meeting, and that will include the interpreters. Okay, so those are my logistical announcements. And at this point in the meeting, we're going to begin with a COVID update, and then we will move into summarization of the articles. Peter, do you want to take over for COVID?
Thank you, Brandy. Good evening. If you're a human on our planet, you're aware of COVID-19 these days, and we knew that would be on everyone's mind. We've got a large public gathering here this evening, and another one planned 10 days from now. And so we wanted to take a few minutes at the beginning of the meeting before we get into dealing with the substantive matters that you've come to discuss this evening, to let you know what we know, let you know what the town is doing, what we think that individuals can be doing for themselves, and look ahead a little bit to what we can reasonably expect. There's not much that we can predict with certainty. The one great true thread that's running through this experience for all of us with COVID-19 is uncertainty and how it changes from day to day, depending on circumstances in each region where it's impacting. Fortunately, right now, Vermont is an area that is not as significantly impacted as areas around us within the northeastern United States, and certainly elsewhere in the United States and elsewhere in the world. But it's an epidemic. It was declared today a pandemic by the World Health Organization, and as such, it is literally a matter of time before everywhere is touched by this, and everyone has some degree of vulnerability to it. So the key thing is to learn about it, be aware of it, pay attention to what the health experts in your particular area, our particular area, are saying about it, and do those things that each one of us can do ourselves, make the most intelligent decisions we can for those things that we control in life. What we are doing about that as a town is we've seen this coming for a bit, as it was, once it had arrived in the United States, and there's really good emergency management networks within all levels of government that communicate pretty effectively around these things. And so word was coming out weeks ago that it was time to get ready for the potential impact in communities in the United States. So we've been doing some planning. We now have those plans in place. We've taken the what in emergency management jargon is pre-incident actions. We don't really have an active incident to manage as an emergency in Brattleboro yet, thank goodness. So we're taking the pre-incident actions that are necessary to make sure that town government is ready, and to the degree that we're interacting with our partners in the community and in the region, that those that we depend upon are also ready to step up into a more active level of emergency response if and when that may become necessary to do. That's almost certainly going to arrive for first responders, and it may arrive more broadly for us as a community, but there's just really no way to predict when or in what ways, how significantly we may be affected by that. But the main thing that you can do right now as an individual is to stay informed through the expert health advice and directives that are coming out of the Vermont Health Department and Vermont state government more generally. They've activated the EOC, so the state government has now got a centralized point of communication for all the different departments of state government around this issue to make sure that they're communicating effectively internally among state employees and state agencies. And they're in a position now where they can more efficiently push messages out from the interdisciplinary folks representing the different state agencies there at the EOC to people like us. Both those of us in this room who represent your town government and have a role to play in that intergovernmental relationship, as well as us more broadly, all of us as people in the community who may be affected by this and need to be knowing what the state and others are doing about it. The health department is updating its website at least daily, and in some cases more frequently than that. It is filled with really good information and links to the CDC and the World Health Organization and other expert sources of information. You want to go to those sites, please, to learn about what's happening and what you can do and what others are doing around these issues. Please don't rely on Facebook. Please don't rely on neighbors. We'll rely on each other for help, for information about what's going on and what's currently happening and how it's moving around and eventually probably into our area. Please rely on the State Department of Health website, and you could call 211 is the other way to access the expert information that is being put out by the state and by other officials. The Health Department website, if you want an easy link to that, if you're somebody who goes to the town's website for information, you can go there, brattleboro.org, and over in the right-hand side under News, where we always have some links to things that are relatively more timely. There's budget information at this time of year, and there's other things there about what is more current events in the community and in town government. Right now, at the very top of that news list, and it'll stay there until it is appropriate to remove it, is coronavirus information, which is your link directly to the Vermont Department of Health website. That's going to have all that information. That's going to be updated all the time to tell us what's actually going on these days. The main advice right now, while it's ever changing, the primary advice is and has been to individuals to rigorously practice good hygiene, both in the hand washing aspect of that I think probably has become completely known by all, I hope, by now. We need to be washing our hands frequently, and we need to be washing them for longer than most of us are used to. I know that there are some medical professionals in the room who are used to washing your hands more completely and for longer periods of time. Some of the advice is to sing the happy birthday song twice to yourself as you're washing your hands, and that'll keep you actually moving the soap around long enough. So you want to do that. Make sure that you're keeping your hands clean, that you don't touch your face if you can help it, that you certainly cover any cough or sneeze, preferably with a tissue, and throw that away. If you feel unwell, stay home so that you don't expose other people in the community to whatever it is that's causing you to feel unwell. It might be COVID-19, it might be something else, and we just need to be really careful about not exposing each other to illness these days. And if you can avoid being around other people who are not well, please do that. Obviously, there's a more complicated question there. We take care of each other. There may be a family member or a good friend or a neighbor or somebody that you're assisting who's not feeling well, and you're going to have to do the best you can to protect yourself as you provide help to them. But in general, in terms of our social interactions with one another, avoid being around people who are not well. That is the basic broad picture of how it's happening right now. The numbers in Vermont actually got better today, but please don't take that as a sign that we're dodging a bullet here. Again, based on the declaration that it's a pandemic and based on how the virus itself is actually mutating and moving around in ways that it's really hard for the medical professionals, public health professionals to predict. Nobody is dodging a bullet at this point. We all need to stay vigilant and aware of how it's happening. But it is a fact that today, the numbers of people in Vermont who have been officially declared to have been monitored and tested and not have COVID-19 went up, and the numbers of people who are being actively monitored went down. But that's today's news. That's not an indication that we're heading in a better direction. Very likely, because we're an area that's been spared so far, there's only one person who has been confirmed as a diagnosed case of COVID-19 in Vermont. They're in the hospital in Bennington. Because of that, there's going to be increased numbers, and we'll be having to stay aware of, where that is within Vermont, where it is in the tri-state area as well. Massachusetts has been harder hit. We're keeping an eye on where that is, and New Hampshire has had cases as well. So probably the unasked and unanswered question about all this at this moment is, what about town meeting? We're here tonight to prepare for representative town meeting. It's 10 days away. Frankly, while there are increased numbers of public gatherings of different types, social and cultural events that are being canceled or postponed, for an event of this importance to the community, we're going to do everything we can to hold it on time, but we're not going to be foolish and reckless about that. And so right now there is not a reason to postpone representative town meeting. If there becomes a reason, either because the state says we're not having any more public gatherings in Vermont, which is possible, then obviously we would follow that guidance and postpone. Or if the state doesn't require us to, but there is some obvious reason and changed, a substantive change in the local circumstances that make that the prudent thing to do, then it may become necessary to do that. But for all different kinds of reasons related to the sort of logistical and legal importance of what you do as town meeting representatives, and the one time a year that you come together to do it, and the time frame within which a postponed meeting would need to be held, which is complicated by the fact that this very well may get worse instead of better. So postponing to have it, think maybe a month from now it's going to be better, there's no reason to have an expectation that that's going to be true. We just don't know what's going to happen. So what we can assure you is we're monitoring it vigilantly. The select board will give consideration to this on Tuesday night, to COVID-19 in general, including some discussion of representative town meeting at the regularly scheduled select board meeting on Tuesday the 17th. And our intention at this time is for us all to gather at BAMS at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So we will, in just a moment, move into summarizing the articles. Some of them will be cut and dry, and some of them we will actually provide summary for. I will ask at the end of each article if there are direct questions. I would remind people that any hearty discussion or debate should be saved for representative town meeting, which is a warned meeting where people expect to be able to come to discuss these articles. And I will be gently but firmly ceasing any debate that accidentally tries to happen here this evening. I will, at the very end, have a general Q&A as well as article-specific Q&A as we move along. Are there any new reps in the room? Raise your hand. Welcome. Woo! Welcome to your vibrant town government that I'm glad we are able to have. Out of you new reps, did anybody just barely caucus in this evening? Nice. Thank you for doing that. That takes courage. Well done. Okay, so at this time we are going to move directly into our articles. Okay, Peter is going to kick us off.
So the first thing that we wanted to speak specifically about tonight is Article 4, the interim treasurer, because while the appointment of a treasurer, or ratification of an appointment of the treasurer is usually one of the more routine matters to come before town meeting, this year we are in between finance directors. John O'Connor has retired. We are currently recruiting for the new finance director. I'm happy to tell you that we have a good, strong applicant pool. We'll be conducting initial interviews next week, and we hope that by the latter part of the spring we'll have the new finance director on board. And at that time, as is the practice here, the finance director will be the treasurer also for the purposes of meeting all the statutory requirements of having the treasurer by that specific designation. But for right now, we have an interim finance director. We've contracted with an auditing firm from New Hampshire that has experience auditing Vermont municipalities. And so we are having the affairs of the finance department overseen on an interim basis, just as steady as we go through the transitional term, and then the treasurer position, interim treasurer, as appointed by the select board, is Debbie DeRosier. You all know from coming and paying your taxes at the treasurer's office on the first floor of the municipal building. She's been the assistant treasurer for very many years. She's been a town employee for 25 years. She's extremely reliable. She, as the assistant treasurer, has acted as treasurer in John's absence. So she is officially the interim treasurer for now. We're asking you to confirm that with your ratification vote at representative town meeting. And so the wording is a little different on that item as well. Instead of it being for a term of a year, it's for a term of up to 1 year. Because with the appointment of a new finance director, the select board will also appoint that person to be the town treasurer.
Are there any questions about what Peter just talked about with our interim treasurer? Okay. Move along.
So use of fund balance is the next one we wanted to talk about. That's Article 12. A reminder, and we appreciate the Finance Committee's joining us in this annual reminder that it's a best practice to use the fund balance for non-recurring expenses. Most typically, and it has become our standard practice in Brattleboro, to be used for a capital investment of one type or another, either into a project or into a piece of equipment. But in the event that it weren't actually spent on something capital, it should always be spent, fund balance that is, on something other than a recurring operating expense, because otherwise we're just making it a little easier for the tax load this year with the known additional burden that represents for the year following. So thankfully, we've made a really good standard practice of that over the recent years. This year, the particular detail of it is we had $223,000 available. We have that policy of the guideline to set aside 10% of the unassigned fund balance for events that are unforeseen. That came in really handy for Brattleboro during the Tropical Storm Irene. And so it's important to have that as a sort of emergency fund above and beyond the 10%. When there is an amount in the unassigned fund balance above and beyond the 10%, that's what we look to make an investment into some appropriate non-recurring cost. This year, that is a fire engine. There's a 1994 fire engine scheduled to be replaced. It's going to cost about $550,000. So it is in the capital plan for a $550,000 expenditure, and we're asking that you authorize under Article 12 that $223,000 of that be from the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments on Article 12? And I apologize for not having said this before. If you haven't found it already and you just haven't wanted to ask, we are looking at the warning which appears on page 9, where you can see the full wording of each motion. Peter and I are kind of using outline language, but if you're looking for the exact wording, you're going to find that on page 9, and you will find descriptions of the articles on following pages. So the next thing that we're going to discuss, or that we're going to overview, yes? You can come right up to the mic in the center and introduce yourself and your district.
Yes, Ralph Mima, District 3. I just had a quick question about Article 12 about the unassigned general fund balance transfer. I just wondered if there were any other potential uses for that money, and how the decision was made to use it for the fire engine and not for something else.
Yes, the other potential uses are many, probably. The reason that we selected what we selected is because the fire engine is so old and significantly, it is a piece of equipment that is obsolete, needs to be replaced, and we are, as we'll talk about a little later in this meeting, moving now into a period of time when we will have a much more stable means to funding equipment replacement using the 25-year equipment replacement plan. I won't go deeply into that right now because we're going to cover that under the budget piece, but because this is the last year before we're going to be fully into that process, it seemed a logical place to make this investment in that piece of equipment. It's as long as it's being spent on something that isn't a recurring operating expense, it could be just as well spent on something else that isn't recurring, but we would then strongly request and recommend that Representative Town Meeting appropriate the full $500,000 from just general operating revenues in order to be able to, $550,000 in order to be able to purchase the fire truck. So,
thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move into Article 13, which, like I said, you can find the formal verbiage on page 9. Last year, this is the Community Marketing Initiative. And this, if you remember from last year, if you were present, is the joint DBA and Chamber initiative for marketing Brattleboro. And last year, Representative Town Meeting approved $42,119 towards this initiative, which was meant to be 10% of the prior year's collections of the rooms, meals, and alcohol tax. And that motion was subject to the Select Board's approval of the plan for the marketing and for evaluating impact. This year, as you'll notice, it's in there for $43,748, which is, again, based off the same formula of 10% of the prior year's collections of room, meals, and alcohol tax. There was some projection early on, and we noticed that there was some media coverage of maybe we had approved an increase. It's more that we finally got the final numbers and made adjustments that were correct and true to the numbers that we finally received. And so that is the number that you will see, which is $43,748 for Article 13, the Community Marketing Initiative for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber. Any questions? Yes, right up to the microphone in the middle and introduce yourself and state your district.
I'm Millicent Cooley, District 3. I think to answer the question, to vote on the question, I think of it in two parts. One is, does one agree with spending that kind of money on this thing, and does one agree with the way that that money is directed in the proposal? So when I looked at this book, I saw that what was listed was the website, and so I went to the website, and because I have experience in hiring groups like that, I was frightened at what I saw on the website. So then I emailed Peter, and I got the proposal, and I had a very, very different impression. So I guess my question is, I would see it as helpful to this group to share the proposal itself, because it's so different, and in my mind, so much better quality than what is represented in the website, which is the link in this thing. So.
Thanks, Millicent. Do you want to speak to that at all, Peter, of the ability for us to link the proposal, or anything you think is good to say?
Yes, is there anybody in the room who wouldn't be able to go to the town's website and take a look at that proposal if we posted it there tomorrow? Okay, so if you would want to look at a hard copy rather than at the online version, then you can just contact the town manager's office and we'll make sure that you get one. But since the vast majority of you would be able to go take a look at the website, we'll just make sure that it gets posted. I think because I'm thinking on my feet here and not sure of exactly where we should put it that's going to be easy for you to find, we're going to make it as easy as possible, put it right beneath that coronavirus link. So it'll just be right on the town's homepage, directly under coronavirus information, and it'll be labeled something like Community Marketing Initiative Proposal. Maybe perhaps exactly that. But that you'll be able to find it there, take a look at it if you want to be prepared in that way for that item at town meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yes, in the gray, you come forward and introduce yourself, state your district.
Louise Zach, District 3. Was it true that last year when we voted on the $42,000, it was assumed that this would be an amount, the 10% of the rooms and meals tax, on a recurring basis? I recall that it was kind of a one-time pilot thing, and maybe I misremembered that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was proposed as something new. I think probably whether one anticipated it to be recurring or a one-off may have very well just depended on one's perspective. I don't personally recall explicit discussion of that. There was explicit discussion of what can we expect from this, what will be the measurement of success, and there was an amendment that passed on the floor that attached some conditions. So Representative Town Meeting approved the funding subject to the Select Board approving the process by which it was going to be implemented and how success was going to be measured by those who are responsible for the project. And then this year, the request was made to continue the practice of a 10%, using 10% of the prior year's proceeds from the rooms and meals tax for this purpose. So the condition was met. Representative Town Meeting's condition was met. The Select Board viewed an initial proposal and then a second proposal, did give its blessing to the project moving forward. And now the matter will be freshly before you, not as a question of whether this is automatically going to happen every year, but whether it would happen this year as a second instance of using 10% of the prior year's proceeds for this purpose.
So in that proposal that's going to be on the town website, will that include the evaluation of the effectiveness and the success of the campaign?
There is information in there. Honestly, I don't have it committed to memory. Kate's.
There is somebody here who could answer that question if you'd like to yield the floor.
Sure.
Kate? Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from District 2, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. We do actually, the campaign was kicked off on January 15th, and we just received on Friday from the local marketing firm that put the proposal together. We have the latest statistics on the digital presence and the print and marketing, and I'm very happy to either can do both. We can put that on the chamber website, and I'm happy to give it to the town to put on their website, and I think that will answer hopefully a lot of the questions that people have.
That's great, Kate. Thank you.
So thank you, Kate, for that. And so just so everybody's clear then about what we'll do, that link from the homepage on the town's website will take you to a page. And on that page, there'll be separate links to the two documents. There'll be a link to the proposal and a link to the document that Kate's going to supply.
Great, thank you. Spoon, and then Alex, and then Wendy.
Spoon, Agave, District 3. I'm a little confused at the moment because I thought we were talking about the request from the chamber and who else is it? And that's, we didn't have anything like that last year. Last year we dealt with CEVEDs.
No. Yep. This was approved on the floor last year.
Both this and
We did both last year? Oh,
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Alex Fisher, District 2. I was curious, between the DBA, the Chamber, and the town, a lot of the promotion is targeting communities that exist here, but also bringing more specifically queer and trans folks and folks of color to this town through the marketing campaign. And I'm wondering what the town is doing to make sure that it is a safe and welcoming place when folks get here, as it is not already for the folks that are being targeted as tourists, and it's not that for folks that already live here. So I'm curious what is being done to make sure that law enforcement isn't pulling over more folks of color, that there's bathrooms and like service providers that are treating queer and trans folks appropriately. I'm curious sort of what's being done besides just getting people here, but to actually make it a good experience.
Thank you for that question. Don't go away. Because I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know how complete of an answer it's going to be. I'm going to kick it over to Peter because I think there are some answers, and I think that is a really valid question that needs to stay on the front of everybody's minds.
So the part of your question that relates to broader community readiness and welcomingness is something I'm not really well prepared to speak to, because there's certainly other organizations and lots of individual businesses and all of us individually as people who need to be part of making sure that Brattleboro is welcoming for everyone who lives here and moves here and visits here. But I can tell you that town government has taken this matter very seriously for the last 3 years. You and I have had a fair amount of communication directly around it. We've got a long way to go. I think anybody who's paying attention to becoming a more equitable environment, to creating a more equitable environment for all people present and all people who are coming, knows that the work doesn't ever get finished. We've made, as town government, some particular progress this year in moving from our sort of engagement with folks in the community who have been working around these issues to some beginnings of more concentrated work ourselves. It is just the beginnings, but you will recall, and actually many of the members will recall, because thankfully you voted 2 years ago to support the creation of a position of Human Resources Director, in part to address these issues, and in larger part to make sure that we just have appropriate human resource practices across all the different operations of town government. So now we do have Sally on board. She's been here for 6 months. She's doing a great job, actually more like 9 months, doing a great job. And recently we had training around equity and inclusion. That's baseline training just to open up our eyes and get ourselves ready to do work together that included the select board and every town employee. And in the months ahead, we'll be working towards actually starting to put actions in place around those issues.
Thank you. And I think maybe more my question is specifically towards the DBA and the Chamber. I'm very aware of what the town's doing, but because it's a marketing campaign for businesses and for downtown, what is the Downtown Alliance doing to answer that? So I don't know, Kate, if you want to jump on that, or anyone else?
Kate, you can if you want to come up.
It's actually a really good question, and it's something that we put a steering committee together when we were doing the RFP for the proposal for this, and we actually have a small steering committee that stayed on that is helping us as we roll out the campaign and sort of help us oversee it. And it's something that we talk about at all of our meetings, is that we're doing a marketing campaign and asking people to come here, and are we going to be welcoming to the people that come here? So we talk about exactly what Alex says. And a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that the businesses in town know about the campaign. And so if people arrive and they say, oh, we're here because of Love Brattleboro, and they're going to go, what are you talking about? So, and this is going to sound really, really small and not what really, Alex, I think you're looking for, but we have, and again, I don't want to sound diminishing what you're saying, but we have window clings as something as easy as that we're trying to get the businesses to put up to say, I understand this campaign is going on, and I am welcoming you, visitor, who is coming for this. So we're trying to just at a very basic level do that. but also bring a general awareness to ourselves that we are asking people to come here, and we need to make sure when they get here they have a good experience. And we are doing that with, the discussions are, should we be targeting individuals? Should we even be doing this for our town? Because we do want people to come here. So from the littlest thing, by having a rainbow window cling and a business, and all the way up to the really sort of the higher level discussions on making sure that we are a welcoming community. I don't know if that's, it's a bigger issue, but that's what we're really trying to do.
Thank you. I'll have Abby come up, and I will say that what I can feel, I'm sorry, Wendy, and then Abby. What I can feel in my gut is that this is a very large topic, and I'm going to expect robust discussion to take place on this at representative town meeting, and I'm going to try and give respectful restraint to it not being a huge topic for tonight, only because it doesn't allow for the conversation for the warned meeting. And so with that, Wendy, I'll have you come right up.
Hi, I'm Wendy Levy, and I'm from District 1. This is more of a procedural question about the article. So as Louise mentioned when she came up, last year from the floor at representative town meeting, we amended the article to provide select board oversight, right? I don't see that reflected in Article 13. So if we want to continue that, does that mean we have to amend that from the floor?
Good question.
Thank you.
Peter's going to take it.
Actually, our expectation is that the motion, so let me say just as a quick example of how the motion can be more than just what is listed as the essence of the matter on the article. The budget is a really good example of that. So the budget article asks, how much shall we raise and appropriate and expend for the operations of the town? And then there's a motion that is, a couple of paragraphs long that goes into a lot of detail about how much taxes to raise and different kinds of revenue and when the taxes are due, and all of that fits into that motion that you ultimately then consider and adopt in one form or another. So our expectation is, based on the action of the body last year, that you'll want to adopt this year, if you do choose to approve this again, the same form of approval that you gave it last year. And so the motion will include the conditions that it be, again, subject to the select board approval.
So we won't have to amend that from the floor?
No, you won't.
Okay, thank you.
Abby?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I don't want to continue the conversation, but I'll just say that I don't feel like, Kate, you answered Fisher's question, so if we can just get back to that at some point. It's not a matter of marketing Brattleboro so that it feels welcoming to visitors who are coming here, but it's how is that marketing campaign also making people who live here feel welcome, of all persuasions. And it reminds me of the initiative where there is talk of paying people $10,000 to move to Brattleboro, and how is that money, how could we use that money to make people who are here actually stay, as opposed to getting other people to move. And it feels like there's a parallel there. So it's not just like making visitors feel welcome, but making people who live here feel safe and welcome. And those are very different things. So if we could get back to that at the representative town meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
I think that that would be a very wise idea to have, to kind of take stock of this conversation tonight for representative town meeting and know that those questions are going to come up probably in threefold for people who are not even able to be here. Chris, I'll take a question, and then I'm going to probably move us along to our next article.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation from page 12, which indicates that the steering committee is made up of a number of folks, including Mr. Curtis Reed Jr., who's executive director of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity, and who has a long, broad reputation as a champion of human rights. And I would hope that that would really carry some water on the question.
Thank you, Chris. We'll take that into consideration when formulating discussions for representative town meeting. That's a valid point, and there's definitely other voices that will want to be heard equally as loudly as Curtis's, which is a very respected voice. At this time, I am going to move us on, and we are next going to discuss, I'm up again, Article 14, which is specific to the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. It's the last article that you'll see laid out on page 9, and it is discussing the usual amount of $80,000, which for those who already know, it's the usual amount, and for those who don't know, that is monies that are collected from only downtown property owners. I believe many people know it as the DID, the Downtown Improvement District, and so this is not money that comes out of town-wide taxes, but rather is something that downtown Brattleboro property owners participate in, and this is a annual allocation. Are there questions? Peter, did you have anything to add? No. Are there questions? Yes. Now you know the drill, so I'm not going to tell you.
Louise Zach, District 3. I couldn't find the revenue portion of that $84,000. I would have thought that would have been a pass-through. The $80,000 that they collected, and then we passed that $80,000 out. I may have just not looked at the budget carefully enough, but is it in there?
It is. Let me see if I can point you quickly to it.
Tim just said, as a side remark, that it's in an odd place. So I doubt that it's that you didn't read it thoroughly. It's just one of those things.
On page 114 of the town report, it's the first page of the detailed line item budget, and it's the revenues section. The second cluster of figures there is taxes, and the second line of that is downtown district, and that's the source of the 80,000.
It's helpful, I think, for people for that to be explained again to people, that that is not money that comes out of taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. That is not sickness. I've been working with hay all day, and I'm really feeling that. Any other questions on the DBA $80,000 annual assessment on the Downtown Improvement District? Okay. So we will move on now to Article 15, which is me again. Just feel like all of mine are in a row. I'm just throwing that out there. And that is human services monies. And so we have now moved on, of course, to page 10, and it is the large descriptive paragraph right at the top, which is a very distilled reflection of all the very hard work that the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee puts in every year to reviewing I don't know how many applications and trying to be as fair and as plentiful as possible with supporting our local human services organizations. So as you can see, there is a slight increase. The Select Board supported the Human Services Review Committee's recommendations, and that slight increase is 1.03% of the proposed FY21 general fund budget, which is a total of $190,105. You can see it all broken out to who's kind of getting what, and is there in this? Good. Hold on. My fingers are too dry. Oh, good. If you look to page 16, there is a graph that can show you kind of year over year. So you can get an understanding of increases, who's generally gotten funds, who hasn't gotten funds, who isn't currently getting funds, and it gives you a little bit of a window snapshot into this item. Peter, did you want to add anything to that? Give people,
Maybe just regarding the 1%. So many of you will remember that there's been some discussion the last couple of years by Representative Town Meeting about whether there ought to be sort of a standard target figure for funding for human services. There's been no decision made by Representative Town Meeting to actually say that it should be 1% or some other amount of the town's budget. But based on the fact that we were already right around 1%, and there had been quite a lot of discussion about that being at least an appropriate starting place for such an annual target, we thought it was important to report that, the results of the committee's work. So somebody from the committee would have to speak to the question of whether or not they viewed it as a goal to bring a recommendation to have it be 1% of the town's budget. But what we did in preparing the presentation for tonight was we wanted to make sure that you were aware that in fact it slightly exceeds that at 1.03%.
And I think for anybody who's new, and I see your, it's important for anybody who's new or just doesn't know to realize that the select board does not sit here and go line by line and say, I don't think this organization deserves money. The Human Services Committee, Review Committee is a member or is a part of the representative town meeting. It then, after doing so much work of sifting and deciding and using very good algorithms, brings the recommendation to the select board, and we pass it on to you generally in bulk to be hashed out on the floor or approved as presented, since the hard work was already put in. Liz, let me pass you this. It's already on.
Thank you, Brandy. I just wanted to point out to the Assembly that on page 50 of our booklet, there's several pages that the human service agencies have submitted about each group that would be receiving a grant. And also the Finance Committee's report discusses the process that the Human Service Agency went through in great detail, and it's a very, very good analysis of their process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Liz. I'm going to try not to knock over this water here. Okay, are there questions on Article 15, the Human Resources Committee recommendations? Kurt?
Kurt Dimes, District 2. I would like to ask someone on the committee how far back their perspective was directed to get an idea about our historical contributions to human services. I understand in 1932 the budget was $75,000 or $750,000, and our expenses for the poorhouse, the farm, and another allotment for the poor totaled almost 7.5% of the town budget.
Thank you for that question. I'll see if there's anybody. I just need to clarify. I believe I said the word resources when I meant to say the word services. That's my bad. I see somebody walking forward, looking like he has all the answers in the world. Please introduce yourself.
Absolutely not, as far as all the answers. John Kennedy, District 1, also a member of the Human Services Subcommittee. What we did is we reviewed 33 applications. We had an initial meeting with all of the organizations to go over the application before they had the time to submit. So they had about 6 weeks before the deadline. We developed a matrix that scored everybody on how well they answered the questions in the application. We went down through then, and that gave us a broad view of kind of the 5 members' view of how well those questions answered. We ended up looking at a perfect score of 15 and then grouped the 6, 7, and 8 scores, the 9, 10, and 11 scores, 13, 14, 15, and worked down from there to come out with numbers. We basically used 1% of the previous year's budget as a guideline. We had no number to work with other than that. And as the numbers showed, we came in within a few percentage and said, well, let's run it up the flag and see who salutes it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming up and offering the explanation of the methodology. Millicent, you know the drill now.
Yeah, Millicent Cooley, District 3. I guess I didn't really hear the answer to Kurt's question, and I'm combining that with what Peter said about the fact that town meeting hasn't discussed it. So is there going to be some information? Is it possible to, at some other time, to look back at that, and is that significant? You know,
I mean, yes, I don't know that we'll look back as far as Kurt's description of 1934, but I think we can see over a 5-year trend or something that's a little more feasible.
There's 6 years worth of data in that chart on page 16. And just to clarify, the comment that I made was that Representative Town Meeting has discussed this question, but has not taken action on the question of an actual target, a fixed percentage of the budget that ought to be devoted to this purpose. And it's actually increased during this 6-year period that the history is shown in the book. It has increased from less than 1% up to slightly over 1%.
George? I just see a hand go up way in the back.
George Carville, District 1. There was a lot of discussion last year about the appropriate percentage, and I remember we tried to come up with some things, and some of us got overruled. Could someone, perhaps this is a question for the moderator, is there a mechanism that we could use so that this body could inform the Select Board what percentage we would like them to use? Is there a way we can do that?
Mr. Moderator, you've been interrogated if you
Committee of the
choose to be.
Whole something?
We could do a committee of the whole, it's permitted. It tends to, with a body, a group this large, become somewhat unwieldy. However, it's
a committee of the whole, George, would be permitted. It is something that is authorized by the charter and by Robert's rules, so it's possible. We don't typically, I have no personal recollection of actually doing a committee of the whole with town meeting since I've been a member. And the reason is it can be somewhat cumbersome and difficult to pull off in a way that is meaningful. But we can do it, it's permitted. The other thing we could do is actually debate this issue as a separate motion under other business as a advisory directive to the Select Board based upon what the general sentiments of this body might be. And as you all know, other business is not binding. However, we could have a good, healthy debate, at which point that would be potentially instructive and helpful to accomplish what I think you're looking to accomplish. So that would be my recommendation, is probably the best way to handle it.
Thank you. Did I see a hand go up way in the back over here? Or maybe somebody was just stretching. I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anybody because I actually can't see super well over all the heads. Okay. Abby, do I see?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I noticed that there are 5 organizations that applied for funding this year that got $0, and I don't see that in previous years where the requests are listed, which is only the last 2 years. And I'm just curious if this is the first year that's ever happened, if that has happened before and we just haven't seen it. It seems like kind of a high number of organizations to receive $0.
Peter's saying he can speak to that.
It has definitely happened before. If you want more detail about how it's happened and who was affected, somebody else will have to speak to that. But what I think what you're seeing in the chart is a record of who has received funding, and because that has changed somewhat from year to year, there are some places where there's blank lines when an agency wasn't receiving money, and then other years when they do receive money. Some of them have received it every year. The information about who asked and didn't receive money is something that would require digging back into the records of the committee.
It just seems notable that 4 of those organizations had never asked before, so I would just hope that some amount of feedback were given to them so that were they to reapply, hopefully that wouldn't happen. Because at least one of them asked for a big chunk of money and got 0. So,
Fair question, and maybe I think good to bring back up on, I keep wanting to say Saturday, but 2 Saturdays from now. Good, okay. Other questions on human services before we move on to Article 16? Just not my turn. Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
Okay. I'll ask in advance for your indulgence. This is the budget article, so I'll try to move through it quickly, but I also want to make sure that I cover the significant aspects of it. The bottom line of the proposed budget that is recommended by the Select Board to Representative Town Meeting is an increase of 2.1%. And the property taxes necessary to fund that proposed budget would increase over this year's property taxes by 2.9%. That would be a 3.77 cent increase in the property tax rate. And so town property taxes per $100,000 of value would increase by $37.70 for the year, or $9.43 per quarter.
Can we direct people to which page they should be on?
Sure.
Sorry, I should have set that up.
Yes, I can do that. One of the things that is
Yes.
difficult about responding directly to that reasonable request is there's a 20-page line item budget that I don't think is the place you want to be looking at while I'm speaking. I don't think that's going to be helpful to you, although we're happy to look at any line item and answer any question that you might have about that level of detail. It might be helpful to look at pages 112 and 113, which is 2 pages at a glance that provide a more detailed summary than the couple of tables that I've included in the budget message. But I would suggest, I guess I'm going to quote the Finance Committee here because it's a little awkward for me to recommend my own document to you, but we work hard to make sure that the budget message that comes along with this document, with these numbers, explains where the priorities are and what the decision context was for the expenditure of $18.5 million that we're proposing. And so I think it is, as the Finance Committee thankfully pointed out to the membership, useful to read that. It's only about 7 or 8 pages worth of explanation, but it'll go a little deeper than what I'm going to cover here in this brief presentation tonight, and hopefully it'll be helpful to the members in formulating your own opinion about whether the proposed budget is reasonable or whether there's things you'd like to change about it. But for tonight, as I go through the highlights, it might be useful to you to kind of keep an eye on pages 112 and 113 as the sort of middle ground between very, very big picture summary and the line item detail. I'll move on from the summarizing as I did the overall increase, so that I talk now about the particular causes of that increase. What are the major items that are driving a 2.1% overall increase? And this year, the really overriding theme of the budget that's proposed is the major investment that we have made in town employees and the continuing cost of that in the upcoming budget. So this past year was a year when, 2019, all 4 of the collective bargaining agreements expired with the unionized employees. Most of the town employees belong to one of those 4 unions. There's about 25 or 30 employees that are non-union employees. That's mostly the management team and part-time employees and just a couple of other positions. So we have new agreements, new 3-year agreements with each of the different unions, and there are included within those agreements some continued work that we began 3 years ago in the cycle, the 2016 cycle of collective bargaining agreements, to make sure that we were paying attention not just to cost of living, but to the actual structure of our pay system, and making sure that in areas where it was not equitable across the full town organization, that we have made adjustments in how we pay people in addition to how much we pay people. And so that had some impact over the last couple of budgets from that 2016 set of agreements. It has a more substantial impact this particular year, where the overall recommended increase in employee salaries from FY20 to FY21 is an increase of 5.9%. Part of that is because we created a new position, so it is a larger than normal increase because we don't very often create a new position. But this year, at the direction of, well, not quite the direction of Representative Town Meeting, at the recommendation of Representative Town Meeting to the Select Board, and then the Select Board's very thorough consideration of it during the summer months, in August, we created the position of Sustainability Coordinator. And so that salary and the benefits for that position and the other costs related to that position are all reflected in the proposed FY21 budget. There was the $100,000 flat amount of money that was a sustainability-related language, but not in the salaries part of the budget because it wasn't a position. So it was the standard $10,000 for sustainability that had been in for many years at that level. Representative Town Meeting last year directed that be increased to $100,000 with the intent of creating a position and hiring a sustainability coordinator. So that got approved by the Select Board. We have done that, and now that money, instead of appearing over in the non-personnel expenses, is in the staffing costs of the town. That's one part of the 5.9% increase, and then the remainder is we would have, even without that factor, have had a larger than a sort of a normal average year in terms of compensation increases for town employees because of the structural work that we're doing in the implementation of the new round of collective bargaining agreements, and then the additional impact of looking at the non-union employees. We had not done that for the non-union employees at all, at least during the 5 years that I've been with the town. And we had done some really intentional work around the collective bargaining agreements. And so it became apparent last spring as we were going through finalizing this new wave of the collective bargaining agreements, we really needed, out of fairness and running a good operation, to see what the situation was for the non-union employees and take action there also to ensure equity across all town positions. We believe we've done that. And no system is perfect, but we think that we've calibrated the town's pay system now to really fully defensible to a sort of magnifying glass kind of review. I'd be happy to sit down with anybody who has any continuing concerns around what you see in town compensation, because we've gone from some parts of the system that were really just being carried forward from some very old decisions year after year, and others that were sort of very isolated issues that were addressed to solve a very isolated problem, to taking a much more comprehensive approach and making sure that we can look each employee in the eye and say we believe we're paying everyone fairly. So the impact of that is that there are some positions that have received more than just a cost of living increase. We've got full documentation of what that looks like in the collective bargaining agreements and in the materials that the Select Board approved for the non-union employee changes. But the impact to this budget, just to carry on and implement those changes, will be a 5.9% increase in salaries. There's also a 3.4% increase in employee benefits. That's actually smaller than a typical increase for those costs, primarily because health insurance is such a large expense. And so this year we do have in just the health insurance premiums, there is an increase of approximately 10%. And what we did was we worked hard in other areas of the health insurance program and related benefits to make sure that we didn't have more money there than we needed. There's an element of this that we talked about very extensively a few years back. I won't go into it tonight except to mention it. The health reimbursement arrangement portion, the HRA, which is a self-insured layer of the health insurance program. That's not a fixed number. That's a number where we need to make a judgment call about what's a prudent amount of money to set aside, because there's some risk that the town is taking. We're going to be paying claims that are unknowable, that are going to occur between 6 months from now and 18 months from now. But we've got several years of the HRA experience of administrating the HRA now, so we've got a really pretty good handle on what sort of an average year with a factor to give us some protection for when there's a heavy claims year looks like. And we found that we, over the last few years, had been budgeting more for the HRA than we really need to have there. And so this is a year when the HRA line item is coming down. There's a few other adjustments like that within the area of the broader definition of employee benefits, so that the overall impact, even though the one single highest expense there is the health insurance premium, and that's going up quite a lot, the overall increase is $112,000 or 3.4% of the cost of employee benefits. Department expenses are also up by greater than a normal amount, but for three really clear reasons. So that increase is 6.1% over the prior year, or $117,015. But the main reason why is additional costs that are related to our obligation to comply with state stormwater mandates. So there's acts of the legislature that were adopted in order for Vermont as a whole to comply with federal regulations that we're not currently in compliance with. EPA water quality standards that are particularly a problem up in the Lake Champlain part of the state, but there also are some issues related to the Connecticut River that are part of that set of issues between Vermont and EPA. And so the state legislature's action imposed uniformly across all the municipalities of the state obligations that are substantially increasing our costs for stormwater management. In the upcoming year, in the budget that you'll be considering 10 days from now, the funding above and beyond last year is $60,000 of additional funding. It's gone from about $25,000 to about $85,000 in this 1 year. And we know this is basically planning money. There is some implementation work going on here, but it's sort of early and low-hanging fruit kind of implementation. There's planning going on that's going to lead to far more significant expenses in the future. And it's all going to be an obligation that we as a community will have to step up to in order to meet the state requirements under the new act. So related to that, not before you for the consideration of this article or any aspect of the representative town meeting this year, but something that staff will be working on and developing together with the select board in the months ahead. We plan to create a stormwater utility, and the reason for that is it'll function as an enterprise fund like the water and sewer utility and like the parking fund. That has advantages and disadvantages when you look at it just as, is that a good idea or not? It isolates those expenses in a way that will be very easy to see. But you wouldn't necessarily do it except for the reason I'm about to offer, which is the state of Vermont will need to pay its fair share into the stormwater utility as a payer of fees for one who owns and operates and maintains large impervious area in Brattleboro. And the state of Vermont doesn't pay taxes. So since these costs are going to go up very significantly and we can't prevent that. We can manage it and be wise about it, but it's going to increase. We want to make sure that that doesn't just automatically bring an additional tax burden for Brattleboro taxpayers with it. Instead, we'll create a more sophisticated fee structure. There are examples already in Vermont, up in the Lake Champlain area primarily, where communities are already creating these. So we'll work to create a structure where an owner that has a lot of impervious area pays a high fee, and an owner that has a little bit of impervious area pays a little fee. Typically, residences get standardized, they get homogenized because residences don't typically have a lot of impervious area, and so in the creation of these models for these fee structures, usually there's a relatively small annual fee that's paid by residential owners, and then there's a more complicated formula that determines what commercial owners pay. The state of Vermont will be paying a very substantial fee because we're an interstate highway town. So I-91 running through Brattleboro will significantly impact the state's share of expenses into this stormwater utility. So beyond the $60,000, there's two other reasons why the non-personnel department operating expenses are increasing by more than usual. One is the creation of a new funding line item this year for Project CARE. That's a social community outreach, social service partnership that the police department operates together with Turning Point and Groundworks and others in the community. And it has been unfunded up until now. It's been done with volunteer labor and time that the town commits to it out of our already funded personnel. We will be continuing to make in-kind contribution to the police department's role in this. The $16,000 will provide some funding to pay for the volunteers who participate, or who have been volunteers and will now be paid participants in the program who actually provide coaching services to the folks who are the recovery coaches who assist folks who are entering into recovery services, and for transportation services to make sure that people who are in a medical treatment to help them get off of an addiction to a illegal drug get the transportation that they need to stay on that program and get healthier. So the Select Board is recommending $16,000 of funding for those purposes for Project CARE. And there's an $8,000 increase in the elections line item simply because of the increased cost of both the representative town meeting related costs and the operating of the elections themselves, the actual balloting processes. So those three things together make up well over half, something more like 70 or 80% of the overall increase in that area. The one final increase that I want to mention that is greater than normal also relates to something that the committee has recommended be addressed, and we town staff agree, and will be bringing forward to the Select Board next year for consideration a way to address this in what we think is going to be just a more proper and way to go forward is the transfer to solid waste. So it's not a new issue for you to hear from us that the transfer to solid waste is going up, and that the reason it's going up primarily is because we do better and better and better at diverting garbage out of the garbage waste stream and into the recycling and compost waste stream. That's a great success, but it means that we're selling fewer yellow and purple bags, and the bag revenue is what is the primary source of non-tax revenue for the solid waste program. Basically, when the law got passed that said you had to have variable rate pricing that would discourage people from throwing away garbage and encourage the recycling and reuse, the calibration of that was appropriate to the amount of garbage that was being thrown away at that time. But because the program has been successful, there's less revenue for the program, and each year we've had to have pretty substantial increases in the amount of taxes that subsidize the operation. So the recommendation from the Finance Committee, which we think is a good one, is to just incorporate solid waste into the general fund. It used to be there. It got broken out to be an isolated set of revenues and expenses as part of the compliance with the state's law regarding variable rate pricing. That's really not serving any useful purpose to anyone in our community or outside it at this point. We know we're in compliance with the state law, and we are an example that others are trying to follow in terms of the compost element and other ways in which we've been really successful with this as a community. So from a funding point of view, what we ought to do is show it as what it is, which is an expense of the general fund, where there is some revenue to the general fund that comes in as a result of the bag sales, but it's carried heavily by the property taxes or general revenues.
Hi, I'm Andy Davis from District 3. I was trying to find in the revenue side what the income from bags is. And I'm just curious, that number.
Yep.
And I'm also curious, I know trash is complicated. We've spent a lot of time on it over the years. But the component of taking trash, that section of the waste is being driven to Coventry, virtually driven to Canada.
Yes.
And I'm curious, is it possible to compare what people are paying for those bags with the actual cost of that component of disposal?
So we will look into this and provide some supplemental information. I don't have right at hand certainly that very precise piece of this. It is a little more complicated than just driving to Coventry. There's actually multiple places where Triple T can and does take the garbage, and they make that decision. That's not a decision that's controlled by the town. But we do know what component of the overall contractual relationship we have with them is for the transportation of the garbage, or at least for the combined cost of transportation and disposal of the garbage. So we'll provide a breakout of that. I don't have that with me tonight. And the revenue side on front of the bags as well. That's actually in its current form a budget that the Select Board will be looking at in April and May. It's a very small little budget. It's got 4 or 5 items of revenue and 4 or 5 items of expense. But we'll grab what we have on that, the most recent data that's responsive to your request, and we'll make sure that everybody has that for a week from Saturday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Millicent Cooley, District 3. This is a question I asked in the caucus room, but I wanted to ask it here while Peter's here. 138, page 138, there's a pie chart. Page title, Select Board's recommended fiscal year 21 general fund budget expenditures by type. There's at about 9 o'clock, and this is a piece of pie that is for debt and debt service, and it's 7% of the budget for $1.2 million plus. And I'm inexperienced completely with debt, well, how towns handle debt, what's normal, how, and what's the plan for this? What's the vision for, because, we're going to be debating other articles about like $43,000 for marketing. This is like 3 fire trucks.
Yep. Thank you for the question. This is an area we've done a lot of work on, and it's an area that is decreasing substantially. I haven't quite finished with the presentation. I was about to highlight some things that I've gone over all the things that are increasing by more than a normal amount, and I'm happy to share with you some good news about areas where work that we've been doing over a period of years is paying off, particularly in the area of workers' compensation and debt management. So if I may, I'll address that as we get through it. It's actually, your question is very well taken. You want to be careful not to take on too much debt, and there's very specific ways in which we have reduced the town's use of debt that is beginning to pay dividends for us. I'll get to that in a second. Moving on from, we have another question. Robin?
Sorry, I just had one question about the trash bags. Did I understand you to say that the price of the bags is probably going to increase to accommodate that people aren't buying as many?
No, I'm sorry if I left people with that impression. The bags prices are not intended to be changed. The subsidy from the general fund has grown larger and larger in large part because of what we have discussed about how well we've diverted so much material, and also because of the volatility in the world's recycling markets. So the compost is an unmitigated success. It's wonderful. The recycling is a more double-edged sword. We are recycling a lot of material that's not going into the landfills, but it's become substantially more expensive to do that.
Okay,
and so there's an increased cost to this operation for that
The
purpose.
fund burden is increasing, but the bags will stay
The
the same.
bag price for individuals who go out and buy a bag is going to stay the same.
Okay.
Yep. So moving on from the, I'm sorry, again.
Peter Falley in District 3. I wonder if part of the presentation, Peter, on Saturday could get at the figure of what we're saving in transport costs of that trash, which is now being recycled. But heretofore, we had a large expense in carrying those things that we're now recycling. Is that figure available?
We'll try to give you something responsive to that. It's honestly likely to be an estimate at best, and we might beg off on it and tell you that we did in order to not just be throwing something on the wall.
Sure.
I'm not sure how precise we're going to be able to be, and I can tell you it will not relate to the diversion of the recycled goods because of how expensive that has been and how volatile that is out in the markets where the recyclers sell the goods. So that cost has increased. The tipping fee cost for recycling has gone very high. Mm-hmm. Where we do have a great success, and we can quantify it for you, is in the increased volume of compost that stays right here locally. That gets processed at Ferry Road, and it's there's a cost savings and a sustainability aspect to that that's terrific.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the revenue stream. I mean,
that certainly is material that 7 or 8 years ago was part of the garbage.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Is there any other question about what we've covered so far, or are we ready to move on to other aspects of the budget? Okay, great. So I want to move now into one thing that is not going down, but the very fact that it's staying level is really good news and an important reflection of work that we've done concentrating on something we knew was a problem in operation of town government. And that's our risk management funding at $845,000. It was that last year, and it will be that again, or it is in the current year's budget, and it will be again for FY21. And the reason why, a major component there, that this does have also the property and liability coverage in it, but the most significant cost in this group of expenses is the cost for the workers' compensation insurance. And we recognized when we did the comprehensive review of town operations several years ago that, when we were identifying areas that really needed attention in town government because they were either operationally deficient in some manner, or an opportunity that we needed to seize, or in some cases like this one, a cost that was out of control. We identified things that just needed that more intentional effort to improve. In workers' comp, what that led to was a better procedure for how we handle claims and help employees get back to work sooner. Won't go take the deep dive that we've done with you sometimes in the past around workers' comp. I'll be happy to do that if somebody has a question about it. But for tonight, let me summarize by saying that it's good for the employee and it's good for the organization, and it saves society money in addition to saving the town's taxpayers money when folks are getting back to work after an injury quicker. And we've created ways in which we help ensure that that happens by working together with the employees and with the medical treatment, the folks giving the medical treatment to them. In addition to that, there's been some really concentrated work on safety and just better practices among town employees to have fewer claims in the first instance. We've had some ups and downs with that. Some of that is controllable and some of that is circumstantial. But the combination of the intentional work to maintain a safer workplace and the significant improvement we've made in claims management has taken a cost that was going up by double digits, out of control, and together with a softer market. This is a year when workers' comp isn't increasing as rapidly as it has been in some years past. But a very significant part of the level funding this year is because our rating, comparing the town's experience to other employers who provide similar services, is now better than average. So where we were running, they call it an experience modification, we were running at some years at 1.25 and higher, where 1.0 is average. This year we were at 0.96, and the first time we've been below 1.0 for a while. So the town staff has done a tremendous job to actually pay attention to this need and get this cost under control, and it's reflected in this year being a level-funded risk management budget. The capital transfer is slightly reduced. I want to tell you that that's not so much strategic as it is circumstantial. We have created a practice. We together have, you voted to support recommendations to increase the amount of cash from the annual revenues that we're putting into capital investment over these last several years. We got that up to $1 million last year. We're proposing again this year that it be funded at $1 million of real-time revenues. So the difference between last year and this year is that the FY18 budget ended with a slightly larger surplus than the operating surplus than the FY19 budget did. So we had almost $300,000 available of excess fund balance to put into capital last year, and we had $233,000 of it this year, but or $223,000, the number that we talked about earlier. So there's a slight decrease there, but it's because of the money that was available to invest in the capital needs of the town. Our intent in future years is, as we can, as opportunities arise, when we don't have other expenses that are increasing in particular years, to seize again the opportunity to push that $1 million a year into something a little higher. We think that $1.3 million, maybe $1.5 million would be a more prudent level of expenditure to keep up with the aging infrastructure that we have in the community to make sure that we're addressing the capital needs fully. But it's an achievement that we've come up from about $300,000 5 years ago to $1 million now, and holding and using the good practice of using this fund fund balance as an additional contribution to capital when we have that opportunity to do that. So this year, the main point here is that's how the funding of capital works, and the emphasis of capital this year is to fund for the first time the implementation of that 25-year capital equipment replacement plan. So we're going to be levelizing by funding the budget in the manner, the transfer to capital in the manner that it's recommended. We're going to now be levelizing the annual commitment to capital equipment replacement. It'll go up a little bit, over time. There'll be years when it stays flat. There'll be years when it goes up by, $5,000 or $10,000 or $12,000. But it'll never again go up by, $400,000 and then down by, $200,000 and then back up by $500,000, which is something that we've been coping with in the past. And that goes squarely to the management of debt, because when there's those kinds of cycles happening and you've got vehicles that are failing and just absolutely have to be replaced, especially when they're $300,000 or $500,000 large vehicles, we get ourselves in a situation where we need to borrow money to replace operating rolling stock. It's still a capital investment. These are vehicles, especially the larger ones, that are going to last a long time. But to borrow money and pay interest, usually on a 5-year note was typically how it was done here and how it's done in many places. We're paying interest for the borrowing of that money in order to buy a vehicle that we're going to buy it again when this one wears out. If we have a plan, as we do now, for seeing those things coming, where a fire truck is going to last 20 years and a dump truck's going to last 10 and a pickup truck's going to last 7, those kinds of things. A police cruiser lasts 4. And when we see those cycles and can plan for those expenses and then levelize that over the long haul, we avoid the spikes that would either cause a significant tax increase or the necessity of borrowing. And so instead, what we'll do is part of that leveling process is managing well the timing of the replacement of vehicles, so we get sort of as much value out of them as we can, but we don't run them until they die. And then part of it also is, for those very large items, pre-funding some. So that in the fire trucks, there's a whole plan that's part of it that we went over last year that is, and again, I'd be happy to sit with anybody and go over the details of this, but where we're actually setting aside a certain amount of money each year, because over the course of time, when you got 3 or 4 years in a row of buying fire trucks, that's just money that can't then be invested in any of the other capital needs of the town unless you've set some money aside for that. So we'll have a fire truck fund that we set money aside in. And we'll also, with some of the larger pieces of equipment, set money aside over 2 years or maybe 3 years and then buy it in the second or the third year. So the sinking funds, the fact that we're going to be setting aside some money as part of this levelizing to be ready to make the larger purchases, means we're going to be earning interest on that money that in the past we've been paying interest on as debt. So all the way around, for all those reasons, we think that this year is a particularly important year, please, to approve the capital transfer part of this budget in the manner that it's proposed, because it's the year that gets us into that levelized program.
Cooley, District 3, thank you very much for that. Are you saying that by having this transfer process, transfer fund approach with vehicles, because those are the examples you're giving, that we are heading towards a time in the next 3 to 6 years where we're not going to be running debt?
No, we won't get to where we're not running debt. What we'll get to is we won't be borrowing. We already haven't been borrowing for vehicles. So we used to borrow for vehicles. This year, debt service is going down because a previous borrowing for vehicles, the final time we did it, is now going off the books. So we aren't borrowing anymore for vehicles. So that part of debt service is just gone. It's not down, it's gone. But we still have debt service that we need to pay for the investments that we make in our facilities, and we've got more of that coming. We've got old facilities that need attention. So we talked extensively during the budget process with the select board this year. There isn't any particular proposal before representative town meeting this year, but we will be before you probably next year, certainly within the next 2, to be talking about capital investment that needs to be made to facilities at Memorial Park and to facilities at the Public Works operation. And so that's going to be beyond the scope of what we can fund through an operating budget. We will need to borrow funds. We'll have lots of good detailed information in front of you, not only about the projects that we're proposing once they take shape. There is some planning, actually, in the capital budget this year. There's some planning money related to the Memorial Park pieces. You funded last year the planning money we needed related to the Public Works piece. But when we come back and have actually a proposed bond and program for making those improvements, we'll not only be specific with you about the work to be done, but also about the impact that has on our level of debt in relationship to not only our operating budget, which is one measure of managing that debt properly, but also to our property tax base.
So do you have a point of view about where that debt, a general, like, where should we be aiming for on how much debt?
No, it's not really quite that clean and clear. It depends on a lot of context. Like, we'll have that conversation a year from now about the context, and in the run-up as we get to there. I will say it is in a period of time when it is lowering. We will ask you to allow it to go back up for these other facility needs, but the community made a very big investment 4 years ago. There was a decision to support the police fire project. And so that the first year of any borrowing like that is always the most expensive year. So that cost is coming down. All the prior borrowing for other facilities needs is coming down. We are in a better position than we have been, but we're going to need to borrow some more and make a new investment in those other facilities I've described. And I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'll point that out in a second. One of the reasons why it's so important to get on levelized funding for the equipment replacement is so that we can focus in a less complicated manner on the facilities needs, so that as we're determining how much we need to invest and what it's going to cost us to do that, it's not muddied up with this is a year when we're doing $1 million worth of vehicle purchases instead of a year when we're doing $300,000 worth of vehicle purchases. We need to keep that piece stable because we can, and it's smart to, and we avoid debt. And then it helps us also isolate more transparently the cost of maintaining the facilities in proper order.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure. A couple of final highlights, if it's okay to do that. On the revenue side, I just want to point out that the rooms and meals taxes have increased again, not quite as dramatically as they did over the prior few years, but the increase last year was about $20,000, so we have brought that over into the expected level of collection for the coming year. A $20,000 increase in that line item is about 4.8%. And the initial news on the local option sales tax is very good. We had estimated $630,000 of revenue to be collected over the course of the whole year. In the first 2 quarters of receipts, we've actually collected over $400,000. We're still being cautious. Our budget figure for that item in this proposed budget is $630,000 again, because the first 2 quarters were great. We don't think that we have enough experience with that source of revenue to make a bet on it staying up at that level. If we get a whole year of that and we see it continuing into next year, then next year we'll be talking about being able to take advantage of the extra value that provides to us of collecting more revenue from that source than we had expected to. But it is that piece is paying dividends. I'm done.
Good job.
Finally.
Good job. All right. Okay, we'll take 2 questions, and then we do need to move on. George and then Chris.
George Carville, District 1. Last year, we approved $100,000 for sustainability, which included hiring our new sustainability coordinator.
Right.
He didn't start until well into the year. So we voted $100,000. What happened to it and what's left?
Sure. So we've run an estimate on what we know we will have expended by June 30th because Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, started with the town on February 3rd. That's 5 months of the fiscal year that we'll be paying salary and benefits for him, as opposed to the full 12 months that was the intention of the funding. And so the cost for the position, as well as the related expenses around the creation of the position and the equipping of the position, are about $35,000. $36,000 is what we expect to have incurred by June 30th for that. And there will be additional expenses that are sustainability related that are going to be coming before the select board between now and June 30th. It's going to be hard. It is hard for me as I sit here tonight to tell you exactly what that might look like. There's a couple of specific things that are being analyzed right now, and there's the potential that other good ideas might come along to draw also on the sort of balance of that. What we'll want to be careful about is just the same conversation that we have about use of fund balance or for recurring expenses. Why we use fund balance for non-recurring expenses is, so in this situation, the investment of the balance that's available because of the fact that the position wasn't filled the whole year, we'll want to make sure is not in something that we expect to do again next year, because next year we're going to pay 12 months of salary and 12 months of benefits and 12 months of operating costs related to the position. We, in this budget, did apply the direction that we felt we had received, the combination of your decision to fund that function at $100,000 instead of at $10,000, and the select board's decision to invest the lion's share of that in the creation of the position is reflected in the budget that's before you, because there'll be about $90,000 worth of not just compensation, but compensation and other expenses related to the position existing and functioning within town government, and about $10,000. There is a $10,000 line item in order to reflect the $100,000 commitment that you had approved. There's a $10,000 line item now within the planning services department, because that's where the position sustainability coordinator resides. That's where the salary is reflected. So there's also a $10,000 line item in the non-personnel expenses of personnel services for activities and outreach and sustainability related expenses.
Chris.
I just wanted to say how grateful I am as a taxpayer for this tremendous initiative you've taken to conquer the volatility in the capital budget. I really think you need a standing ovation. I thank you very, very much. Great work.
Good job, Peter.
It's a team effort, and it's been a long haul, and it has required not just the work of the senior staff, but the support of the select board and representative town meeting, so thank you.
Okay. So let's do a time check, because I already forgot my last time check. 8:42. All right. So we are moving on now to Article 17, which is conveniently located on page 17 and 18. This is SEVED, Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Services? Strategies. I almost nailed it. So there is a pretty brief summary on this article. On page 17 and 18, I'm going to go over our bullet point. If you want more in-depth analysis questions, on page 18, in the last paragraph, you can see that Adam Grunald invites your comments and questions to him, and that's his extension listed here. And also on page 55 of your packet is their full narrative. So you can get more information from there. For what information we will be giving tonight, it is called Article 17 for SEVEDs. The request this year was for $3 per person for the town of Brattleboro. The select board has put that through at that amount to the reps, you all. That is a total of $36,147. This comes out of program income, which originates as federal funding via state of Vermont to Brattleboro. So we are kind of the end of that pass-through. Program income can only be used for economic development or for housing. So that's a very specific pot of money that comes from the feds to the state and lands in Brattleboro, and that is where this request is coming out of. The request goes to all towns that SEVED serves. You'll see that in their summary, and with a detailed report being on page 55 and Adam Grinold's contact information being on page 18 for more in-depth defense of why they feel they have earned that $3 per person. It would be weird for us to give that defense for them, basically. So you should reach out to them, read your materials for that, and talk to your fellow reps, but not by replying all to emails, please. Okay. General questions on this item outside of what I just covered for reading and question directing purposes? Good. Okay. I'm up again with Article 18, which is not on page 18. It is on page 19, right? Is it on page 19? No, that is not correct. You know what? It doesn't have its own thing. So for those who are veterans, you're going to recognize this. For those who are newbies, just kind of bear with me for a moment. So this is the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District. This is required to pay bonds that funded previously water and sewer improvements that were needed at Mountain Home Park. It was paid by Tri-Park to town, to creditors, because the town is the borrower. The amount is $223,276.47 for fiscal year 21, and this amount varies slightly from year to year. If anybody has questions on that, I'm going to direct them to Peter, because I myself, it took me a little while when I was a newer rep to kind of wrap my brain around it. Does anybody have questions? Yes. Come on up, Gary, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Gary Stroud, District 2. Question, do you have it, I guess, on the website when you go on there and have it all pretty much on a PDF file, the breakdown of how that is, the 220, what is it?
So it's a single figure. It's the annual amount owed to pay down the debt for this thing. And so unlike our town projects where there's some piece of more broadly serving public infrastructure that RTM votes to support a bond on, and then it just becomes part of our debt service that the town pays for the town's infrastructure. This one instead was something the town did to facilitate some really desperately needed water and sewer improvements within Mountain Home Park that Mountain Home, the Tri-Park, the owners there, needed the town to be the borrower in order to obtain the funds and have it be the most favorable rates for borrowing. And so we have this unusual arrangement where each year there's an assessment against the district. Tri-Park pays the town pays the creditor, because the town was officially the borrower, even though the benefits were for a particular spot rather than for the whole town. Does that make sense?
If you can say no.
So there isn't a detailed breakdown.
No, I can understand the accounting act, but there's a breakdown that I guess in a sense for interest and all that.
There's a debt service schedule that identifies why the amount is 276 this year.
Okay.
The finance director generates that number based on what they see coming as what's going to be owed to the creditor in the next fiscal year for this debt. It's going to last still for a while.
Okay.
It's a long-term borrowing. Right. But each year it's a pass-through where it's always right around $220,000, but it varies a little bit. And this year it's 223,276.47. You'll, I hope, approve it, because otherwise we're in trouble. And then we'll collect that from Tri-Park and make the payments.
Okay, I'll see. I just wanted to, I guess, maybe this to see how it was broke, but I think I got an idea. So perhaps the next meeting we'll get a more clarification, I guess, in a sense, on the aspect on that. That'd be good.
We'll take a look at it, see if there's something that we can provide other than just sort of the paperwork from the creditor of what we owe. I mean, that's how this number is derived. But if I may not be fully understanding your question, if you want to see me after or at the office, I'll be happy to try to get to the bottom of it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Thank
Thank you. Bob Tortolani, District 2. A while. I was trying to remember how long the a while is. That's all.
Good question.
So I'm sorry. We'll provide that answer along with whatever we can do that is responsive to Gary's question, along with the solid waste question that came up earlier. When we push out the additional information, we'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't remember the exact term of the debt.
Thank you for that. Okay, so that is technically our last summary. I want to point everybody to this purple book that you have. And it's just there's almost no page on here that doesn't have good information from, starting off with summaries of each of the articles, moving towards like the pages 20 and 21, and up through 24, you have the opportunity to read the minutes from last year, which can be super helpful. There's, moving on to page 25, there's a summary from the select board, from myself, from parts of town government, and then as Peter referenced, his town manager's report, which starts on page 27. So there's really just a lot of good information in this book, and if you can dig into that, I particularly, for anybody who's new or just wants a refresher, read last year's minutes so you can remember, especially when we're talking about reoccurring items. At this time, I would be open to taking any general questions, and I, of course, will lean us far away from any kind of back and forth debate on topics. Yes. God damn it.
Orion Barber, District 1. As a hearing impaired person, I just want to give you my thanks for, one, your management of the microphones and the general sound system here. And if lessons, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
If tactful lessons can be imparted to the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union meeting people, I would be so grateful. I attended a meeting, I guess it was it last night? And it was useless for me to be there because even speaking into a microphone held like this does not work. So, thank you.
My pleasure. I have always loved a good microphone. That is nothing I've ever shied away from. And thank you to Tim and BCTV. And I've got a question coming down, yellow shirt from the back. It's a long walk to that microphone. I feel that.
Testing 1, 2. My name is Dan Jeffries. I've lived in District 1 out here in West Brattleboro for the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, we spent $55 million on the high school. We've spent about $23 million on the waste treatment facility, and we've spent a few million on the fire and police stations, all good infrastructure expenditures. And I'm open to being told that there's a better time and place to ask this question. It's kind of seasonal. I'm very curious, and I think Peter has addressed this once before, and there was something in the Reformer about this, just in some detail, which was helpful. But I'm really curious, after 25 years, what the plan is for Western Avenue out here in West Brattleboro. In that currently, it is a game of chicken driving down Western Avenue. I am astounded that anybody would ride a bicycle down Western Avenue out here. And I'm just curious, I know it's a big expenditure, I'm just wondering, is there any plan at all? And as I say, we could address this at some other time. Thank you.
Interrogated, Peter?
Sure. So I'm going to provide a 30,000-foot perspective on it. Steve Barrett is the fellow who could speak in greater detail both to the history and then, to what we cope with, what I'm going to give a brief description of. There probably is a better time to have that conversation, but if y'all want to stay, I know Steve has answers that he could offer to you. But it's complicated, and the reason it's complicated is the old road underneath the asphalt is a concrete road, and so the layers of asphalt that get put down on top of it don't behave in the manner they would if they had been placed on top of a proper road base with different types of stone at different levels that allow it to expand and contract with the seasons and drain better when there's water that seeps through. And so instead what we get is repeated instances of a significant overlay on top of that historically problematic section of road that doesn't last very long. And we have to encounter the kind of problems that we've had this winter. This winter has been particularly tough, not just on that segment, but all over town because of the freeze-thaw cycles being more significant than in some winters. But that's the bottom line. That's what a town manager can say about it. Your public works director could talk more specifically about what options there might be to do something more thorough. But frankly, to rip up all that concrete and build the road properly is, I believe, more money than any of us can believe that the town would tolerate. And so instead, we do the best we can to do a much more frequent repair and resurfacing in that section than in most areas around town.
Well, actually,
just a quick follow-up. Yeah. So this is not something that can get bonded and repaired once and for all.
While Steve walks up, I'll just say you could. We could, and if the community would like us to generate something more like an estimate rather than a descriptive response, then we certainly can do that. I'll leave it there and let Steve take a deeper dive.
Yes, Steve Barrett, Director of Public Works. It is complicated. One of the things that we need to remember is that the town is responsible for repair of that road, and the state is ultimately responsible for major capital projects. So we, if anywhere, we should be lobbying the state to push them to get funding to fix the road. It hasn't been done in many years. It's way overdue. And our challenge has been to try to, repair something that's way beyond repair. So the place to lobby really is the state and our representatives, and to get funding for this road, which we've been successful a couple times, and really that's just been a patch. It was a 3/8 overlay that made everybody feel good for a couple of years, and we're right back where we started. So lobby the state, that's where we can go. Then the bike lanes and everything else can be included in the projects, and that's the way to go.
As an aside, since this happened to come up, I'd be happy to see the Putney Road money go into Western Ave. But anyway, I'd like to ask whether the town, is the state pressing the town at all on the sewer line that runs through the Whetstone Creek?
No.
I love the brevity. John Kennedy, District 1. I'm looking at the budget summary on page 112. And in income, you're talking about the sales tax that we much discussed last year. At last year's town budget, I asked that we work with the elected officials to address the extra $350,000-ish that the state takes out of that sales tax money to see if we can't get our share or a significant portion of that share spent in Brattleboro rather than be a windfall in the black hole they call the state budget.
Right. Yes, you did. It's a statute. It's not just a operating decision of state government, and so the law would have to be changed. Everybody who adopts that provision, who adopts a local option sales tax, only gets 2/3 of the revenue, and the state takes the other. So, and then that money goes, some of it is actually taken by the state as an administrative fee, and the balance of it goes into a fund that is used to pay out to a payment in lieu of taxes to the communities that house state facilities. So Brattleboro does get some of that money, but it's arguably not our fair share, I think, based on the fact that there are communities that house, in Montpelier and Barry and Waterbury and other places, many more state facilities than we do.
So we tried, but it's not really an option.
It's not really an option. We'd have to get a broad coalition across the state to want to make that change, and I can tell you that most municipalities would think it would be great, and the legislature hasn't been all that responsive to what most municipalities would think would be great in recent years. And to be less sarcastic and more direct, the status of the self-governance initiative is, it made good progress last year in the Senate, got voted out of committee and approved by the full Senate, not really entirely intact, but at least it was moving along. And the House Government Operations Committee, despite repeated strong requests from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and those of us here and other municipal officials across the state, has not taken the matter up. And the biennium is about to end, and we're going to have to start again.
Thank you.
Hi there, Dr. Tortolani.
Hi there, Bob Tortolani, District 2. Thank you. I have quite a concern about pedestrian accidents over the years. In the United States, it's going up dramatically. I think a lot of that has to do with the pedestrians themselves are distracted in their walking, and they're not necessarily looking at where they're going. Makes it harder for people driving cars, of course, watching out for them. So it's a big, big problem. We've had some tough problems in this town over the last 10 years with pedestrian injuries. I guess the one thing I can think of is that the crosswalks, I noticed that many times they're not easily seen, and they're in bad shape. And I think that's probably one thing we can do, is just try to make the crosswalks very, very kept up as well as we can. I've seen in other communities where the crosswalks are actually different colors from the road, like red or blue, and it seems to stand out. Here we have the white things. It's fine, but I think that whatever we do, we've got to keep them in good shape, and I guess we all have to be very alert for pedestrians because, they're at high risk, and bikers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tortolani. I have seen those in Northampton, and I think they're good, the multicolored crosswalks. Any more questions pertaining to what was discussed tonight, Gary? And then...
My last and final, but Gary Stroud, District 2. What Steve Barrett was saying, and it was a while back, I don't know if you remember when we did pave the roads from, I think they came from Massachusetts, this company. Was it, Steve, a while back when they paved the roads? And I don't know how long ago. Is that something that we have to do with the state alongside with us to get that happening again?
Do you wish to be interrogated, Steve? Because we don't know the answer up here.
Well, as far as the line striping goes, when a road is paved, like when Main Street was done, it was done with a more permanent type of line striping. We do paint the roads twice a year. This body supported increasing our painting budget several years ago. Dr. Tortolani's suggestion to paint crosswalks with a different color, that could be considered, but it comes with a cost. But we certainly could consider that, and we would welcome funds to do that. But that's what it takes. It takes the funds to do it. But doing it twice a year has helped, and we paint right before the fall, before the winter months, and then of course, the winter, the abrasion from the sand and the salt, scrubs that paint off, and we'll be out there here just next month to brighten everything up.
Right, 'cause I remember we had graveled the streets. This was like a while back, and I think a team came up when they did Canal Street, but it was a big and then everything was like, I didn't know if that's something that we could consider again.
That was part of a state project, similar, like if we do the Western Avenue that I talked about, awesome. That would all be included in a contract.
So we don't notify our state reps and. Thanks.
Okay. All right, seeing no further hands, and at 9:03 p.m., we will adjourn this meeting. Have a great night. We will see you all in a couple of weeks. Please keep your finger to the pulse of anything going on that might change that.
So to get this started, it's a real pleasure and honor to introduce Tim Ash, the President Pro Tem of the Senate. Welcome.
All right, well, thank you, committees, and welcome everybody. I'm glad you were able to make it for take two of Working Lands Day. I know the other one got snowed out. I'll just tell you, it was about 8 or 9 years ago, a committee room just around the corner, I was standing there with 4 other senators. Bobby was one of them, and Ginny Lyons, who's still in the Senate, was one, and there were 2 others, as the legislation that created the Working Lands program was being drafted and finalized. And somewhere on the second floor, there were some House members doing the exact same thing. It was late at night and in April. And I don't think we could have imagined then how much success we would have had with the investments we've been making in the Working Lands program. When it was first pitched to us, I feel like it was 2011 or 12, my years get a little mixed, but when it was first being pitched, people were saying, this program promises to make exactly the kind of investments that double down on what is best about Vermont, a triple bottom line approach of people who take care of our lands, people who want to invest in rural communities, local food, local wood products, and so on. And we kind of took a chance when we first passed that legislation that would come to fruition, but I think the handouts that you're looking at now show dozens and dozens of investments all throughout the state in communities who need it most, creating jobs, creating economic activity, and I think it really has further exactly the kind of goals that were promised in the beginning. And I'll just say this is because I'm not going to be in the Senate anymore after this year. This is the last time. And I don't know how many of you, I know many of you will be familiar with the show Leave It to Beaver. All right. So if you remember, my favorite character on that show was Eddie Haskell. You know, he was always brown-nosing Beaver's mom. And so I'm not typically Eddie Haskell, but since I'm leaving, I can do it. And I just want to acknowledge Paul Costello's role. I don't believe that without Paul's advocacy, we would have created the Working Lands Board and Fund. It wouldn't have been sustained, and it wouldn't have grown over the years. And so many of you will benefit from the work that Paul has done on the advocacy side, but I do just want to especially acknowledge his role. There have been many others, of course, but Paul really was the kind of magnetic north on this one, so I want to thank Paul.
And I would like to say that, you know, we're going to miss Tim in the Senate next year, or whoever's there, but if I'm there, I'm going to really miss him. When he was first elected President Pro Tem, he called me into the office and he said, you know, Bobby, he said, I may be out of Chittenden County, but I really care about the other Vermont out there. And I want you to do rural development and some forestry issues and things like that to help rural Vermont out. And you know, I've never forgot that and have appreciated that in all of his support over the last 6 years while he's been Speaker. And hopefully we'll have him as our Lieutenant Governor. And
Bobby, you've done enough.
But anyways, thanks, Tim. Appreciate all your help over the years. So now we'll get right to it. And Carolyn?
All right. So we're going to be hearing from some folks. And Lindsay, you're up first. Yeah, please. And if you can introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lindsay Curley. I'm the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development, and it's truly my honor to be here today to address you on the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative Day, Legislative Day in the State House. I'm amongst the 7th generation in my family to live on the family farmland in Middlesex. And some of my most favorite childhood memories are time spent with my cousins working on my grandparents' farm. Whether we were gathering sap during sugaring season or stacking hay bales in the heat of the summer to prepare for the long winter ahead, I couldn't have known it then, but I look back and I will always value the time that I spent with my family working on the farmland. So like so many Vermonters, the working landscape is part of my heritage and was once my family's sole source of income. Though we no longer farm on the land, I do hold dear what that land has meant to me. I live there still today, and I can't help but wonder if there had been opportunities made possible like those that are offered through the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative, if my family might still be making a living on our farm. The Working Lands Enterprise Initiative encourages economic growth by supporting entrepreneurs in the working lands industries. The initiative brings leaders of agriculture, forestry, and commerce together with budding entrepreneurs to encourage innovation through public and private funding sources, including loans and grants. These programs directly impact businesses and service providers by helping to improve the infrastructure and create jobs while protecting Vermont's land. Successful business owners know they must continually make investments in order to grow their business and have to take risks. These programs support businesses through these critical growth stages and help mitigate the risks that must be taken to bring their companies to the next phase. We take pride in the work that we're doing to support and invest in the food, farm, and forest industries, and I'm honored to be part of it. Growing and investing in the working lands enhances the lives of all Vermonters, and our goal is to promote an active, working, and vibrant landscape, the foundation of Vermont's communities, families, and our economy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. Yes.
Oh, and shall I introduce the next?
Sure.
Okay, so it's my honor to introduce Secretary Anson Tebbetts, Secretary of Agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
Anson.
With your permission, I'd like to just introduce a couple of people from the agency who really manage this program and are doing a bang-up job with it. It's Deputy Eastman is here as well, and Lynn Allen, who's our program manager, who's put this all together and manages it year-round. So I just want to recognize their leadership in making this program so successful. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor as always, and we appreciate the ongoing support of Working Lands. We're all working extremely hard to try to improve the rural economy of Vermont, and this is an important program to reach that goal. This program makes Vermont more affordable by investing in infrastructure to those small companies. Governor Scott is well behind this program, believes in it, and has put some extra dollars in his budget this year because of his strong endorsement of this program. This program brings the leaders of agriculture, commerce, forestry, and all those that make their living off the land together. We're all leveraging those precious dollars that you folks have to manage to grow the Vermont economy, and we appreciate the ongoing support of this committee and the committees throughout the legislature for this approach. Support for food, farm, and forestry is critical to Vermont's future. You'll hear some personal stories today where companies have had to take a big risk to get their businesses to the next level. These investments by the Working Lands program encourage innovation, and in many cases, these companies get to the next level because of this program. They add jobs, they're creating more products, they're growing their operations, and growing the Vermont economy. We all need an active, working, and vibrant landscape, and this program is critical to that success. And that success goes beyond the farms, it's also about the forests. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to join on Working Lands Day. Senator Ash referenced was 2012 or so, some late nights down here and upstairs, and I was here then as commissioner and was remember running back and forth upstairs and down, and it really was something, and I think it's appropriate to reflect back and to realize I don't think we all thought there was real promise to this premise, but it's really amazing to see what has come of it and the people who make it work, from our staff, our partners, and importantly, the recipients of the grant monies, the farm and forest owners of the state. And I'm going to be brief. I think we all want to be, because you should hear from them, grantees, and that their stories are always amazing. I like to say, when we make things like world-class food and forest products, furniture, etc., we make Vermont. We make the best of Vermont, and this is a working landscape in that it works in an ecological way by scrubbing carbon dioxide, by cleaning water, providing flood resilience. Right? It's working whether we're here or not. But so the landscape works, and this working landscape that we're talking about is the people who work that landscape in a close, careful, intelligent way with all kinds of co-benefits and impact. And it's really worth celebrating. And I want to just thank all of you for continuing to support all of our partners who have helped build it. At the beginning, it was an idea, and we had to build a grant program and a board and process while also putting money out and trying to quantify impact. And I just think it's a raging success. So I want to also just be quick to thank, on our part, I've been as you know, there's the three agencies that are to the board. And in the early going, I was there and served on the board. A few years ago, when we added Deputy Lincoln to our team, Sam was kind enough to take over the day-to-day function as my designee on the board, and he's done a fantastic job. So I want to thank Sam. And our lead staff, our Essex Caledonia County Forester, Matt Langless, and our wood utilization program lead, Paul Frederick, who provide a lot of technical assistance and really do a lot of work on top of their normal jobs. So I really want to single them out and thank them. In a couple of quick notes, just this is about to reflect sort of a nimbleness, and I think in adapting to change and continuing opportunities and challenges, the board continues to think about where to go next and how. Examples being the recent decision to scale up forest impact investments in 19, focused on low-grade wood markets as well as dairy, just a larger impact model. And along the supply chain. Also, another quick shout out would be to Ski Vermont. I think it's an interesting, they've been significantly providing support over the years, $50,000 I think to date. And I just think it's a nice way of reflecting that we have this important working landscape that supports the land and land health, economies, and we tend to focus on that, but remember it's also culture and our way of life and our quality of life. And that includes the recreational pursuits of the state. And Ski Vermont's interest and investment in the program is just one reflection of that, those co-benefits that are totally consistent for providing for outdoor recreation as well, and the big impacts that come from it. Lastly, just we have a business skills committee chaired by Sam Lincoln, and working with the Ag Agency, Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and others, about to pursue the development and launch of a new platform, an online directory, a Working Lands Business Development Directory, making it easier to find professionals like service providers, as a tool for searching and contact information, just to connect people and make it easier. So we're excited to launch that new platform today, and I think I would then introduce the program manager, Lynn Ellen Schmoller, to take it from there and explain that. So thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Michael. And I'm actually going to ask one of my colleagues to come up and help me, Laura Masseria. Laura Masseria is another, I'll let you introduce yourself.
I work for the Agency of Agriculture, and I do marketing and promotions.
Good morning again. So I'm Lynn Ellen Schmoller, and I'm the program manager for the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. Really thrilled to be here today, and thank you so much for your continued support of a really impactful and important program for the state. So I really want to give more time to the past grantees, so I'm going to be pretty quick here. As Commissioner Snyder said, this is a platform that I want to give some kudos to Ellen Kaler. She's here from Vermont Sustainable Jobs Funds. We've been collaborating on this for the last several months, and Lauren is actually, we're going to do a little bit of role playing here. But first, I just want a couple quick points. The tool allows for a search of the contact information of various service providers who have particular expertise a business might be looking for. The directory only contains a listing of nonprofit and public sector organizations that provide these services. There are also many private consultants who also work with Working Lands businesses. And the directory is not intended to preference any service provider over another, but simply make the information available to Working Lands businesses to then take the next step. And our intention is to continue recruiting providers to join the directory. So Lauren owns a farm and food business, and everyone just wants to give their attention to the screen. This is the portal. So she owns a farm and food business. She has 7 years of success as a fruit grower, and she also produces value-added fruit preserves. So she's clicking on to value-added. She's got 5 employees. She recently added 2. Her brother is a lead trainer and human resources manager, which has enabled her to spend time in the bigger picture of the operations. She recently went through a successful land transfer with her aunt, and now she's actually looking to add goats to the new parcel of land, since she just learned cheese making from Kate Turcotte. And so she's actually going to click on to dairy as well. Kate suggested that Lauren dust off her existing business plan and start fresh. She is located in Windham County, so she's going to click on Windham County. And she's kind of unsure of what stage of business development she's in. She's had good growth. Is it early? Is it growth? She hovers over the descriptions, she sees the definition, and she clicks growth. This is the perfect way to describe her needs. She really enjoys networking and a classroom setting, so she's going to choose workshop as her desired approach. Also clicking business planning there at the top. and then she's going to hit search. And if she scrolls down, she's going to find that there's actually 4 programs that match her needs. The website links are there. She can click onto the website, and from there she can determine who will be the best match for services for her business. So if you have questions, you do have a handout today. It does have my contact information, but I do want to shift back to Secretary Tebbetts and some conversations with grantees. Thank you so much.
Well, that's pretty awesome because, you know, as we in state government, if we can make it convenient and easy for folks and efficient without a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, and they can go right to it, I think that will be incredibly helpful for our people that are looking to expand their businesses. So that's kind of cool. So grantees, I don't know, what order do you want them on? You want to?
Well, most of them hope are in the front. I do
Okay.
see Pete Coleman stuff.
Right, Pete, you want to begin? Sure. So come on, why don't you start, Pete?
Maybe I can be first? Not that I want to.
Why don't you get back to work making that wonderful product?
Yeah.
All right, so
Get right
Pete,
to it.
Pete, some of you may know Pete.
Yes.
Pete,
Hi, everyone.
so Pete, introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Hi, my name is Pete Coleman. My company is Vermont Salumi. We make value-added pork products, predominantly. It's all pork. Sausage, salami. I know we have a new beef product as well. We started making bresaola. It's a product that hails from northern Italy. It comes from the eye around in the back of a cow's leg. Anyway, we started 9 years ago selling sausages to farmers markets in Montpelier and Burlington, working out of a room about as big as this, attached to my apartment, and we started selling them wholesale and slowly grew, and then started working with Vermont Packing House in Southern Vermont. They started doing all of our raw fabrication. We utilized Maverick Food Hub to develop a line of salami, and a year ago, about now, we broke ground on a project in downtown Barrie. And we took over the old Homer Fitz building. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. Been vacant for, I don't think it's had a successful running business. I mean, just there's been a few people taking rent there, but no one's made it work since, I think, Mr. Fitz did.
Since Homer left.
Since Homer did. Yep, I think Homer was the last guy to make a real run at it. And I love the space. I'm very happy. You know, we're doing manufacturing in the back. We plan to utilize the front portion as a retail component, as kind of a marketing branch. I think we can actually do numbers there too. I think it'll work. And yeah, I was the recipient of a pretty significant amount of money, and that helped make this happen. You know, I've kind of bootstrapped this from the start. We've never taken on a lot of debt. I'm still the only owner. I'm in more debt now than I've ever been, but it's actually pretty manageable, I think, for where we're at as a company. We're now selling product all the way to Ithaca, New York, Portland, Maine, and we just started getting a couple of accounts down Maryland, Pennsylvania, and even a couple in West Virginia, so we're excited. And this new space allows us to pull up. We have so much capacity now, which we're really excited about. But I think, you know, speaking to the working lands, you know, it's evidently valuable for me, but I think what's really important is, I think it's really important for if maintaining this, I don't know, agricultural economy here in Vermont, if that's what you all want to do, then I think as a business owner, I've seen that you got to make investments. It doesn't, whether it's a relationship, whether it's your garden out back, you either have to put in time and resources one way or the other. And I think the diversity that this can create and help build is really nice too, because it's not just whatever dairy or just woods. I think it's a spread, which is really valuable, because I think it's becoming evident to us that we need to create kind of some diversify our, you know, the way we generate revenue in the state, and I think this is a good way to do it. Let's see. Yeah, I think, you know, part of it, if that's your goal, if that's what you want to do, I think this is a very, very viable way to get it done. And as a small business owner, this money is crucial. Like, it can be, I don't know, I want to say, maybe it's the type of thing where maybe it's not a make or break, but maybe it's the type of thing where all of a sudden you take on an equity partner and you lose some control of that business, or maybe that's the value also I see in it. Is that it's just, and as I've grown, it's taken more time and more cash steps than I would have ever imagined. And that's why I think these little injections here and there really change the business, or allow us to make these, steps. Like we were in the Matter of Food Hub able to produce, like 400 to 500 pounds of salami or dry cured meats. And now, we're in a space where we'll be able to hang 45,000 pounds eventually. It'll take a while, but like we can sell product in there. It's like we can be a formidable business, and before we couldn't. And I think these are the help that just get business owners to go, I'm gonna go for it. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to thank all of you for the support, what you're doing, and I also think, it's I can thank you if you do want to maintain this viability in your ag businesses. I think you got to invest in it. It's just, I just don't see any way around it actually. And you can rely on the private sector to do it all on their own, but it's also great to see a partnership.
Pete, have you had any challenges sourcing enough pork to keep you going?
No, we are now having to utilize a lot more out of state. If you want to invest in the pork market in state, I think the viability of it would be a good thing to analyze, but also scaling it. There's not a large size or scaled hog farming here. I think one nice part is the consistency in the price point that out-of-state suppliers provide you with. Also will then allow from being able to purchase a lot more from in-state as well, because what I've found in my past, I bought a lot of pigs in Vermont, is that consistency and price point are big hurdles. And even just being able to say, I need 4,000 pounds of hams. People just go, next year, I'll put them in 50-pound boxes and freeze them over the course of a year. And so, the scale is not there. Right? And that's a good problem for me. I'm happy to be there finally, to have to kind of go, we used to buy out, 3 pigs a week, and I'd cut them up and I'd do this and that, but we're just not, that model is no longer for us.
Thanks.
But I also think it's worthwhile to even say is that, I don't know, I think having more Vermont pigs is really valuable, but I like the idea of it, but maybe it isn't functional as well. I mean, I don't know. I think you have to look like, well, if some of these farms are at like 4,000 hogs a week or something, and we're at 40 for our largest farm, where is the sweet spot where they need to be, where they can be competitive on price and provide the consistency, but maybe until you're at 2,000 or 3,000 hogs a week, maybe it doesn't even make, I don't know. I think it's good to be able to grow your business utilizing sometimes a more affordable and consistent product, or rely on those who that's what they've been doing forever, Like,
thanks.
Yep.
And how many people do you employ?
Currently, not that many, because we do all of our raw fabrication at Vermont Packing House. So they have 70 employees. I got a bookkeeper. I got a full-time production manager. I've got and a couple people that help me with I also pay someone in-state to help with out-of-state sales. But no, we keep it pretty lean.
Yeah.
But we'll change that. But I don't see us ever having too many employees. Currently, the way we're structured. But you never know. Who knows? Who knows what can happen?
Yeah. Businesses change.
Business change, the way you do business change. Maybe someday I'll say, hey, we don't need to be working with a Vermont Packing House anymore. I'm going to start doing all the grinding and stuff, and et cetera, and build some, much bigger. And who knows? Maybe a bunch of large size chain grocery stores around the U.S. start picking up our products, and we say, we have to do that.
Brian has a question.
Peter, how did you first hear about the Working Lands Initiative?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think I've looked for grants in the past. I think I've also just been in the circle of other food producers and.
Well, you mentioned you're at the farmers market, so maybe talking to somebody there. And
yeah, I haven't done farmers market in probably 8 years, but.
Probably through Mad River, right?
Yeah, probably Robin, or I just know a chunk of the folks in the room as well, and. I grew up in Montpelier and kind of right around here, so I don't know. I can't even remember. I don't remember the shining moment when it was brought to my attention.
Just curious. Thanks.
Yep.
Any
Good, well, thank you.
John,
Just quickly, how, I noticed you're the only business who has Vermont in its business name, and so this came up yesterday during dairy marketing. How's that helped you or added to your story?
I think there's an inherent like perceived value associated with the name. I wouldn't say. No, I think people get interested, but I also don't think it's. I think it's valuable. I think we do, like I said, have an inherent perceived quality associated with us. But honestly, when I name the company, I think I'm really bad at naming things. And it was just like, shit, here we go. Let's go. Better just to do it. I don't think I wasn't like, this is going to be my, well, all the doors are going to magically open because I got Vermont in front of the word salami. To be honest, I kind of don't like my name, but I'm just I think
your company name or your personal name?
My personal name was changed actually when I was 8, so.
You could change it again
I
for
could.
Vermont.
I could.
Yeah, Mr. Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a value. I wouldn't say people were like, oh, I definitely opened my door to you because you had that Vermont name. Yeah, it doesn't. I still have to work to get the sales done. And I think on the shelf.
That'll never end.
That'll never end, will it? No, I think on the shelf it probably helps a little bit. I can't give you like a tangible, real. I think it's got value. I don't think it's not to make or break in a business whatsoever.
I would just add, I think this is a win-win story because he started sort of the ag aspect, but now he's gone to a downtown that needs some help, we all know, which I think is an important component. I toured the facility, it's gorgeous, and then when he gets his retail operation open as well, I think he's going to be supporting some other ag-related food businesses. So I think it's kind of neat that he's started in the hills and now he's also helping in downtown, which is important as well.
I will chime in on that. I do think actually that a lot of these downtown spaces that are 9,000 square feet, where it's like, what do you do with that? And like, it's too small for a box store. It's way too big for a mom and pop something or other. It doesn't have a ton of parking. What do you do with it? And I think these mixed use kind of manufacturing and retail could be a good approach to tackling those, or breaking them up or something. But yeah, those buildings were empty, have been totally empty for a long time. And I don't think my landlord was pretty excited to have conversations about renting it.
Chris?
I want to go back to the supply, and do you get any Vermont pork right now?
We get some Vermont pork and some Vermont beef. We're working on a whole muscle line, part of my challenge too is our product lines are made predominantly from 2 cuts of meat. We're working on developing a whole muscle line, which would incorporate more. So carcass utilization is one of the biggest challenges. And so, like I said, if I'm like, oh, I need 4,000 pounds of hams, the farmer is like, well,
what do I do with the rest?
What do I do with the rest? So, in part of what we're doing now is developing this a program that would incorporate all cuts of the animal, and I think that will allow us to much easier purchase whole animals, which keeps, I think, the farmer's task super simple, and then allows us to develop a product line from that. And then, we started like all Vermont everything, all Vermont garlic, all Vermont wine, all Vermont pigs. I used to cut them all, and I literally went to the farmer that I was working with, and I showed him the spreadsheet, and I said, "You see where this is going? Like, we're done, both of us, in 6 months or whatever, And so I think longer term, I think what I see is a good portion of out-of-state meat, but help, where we have better margin and, able to buy. I think we'll have a few product lines that we sell a lot more volume of, and relying on some out-of-state pork will really help us to make that happen, but then being able to create product lines that we can utilize. And also, just working with farms, I found that buying whole animals keeps their job super simple. If you can alleviate that, like, we need your bellies, your hams, and your shoulders, but then you're stuck with the rest. And, we're at enough of a volume now where, like, if you're stuck with the rest, it's a lot to get stuck with if you don't have a market for it. So part of my goal would be to develop something that takes that burden off of them and allows us to. And I think
I've sometimes wondered if you know, we have small farms basically, and some small producers that we're helping kind of get bigger. And I wondered if there's a role for us to try to, maybe through Working Lands and food hubs, have tried to do this in different ways, but an aggregator that you could turn to instead of trying to deal with individual farms.
That's the other thing I always found challenging is, you know, you buy from 2 or 3 super small farms, just the logistics of it, you know, like you know, I showed up late to this meeting. Could you imagine me trying to organize 3 farms and getting the pork to land at the slaughterhouses and the pickups and the this and that? Like, it's just not gonna happen. I think I also found too, when you got 2 really small businesses working together, sometimes it's really challenging because everyone's still kind of bootstrapping and everyone is like, one little mistake is like choking feeling on both sides. Whereas if you're working with really a larger producer and they really help you scale, I think then I could see if once we become a much more formidable company, it'd be easier for me to take on some smaller pork farmers and just be like, just send us what you can. Like, just like, oh, whatever, your pigs were a little off weight this week, we'll just grind them all. Like, I don't know, just, I think then you can absorb those challenges of that learning curve. But if both parties are learning at the same time and you're both making mistakes, I think it's really detrimental to both companies. But if you're working with a really formidable company that's consistent and provides a price point where you can make money, then yeah, that would be kind of my approach.
Did anybody shop at Homer Fitz? Remember, they had change, right? That you pay, and the change would go up the pneumatic tube and then come back.
It's in my office.
So yes, you got to institute that when you have a retail space.
You only need to hook up the vacuum lines, but
Right.
if anyone wants any signs, I've got some signs in the basement.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, I can try to get it back to the family.
I've
The only one.
connected to him. So.
No, I've got his Eric, right? Eric is like his, I don't know what Eric Levine, I think. Anyway, if you want some signs, come on. I tried to give as many as away to the family as I could, but. Good.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Thanks. We're not opposed to out-of-state pork as long as it comes from Washington.
Thank you for having me. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I was one of those early pork producers that was working with Pete at the very beginning, and that was challenging. And although it did help grow my business. I have a little bit of a different story for you. My farm began in Middlesex and was a 3-acre tiny little farm. I was a teacher at the Rumney Elementary School, and I wanted to find a way to stay home with my kids and do something meaningful. And so I decided that farming was a great idea.
Raising pigs.
Yeah. And turns out it's pretty challenging. But what we did was we signed up with Farm Viability. And Farm Viability took our farm from this tiny little diversified farm. We started the first year, I think we did 20 pigs and 50 chickens, broilers, and 50 turkeys. And it grew to, on that location, we bought the Vermont slaughterhouse for chickens, the mobile unit, and we started producing inspected chicken. And we did, that first year, we did 2,000 broilers. Farm Viability helped us write our business plan to be able to actually grow and support ourselves by farming entirely. And we were able to then move to Glover, where we live on a farm that's 188 acres. We grew the farm to, we did 6,000 broilers. We did about 100 hogs a year. We had a herd of 60 beef. And I was like, we're doing everything and we are great. Then, as the farm really grew, I leaned on Farm Viability a lot and learned how to analyze the enterprises that were making money and the enterprises that were not making money. And I would say that the most important thing that we got out of the farm viability was business planning, because I kind of went into the whole farm with a dream and thought, like, I can just work. I will just work my way to make this happen, and you can't do that. Got divorced. And then,
Sorry to laugh.
no, you can laugh. It's okay. I got divorced, and the farm, I had to make a big decision about what I was going to do with the farm. Was I going to stay farming? Was I going to be able to do this? I have 3 children. So could I sustain a farm by myself with minimal employees? And that's when I went back to farm viability, and Sam helped me a lot. And I applied for a Working Lands grant to scale up my laying hen business. And so we went from about 1,000 laying hens to 2,800 laying hens. And I would not have been able to do that without the Working Lands. It would not have happened. And I wouldn't have been able to keep my farm, to be able to stay there and raise my kids. So we kind of pared down on the other enterprises. I sold the slaughterhouse. Raising chickens in Glover broilers is really hard on pasture. And so laying hens are hardier, and I was able to do that and ran the farm after receiving the grant and building. What the grant did for me was allowed me to build large, efficient, mobile chicken houses that could house 500 chickens per house. And it allowed me to grow my business, and I got to about 1,500 dozen eggs a week. We were selling them all through Vermont and New England. And I eventually, and we grew to, we had about 8 employees. So farm viability also taught me about payroll and job creation and all of that stuff that's really imperative, especially in the Northeast Kingdom. And I wasn't really aware of the culture of the Northeast Kingdom until I got there. And there's amazing farmland and amazing farmers and people who need jobs. And so we were doing something meaningful. I ended up last year deciding that the work, what my kids needed and what we needed as a family was changing. And so I made the decision to transfer my laying hen business to 2 different farms, to Black Dirt Farm and to Patrick's pastured poultry there in Rhode Island. And so even though I'm not doing it right now anymore, what I have done is helped these other businesses scale up and be profitable and be able to feed their communities and run profitable laying hen businesses. Like, I loved getting to be a laying hen egg farmer. It was a lot of work, but we fed a lot of people because some people can't afford to buy $8 a pound pork chop, but they can buy a dozen eggs for $5, and they know that they're good eggs. And so the way that my farm went through so many transitions and bumps in the road, and now I'm not farming, but my farm, my 188 acres is active. Jasper Hill leased all my farmland for the last couple of years that I wasn't using. And this year, Youngview Farm, who is a Working Lands recipient, and they are producing cheese, is using my land. And so even though my story isn't like, yay, I'm still just churning out eggs, what Working Lands did was help me scale up and help me keep my farm and teach me about business so that I knew what I needed to do and when I needed to do it. I really think that's most of it.
Pretty good story.
And now I am the director of marketing at Northeast Kingdom Human Services in Newport and St. Johnsbury, and it's funny because it's kind of similar.
They're a lot like your chickens.
You're hurting them all. No, but farming is about marketing. It's about telling the story. Why is it so important that people should invest in local products? What is the importance there? And that those skills that I received from farming, learning how to tell the story, learning how to market the products, it's hard. It's hard to get out there. And when you get to a larger scale, like selling 800 dozen eggs a week was pretty easy. Selling 1,600 dozen eggs a week was hard. And I had to work really hard. And now I'm doing this job that I would not be able to do, which is marketing why it's important to take care of your brain, basically. And I would never be able to do that job if I hadn't done this job. And one last thing is I'm also helping other farms and foresters in the Northeast Kingdom write working lands grants now and helping them with their business planning. And none of that would have ever been possible if I hadn't been able to receive the skills that I received from farm viability and the skills I received from having to write my own working lands grant. All of that is still being put to use today, and I feel like it's giving me added revenue too, because I'm writing grants for other people, and hopefully those grants will help support those foresters and those farmers to keep their land being viable. That's my story.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
From Bread and Butter.
Yes, indeed. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Bratt, and I own and operate Blank Page Cafe, which is a small micro business operating at Bread and Butter Farm. I'm here representing not only my business today, but also Bread and Butter Farm on behalf of Corey Pierce, who owns Bread and Butter Farm, who couldn't make it today, and she's on a much-needed and well-deserved mini vacation with her family. Firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude to not only this committee, but Lynn Owen and the folks at Working Lands and Sam Smith at Farm Viability, all of whom provide us with a deep level of inspiration and validation for all of the work that we're doing. Bread and Butter Farm has about 600 acres of land under management located primarily in Shelburne and South Burlington. We're uniquely positioned very close to population density, that being Burlington and Chittenden County. And our primary agricultural product is 100% grass-fed beef, pastured organic pork, and vegetable production, organic vegetable production. We also have what we like to call a diversified farm operation, in that at Bread and Butter Farm, there are a number of educational programs happening, all with agriculture and land management and sort of the core of that curriculum. We regard ourselves as land stewards first, and then operating businesses around that principle almost all the time, secondarily. My cafe is located in the farm store at Bread and Butter Farm. We sell the majority of our product in a retail context in a very small farm store that is located in what was a milking part of a dairy barn. And what's really cool about what we're doing is that through my presence and my business at the farm, we're able to provide folks who visit the farm with a one-on-one interaction with somebody who's familiar with the farm and its products and can speak to what we're doing and why we regard it as a valuable tool for the community. And that, we've noticed, has really helped increase not only our market share in the immediate community that we serve, but also the market share for folks visiting Vermont. This Working Lands grant, we received $20,000 last year for very much needed infrastructure improvements related to a small expansion of our kitchen area within the farm store. And the way I think about it is, as many of you know, operating a small food business or a small food and farming business, oftentimes funding infrastructure improvements specifically from ongoing operations can be really difficult. And what the Working Lands Grant has enabled us to do is really quantify the inspiration and the creative visioning that is oftentimes part of our long-term strategic planning process. And what I mean by that is we oftentimes will have these creative visions for what the farm could and we think should be, and it's oftentimes very unclear, and we're unsure of how to get from point A to point B. And the Working Lands Grant has really helped bridge that gap and has provided us with some financial support to take meaningful steps in that direction. And so that for us has been invaluable, and the resources are being specifically dedicated towards these infrastructure improvement projects that will help us create, I heard the word capacity being mentioned, create the capacity to be able to, A, reach more people, operate our businesses more efficiently, and a common theme here and common thread is hire more people. My business, my small micro business, has operated with just me and one part-time employee, and we're poised in the very near term this year, over the next 6 months, to hire 2 additional employees, plus several additional part-time employees, both seasonally. The farm has about 5 full-time employees year-round and 15 to 20 seasonally to support various events and just to accommodate the work demands of the season. So, yeah, we're tremendously grateful for all of this work. We think soil regeneration, ecosystem building, and creating a vibrant foothold for our community with regards to not only where food comes from, but also a place where folks can feel comfortable being on a farm and spending time at a farm and understanding what happens on a production farm. We think creating those opportunities for our community members is very important, and we've seen the transformative effect of creating those opportunities, not only for community members who are purchasing our food to customers, but also the next generation through some of our educational programs. We see that transformative power manifest in a lot of the kiddos that we work with around, being and working in concert with the land and really appreciating animal production from an entire supply chain perspective. And so for us, becoming a little bit more vertically integrated, creating opportunities for myself as a micro business to become a wholesale account for the farm will create the sort of necessary impetus for the farm to grow and expand the agricultural operations, especially with some recently acquired land that we plan to work very closely with Sam Smith on developing sort of a strategic plan for the direction of how that will integrate under the fold of Bread and Butter Farm. And we look forward to continuing to work with folks at Working Lands and this group to play a collaborative role in how the agricultural economy in Vermont continues to transform and evolve.
Great. And I would add, if you ever get a chance, and there's a number of places around Vermont that have wonderful burger nights in the summer, and I know that's part of their operation. 4 or 5 times a year they'll get together, they're sprinkled around Vermont, and that's part of what I think is important for these operations to remain viable, is to invite people onto the farms, and I know they have a lot of school children that come as well, so absolutely appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. So,
before the rules.
Yeah.
No rules.
So there you go. Mateo's here, and Mateo has got a story, and it seems like he just started the other day, but he's now, 15 years old?
About to be 17.
About 17. Yes, yeah. But he's a mature company now, but he can tell his story.
Thank you for having us in. Before I get off on a tangent here, I want to appreciate the Working Lands Enterprise Board specifically. This program, I think, is a model and needs to be considered the beginning of something. I don't think that the impact, I think the impact can really be scaled. You know, and I understand that's a question of resources, but we're in a moment in agriculture in Vermont where communities and states that invest are going to thrive and survive, and places that don't are going to wither away. And you know, I know there aren't endless dollars, but I believe that the working landscape is probably the best investment that you can make. So Andy and I started milking. Andy's my brother, and I wouldn't be here without him. He's back there doing all the hard work. We started milking cows in 2003. We bought the farm in 1998. It was an emotional, irrational decision. We had no idea what we were going to do with it. .com bubble was inflating real estate values, and we took some time to try and figure out what we needed out of life, and Jasper Hill is part of a three-pronged approach to satisfy intrinsic needs, meaningful work in a place that we love with people that we love. And so the meaningful work part for us is around developing the economic mechanisms to support the working landscape. 6 years ago now, we went through a visioning process. Previously, it had been like Vermont, and we've basically shrunk it down to a 15-mile radius of where we are. Our goal is to build a market, to build a pipeline to that market in which we can put high-value products and suck cash out of places where there's plenty of it and redistribute it in a way that commodity markets don't, or can't, or won't. And we started tracking our expenses 4 years ago by zip code, and you know, there's a lot of waves of cash that flow in and mostly flow out of our business. We're not a wildly profitable business. We're you know, somewhere in the between 4 and 5% return on our capital. It's, you know, profit is not the purpose. Profit serves the purpose, and the purpose is to build livable communities, right? So Craftsbury, Glover, Greensboro, and Hardwick is pretty much, you know, our natural community and our natural landscape, and we're building all kinds of enterprises and trying and failing, trying again at ways where we can create value through value-added businesses. We started a value-added pork business a couple of years ago, so we're also making dry-cured salamis. This past year, we started, we bought Oak Knoll Dairy, the goats, the bottling equipment and the brand, and partnered with a couple from California who moved out a year ago. This past summer, we built the barns and moved the goats up and built a bottling plant. And they were milking 1,000 goats in California. So they're plugged into our whole situation in Hardwick now, up on Bridgman Hill Farm. And it feels like we're just getting going. We milk cows on 2 farms, and 230 cows at Andersonville Farm in Glover, 45 cows on our home farm in Greensboro, and this morning I think we milked 280 goats at Bridgman, and we buy milk from 2 neighbors in Greensboro, where we process that milk into cheese in 2 facilities, the Vermont Food Venture Center, where we're the anchor tenant, and a creamery at Jasper Hill Farm. We ripen cheese at the cellars at Jasper Hill in Greensboro. This past year, we produced about 400 tons, so around 800,000 pounds of cheese. from ourselves, and we ripened about 400 tons of cheese for other producers, including the Von Trapp Farmstead, Skolton Family Farm, Landaff Creamery in Landaff, New Hampshire, Cabot, Shelburne Farms. And we're full. So we've got a couple of big projects on the dashboard, the Yellow Barn Accelerator, Business Accelerator in Hardwick, which I'm really hopeful is going to happen. But that'll be a big leap forward for us. So, you know, our goal really is to create some vibrancy where we live, right? 15 years ago, it wasn't clear that Willie's store in Greensboro was viable or was going to survive, that schools were going to be there when our kids, you know, were ready to go to them. And so these are just some of the priorities. Cheese for us is just a lever that we're yanking on to try and transform our community and make it more livable.
Fabulous lever. It's a fabulous lever.
Lever, yeah. So it starts with a mission, and our mission is to be the number one thing, to be the standard bearer for quality and innovation in the artisan cheese industry, because we can't compete on price. We're not a low-cost producer. We have no interest in competing on price. Our only comparative advantage is quality, period. So that's like a religion for us, because it's the only way that I believe Vermont and agriculture in Vermont is going to be able to survive over the long term, because we are not a low-cost producer of anything here. So if we can't focus on quality, we're cooked. And I got to say one thing, and that is that something I've been thinking a lot about lately is that pricing drives scale. And what's happened in the dairy industry specifically over the last few years is really problematic, because equity is transferred from rural communities to urban and suburban populations through pricing mechanisms. And what we're left with is balance sheets where there's actual equity that's being transferred over just a few years. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been transferred out of rural Vermont to urban and suburban communities through a pricing mechanism is really problematic. I believe that the future for dairy specifically, and the working landscape, if we want to keep it, is going to be paying farmers for environmental services. And just got back from Switzerland, and milk and cheese is a byproduct of a farming system there that is really directed towards the conservation of their working landscape. And between 50 and 60% of a farmer's income in Switzerland comes from grazing their cows on Alps. Right? So anyway, and we have 104 employees this morning. Yeah, so we started. We started with my brother Andy and I, and 18 months later our wives forsook their careers. We would not be with where we are if it wasn't for the sacrifices of the ladies in our life. They really got us over the hump. And it feels like we're grown-ups now. Yeah, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
How about that microbiology lab?
Oh, yes. Right. The whole reason I'm here. So in 2013, we got a Working Lands grant for $50,000. We put up $100,000, and we built a microbiology lab. This came on the heels of 5 years of research that happened inside our business by microbiologists, systems biologists from Harvard, who used cheese as a model system to understand microbial communication. And they basically, cheese is an accessible, medium, it's reproducible, and they use the rinds of our cheese to study the microbial ecology and to look at how microbes communicate, right? What genes produce what chemicals that make up microbial communication. And as part of that process, thousands of samples were taken and sequenced, and we got to understand how the ecology on the rinds of our cheeses works. And we basically took hundreds of samples that were collected from our raw milk, from our cheese, from our environment. These are interesting strains, cheese-making strains that are indigenous to our farm and our process, and we banked them. We're producing now fully wild, indigenous cheese made with microbes that have originated within our farming system. We're able now, we have 2 full-time microbiologists working in the lab now, and we're able, I used to describe being a cheesemaker as being like God, except you're dumb and blind, because we're unleashing these universes of life and then like wiping them out, and that's basically what cheese is. But now I describe it as being like God, no longer blind but still dumb, because we don't necessarily fully understand exactly what's going on, but we can see what's happening in our product now. It's really incredible. The part of the business plan had been to like try and figure out how to provide services for other producers, and we've done some of that, although that part of the business plan never, or at least hasn't taken off yet. But it's been a huge driver for quality at Jasper Hill, and we're able to do things that even very large cheese companies can't even dream about. So thank you for that.
Very cool. Chris?
You guys, many of us were at your presentation at the Dairy Summit last year up in Jay, and it stuck with me, particularly this picture you have of your store downtown, of sort of dilapidated and now refurbished as a way of just the example of what you've been able to bring to the community. And there's no question that we're all very proud of your business, I think. But I'm curious, up your way too is Lawson's Brewery, and we have these sort of exemplary businesses that are highly dependent on local agriculture, and we have to have those sort of as anchors in a sense. But I've sort of joked, if local ag is all about cheese and beer, we're kind of in trouble at some level too, because it is about, we have to reorient the local in terms of food, right? We're not going to sit here in 20 years and import tomatoes from California if we're successful, I think. The climate's not going to let us do that, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if you can, it's sort of at odds, or how does it complement the statement that I totally agree with, where you've said, we have to be about quality because we're not going to compete on price, and how do we fit that with the fact that a third of Vermonters are struggling in poverty? And so I would love your help thinking that through. Maybe it's not just today, but I'm sure you've thought of some of these dynamics.
So you're talking about like the cost of like the products that we're producing, like kind of being like high value, high cost.
Yeah,
and not necessarily accessible.
And it has to fit in a strong ag economy, but it also can't be what we're all shooting for, I don't think.
So my response to that, because we've been criticized really openly by some.
Don't hear me say that.
No. Because that we couldn't survive making cheap food, right? Cheap food is part of the problem.
Absolutely.
With agriculture.
Yeah.
our goal is to pay people enough within our community so they can afford to consume the products that we produce. And we do that. We, when we started our business, the median income in Greensboro was just over $18,000 a year. This is like household income.
Yeah.
All right? And we just went through a housing survey. As part of that, we got some demographic information. And in the last 10 years, we've gone from about 20,000 to 36,000, and our median income is around 45,000 inside our business. That's for an employee.
Yep.
So
Not household, yeah.
that's how we're going about trying to address that particular question, and it's not something one business can solve, but it's part of. I saw some incredible things in Switzerland, and I hope I can come talk to you about
Tell
them.
him what the farmers drive for vehicles.
So the average farm size, 24 cows, okay? BMWs in the driveway, and the value that society there places on being able to walk in the Alps, okay, and the identity that's inherent and originates with the working landscape there is something that Swiss people are willing to pay for.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you make sure? What we live in is a trickle-up economy, where resources are trickling up to 1,000 people, and they're trickling out of our communities, right? We're trying to reverse that by trickling it back in to our community and spreading it around, and that works. But you're right, it doesn't work for everybody, and I think that the challenge is going to be to change the fundamentals of farm income in Vermont if you want to conserve the working landscape and make sure that people in rural communities are getting paid.
Just so we're clear, I don't think it's on your business. I think as policymakers, we have to figure out how we're able to balance the high-end, high performers that are having clearly an awesome impact on our economy, and the need to frankly produce more of our own food and make sure people in Vermont can buy it.
Do you attract many visitors to the Hardwick area?
We have no place within our company where a consumer, a civilian, can interface with our brand. It's we consider ourselves to be exporters, and we see a need to build some kind of place where people can come and have an experience. But I think that's going to be in the 5 to 10 year plan for us.
Terry had his hand up. Terry.
I remember at the Dairy Summit, we were talking about the housing shortage. I wondered if you had any solution to that, or because of the conserved property.
So part of the challenge in Greensboro is around wastewater infrastructure and zoning, right? So we've got 10-acre zoning. And then you've got Greensboro Bend, where there's very depreciated housing stock, and I use the word depreciated in the most polite sense of the word. And it's impossible to see how we can get where we're, have to revitalize the housing stock there without wastewater infrastructure because of the Lamoille River and flood zone issues. And so we worked with Paul, who is a personal hero of mine, in the town of Greensboro on a community visioning project. And one of the things that came out of, there were four things that came out of that, but wastewater infrastructure was the number one thing, because it is the linchpin to try and solve some of the housing issues. I think we're going to lose our school. We've had, in the past 4 years, we've had over 20 families with children move to our community, and with children, and 0 of them live in Greensboro because there's nowhere to live, right? And so we're working on it. I hope it's not too late for Lakeview Elementary School.
That's the one in the Bend?
No, it's the elementary school is in the village of Greensboro, but it draws Stannard, and most of the kids are
That's
coming
a
from.
pretty nice school.
It is, but our numbers dropped under 50 this year, so it's a problem, and it's not because there aren't young people with children around. There's just nowhere for them to live in our town. They live in Craftsbury, Glover, and
Vicki?
I was just going to ask exactly what Terry asked, so thank you, Matteo.
Has the federal milk inspector been to see you lately?
Yeah. Yeah, we're on their list.
Yeah.
They show up right on time.
One problem that we have, that we as state policymakers, you talked about walking through the Alps, and one issue we've run into this winter is Kingdom Trails, which is a little bit east of Newport. They're in danger of losing some of their trails because they may have to put some of their private landowners the trails through Act 250.
Yeah.
And, it makes no sense. We should be adding to these trails and welcoming the people with the money, bring it up, and we can keep a little of it.
I absolutely agree. In Greensboro and Craftsbury Outdoor Center, Highland Lodge trail systems, I believe that's the future of, that's going to be an important component of the future of the economy of where we are.
In your section. So we're working away at that and trying to fix it.
Thank you.
Matea, thanks so much.
Yeah,
Say
thank
hi to
you.
your mom for me.
And just jump right in. Tell your story, sir.
All right. Good morning. Thanks so much. I'm glad to move beyond the field into the forest, and I have slightly a trick question for you. This is a table, it's chairs, it's game pieces, it's wainscoting, it's windows, it's many, many products. It's also a nice piece of maple, and it also doesn't know state boundaries. This grows in upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and beyond that. And so when we think about the forest and we think about the working landscape, from my organization's perspective, it is beyond this state. But I thought I'd have to compete with food samples, so I brought some something else. I'm going to pass this around. It's a nice piece of wood.
Take a bite out of it.
Exactly. Not too many teeth marks. So, Northern Forest Center is a 22-year-old organization working across 4 states in the Northern Forest, from, as I said, from upstate New York across the Adirondacks into Vermont, New Hampshire, and 2/3 of northern Maine. Our focus is really on the forest economy. How do we create viable jobs within wood products manufacturing, wood heat, and outdoor recreation? All those are incredible values that produce jobs and create vibrant communities if we do it right. Over the last 3 years, we've been a beneficiary of the Working Land Service Provider Grant, and we've provided, in turn, a number of services to wood products companies across the state. Over just the last 2 years, our partnership with the Woodworks Council and a direct grant to ourselves has resulted in our delivery of services to 14 companies that employ over 550 people, have $128 million in gross sales, and utilize 21.5 million board feet. So when you want to talk about scale and impact, these are a collection of 14 companies that in aggregate are using quite a bit of labor, producing a lot of value, and using a lot of wood from the region. 3 different quick stories I want to share with you and how we provide our services. Number one, some of you may know Ken Gagne from Gagne Lumber down in downstate near about Pittsford, outside of Rutland.
Yeah.
Pittsford, thank you. We helped him secure, we love funding from you all for his power transition this past year from diesel fuel to 3-phase power on the grid. That was huge in his transformation in greening his company, but also setting up a more sustainable path from a financial perspective so he could look long-term at succession planning and maintaining that mill in its production in the state. Second is us providing direct technical assistance to companies like Vermont down in Wilder, Britton Lumber in Fairleigh, and Built by Newport up in Newport. We've helped with lean manufacturing principles, business planning, financing, management coaching, and these are all of larger employers. We on the service provider side, with some of your direction by staff, are well coordinated as to the liability program on the smaller micro enterprise side. As we move up, we've been really filling the niche with some of the larger businesses. One of the things we've done this last year was actually to convene CEOs together, and we're calling the Northern Forest Board Forum. Some of you all know that if you're working as an individual business and entrepreneur, it's a lonely endeavor. And when you get together with others, you can trade a lot of trade secrets, if you will, coach each other, mentor each other. But we have 8 different companies that participated. Appalachian Engineered Flooring up in your neighborhood. Timber Homes, Vermont and Montpelier. New England Woodcraft down in Brandon. Treehouse Hardwoods and Mill Shop in South Burlington. Andrew Pierce Bowles in Heartland. Linden Furniture in Linden. And Built by Newport up in Newport. We're entering the 2nd year of this program, and what we're finding is that each of these companies are not only getting assistance from our staff and our coaches, but getting a lot of assistance from each other. They're building business connections peer-to-peer, and they're looking at things like ERP systems. That's an enterprise resource planning system. A peer-to-peer advice basically saved one company $150,000 on not buying the wrong product. Seems like a pretty good savings to me. We're also in a couple other areas that I think are really critical when we think about the overall health and vitality of the wood products sector in the forest economy. As some of you know, that piece of board comes out of not a square log, but a round piece of wood, right, a log. On the edges are pallet wood. On the other edges are bark. In the middle are chips. All those go on to other value-added products. So we see wood heat as a way to support the state to achieve its climate goals, but also to help support low-grade wood markets that are vastly critical to local silvicultural practices. You all know that, but it's like weeding carrots out of the garden. You can't just take the best ones. The other ones do not produce long-term in sequestering carbon, keeping water clean, and so on. Other piece I want to mention is mass timber construction, wood insulation, new advances of wood. We and our partners in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, with the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund and others, and in New York, are really looking at this regional wood basket of 26 million acres. And how can we really provide value-added jobs and products out of that to serve the nearly 100 million people within a day's drive? So the benefits of forest stewardship obviously go well beyond just wood products manufacturing and the companies that I've shared with you. It does go into the recreation economy. And I also want to say that because of our ability to look across 4 states, I would compliment you all on just saying that the Working Lands Enterprise Board is unique in its northern New England neighbors, particularly of New Hampshire and Maine. There is nothing like this that exists. And I'd say that state policy showing that and providing funding is a clear commitment to the working lands. You all know this. Other states look enviable at you all to be able to get that legislative done. Thanks to Paul, thanks to many others. So I congratulate you on that and appreciate the partnership. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Rob. No, appreciate you working with Dalton Newport and Appalachian Flooring. Yeah.
Great outfits.
Yeah. What about Columbia? Do you do anything with them?
We have not. The scale they work at is kind of beyond us a bit, you know, and they're working more in that larger commodity space. I mean, as agriculture, you know, same as in wood products, you work on commodity side stuff and you're in a whole different, you know, ball game, if you will.
Do you ever co-partner with generating facilities where the mill could use a dry kiln and where you get heat, say from a wood-fired generator, they could build kilns there to dry wood, or is that?
Absolutely. The co-location of facilities like that to use efficient use of waste heat electric generation on site is absolutely where we need to go to in the future to stabilize those energy costs. Most of the examples that I can cite off the top of my head are in Maine right now, but I'd say that as we work and get closer into some of these different companies, particularly some of the sawmills in the state here, there is ample opportunity for increase in efficiencies and looking at that cost control that is really that very little margins that these companies have.
So, we're in the process, Chris's other committee, relicensing like Rygate. And they have a tremendous amount of heat that could be utilized for kilns or some other process, greenhouses.
Absolutely.
And it would be great to co-locate.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Let's take a moment here because I think one of the challenges that we face when we talk about wood heat compared to biomass electric generation is those are very distinctive energy efficiencies, as you know, and very different carbon calculations. An independent study we commissioned talked about 50% better on greenhouse gas emissions from wood heat compared to fossil fuels. We don't have that same benefit on the electric generation side. So the more we can capture that waste heat and create those efficiencies is both a business benefit but also a climate benefit. So we have talked to some of the folks at Rygate and are trying to figure out where we can be helpful.
Oh, Vicki had a question.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear where you live, Rob. You're helping the Northeast Kingdom. It sounds like you're networking in a large radius of places, but where are you based?
Well, it's kind of a secret. I sneaked over the Connecticut River on my way here. I'm actually living in exile. I grew up down in Andover on Marsh Hill Road, and so I'm actually, our headquarters is in Concord. We have staff people scattered across our broad region, and our wood products provider actually lives up in St. Johnsbury. But this is almost as good as looking at a PowerPoint. But this is our map of a region, 26 million acres. So people say, where do I work? And I say it's in the car. But we've got a great staff and a great sense of group of partners. So we extend as well as we can across the region. And I find that my 2-hour drive here is probably similar to some folks coming from Brattleboro or down south.
That's right.
So yeah, we travel a lot, but it's that regional perspective we find is really helpful to connect the states beyond their borders.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Secretary Tubbs, if you don't mind, I just wanted to make a quick note of time. We're respectful. I know someone's coming in at 11. We have Sam Smith here from the Integral Center. Gwen Piccolo from Central and Enterprise did not come, but one of her clients might be here. Yes. Please speak for a few minutes, that'd be great. And then if I don't have time to read the note from Parker Nichols from Vermont Wildwoods, I will send it electronically. But we certainly would like to hear from Deputy Commissioner Sam Lincoln additionally.
So,
Okay.
Great.
Morning. 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 It's nice to be back here again, speaking with you folks. So I'm Sam Smith. I work for the Intervale Center, and I'm the Director of Agricultural Services there. I also do a lot of, my office is also my car because we work statewide. And so we provide business planning services through funding from the Working Lands Enterprise Board and then also through the Vermont Farm and Forest Viability Program to about 100 farms a year, farm businesses. We provide those services from concept to exit. So I primarily spend a lot of time doing transfer succession planning right now. And I'd like to thank all of you sort of for your vision and for Paul, well, Paul's gone, but for the vision around this program and the support that it provides, not only for organizations like ours to do this type of work, but also to the numerous farms that have been the recipients of these grant funds. You know, this is sort of, it was just said that we're looked at as a model, and when I go out, I just got back from the National Farm Viability Conference in Minnesota, which was partially put on by our farm viability team, and we're looked at as a model nationally for the type of initiatives that we have going on in the state, and this is one of those initiatives. People are really envious of us, and so I just want to acknowledge that. I could talk about, you know, we have had a huge number of contacts with the WeLab funding in terms of our organization, but also the farms that I work with. When I talked about that spectrum of farms that we work with, When I first started the Intervale, which was probably 7 or 8 years ago, we had a farm viability contract that allowed us to work with 20 farms a year. And that contract was limited to working with those farms. They had to be in a certain stage of business, and the planning process takes 2 years in that program, so it's relatively intensive. And we received some working lands funds back in a partner grant with a couple other organizations, I think in 2015 or 2016, that allowed us to start to leverage funds to provide services to the sort of concept or newer beginning farmers that we actually do a lot of work with now. So if we look at our current sort of 100 farms a year, I would say probably 60 of those are in the concept and startup phase. And those are not farms that we work through farm viability funding with. So we've received several working land service provider grants over the last 3 or 4 years. And they've been for a relatively small percentage of our budget, but they allow us to work with these farms in really distinct, short engagements that allow us to do, we call it coaching, but basically get them started off on the right foot. So we help vet their concepts before they get into business or in that early stage of business, yeah. And then instill some values in terms of business management. We have a portion of the funds is set aside for technical assistance, so we can hire consultants to come in. Probably the biggest one with this group is we try to get them into QuickBooks so that they have good financial data moving forward, because I think all of you know that our agricultural sector is changing, and a lot of the entrepreneurs you heard from today, they are business people first, farmers second. And that's what we're really trying to instill. As we move away from the commodity markets, our farm business owners have to have a whole new set of skills. So I just wanted to share a couple stories. Well, one in particular, I have 2 farms that came up as I was sort of looking through the list of the farms we've worked through in terms of the Working Lands Funds. And one of them was a Working Lands Grant recipient, and that's the Bear Roots Farm. They're currently in Williamstown, but they just opened up the Roots Market, which is in Middlesex. If you haven't been there, I think this is the future. Senator Pearson, you asked that question about how do we get food into the hands of people with lower incomes, or how do we make food accessible for our local populations. And I've been working with a number of farms in the past year or so that have really decided that they're going to commit to the direct local market. And that is a good example of a farm that really they bought a retail space and they outfitted it, and it's a year-round operation, and they're providing vegetables year-round, and they're at a relatively accessible price point. So I think that that's sort of the future of where we're headed. They've received a Working Lands Grant. We provided them with business planning support, and I think they're really poised to be successful in that. You know, they've bought 2 farms in the state so far, and that's all been in the span. I worked with them right when they moved here in 2013, right? So, and then the other farm is Old Road Farm, and they're in Granville, and I look back and they were one of our original Working Lands coaching clients back in 2017. We sat down with them and did a little bit of business planning, taught them how to do a cash flow, and they're now poised to purchase a property that really, and when we talk about our rural community and our rural economy, the small farms that will be the hub of employment and the sort of community culture that we need in our rural towns, those farms have to be anchored by these really strong business people who have a vision to provide a product that can be sold direct or to regional markets that can provide a living wage for them and their employees. So once again, I'd like to say thank you for doing this and providing the guidance, and thank you, Lynn Ellens, for letting me speak today. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I always love to come back and talk to you about farm viability and business planning.
Yeah. Any questions? Well, thank you for your time.
My name is Jetta Mandel Abramson. I was a beneficiary, I guess, of the Working Lands Enterprise Grant for the Center for Women and Entrepreneurship. It was a wonderful business class I got to take, thanks to you all. Really benefited me as I had no business experience before taking this class, and writing the business plan had been excruciatingly difficult for me. I got to take this class and it was great. So my husband and I are a startup saffron farm in Newbury, Vermont, and we focus on regenerative agricultural practices in order to, preserve our planet. Sequester carbon, build soil for our saffron, and we're small at the moment. This will be our first, this is our expansion year, I guess. We'll be planting our first acre this summer, which is very exciting. We have a 10-year plan to expand into 9 acres total on our farm in Newbury. We will be introducing a small ruminator herd, probably of sheep and goats, in order to build soil and sequester carbon on our property. And we'd like to eventually sort of move into the agrotourism industry a little bit, building cabins to host cooking classes as well as regenerative agriculture classes on our property. And eventually we'll have, if everything goes according to plan, which it will, we'll have about 30 to 40 employees on our property. Seasonally, of course, as saffron is harvested and processed once a year. So we'll have about 2 months out of the year where we will be hosting about 30 to 40 seasonal employees. So we are in the stage currently of finding funding for our project. And as I mentioned, that business class that you folks afforded us was integral in the ability for us to build our business plan and be able to find funding for our project. So that's sort of where we're at.
So you live in Barry?
Newbury.
Oh, in Newbury.
Yep.
Yeah. They're good farming country over there.
Indeed, yes, especially for saffron.
It takes a lot of little crocuses to make.
Yeah, it's between 150 and 200 flowers per gram.
Yes. Wow.
So
they're 28.3 grams per ounce.
That's correct. That is correct.
I'm a dyer. That's all I yeah.
And UVM's doing a lot of research with saffron, so, and especially crop block grant has been supportive of that. I think you have a conference coming up in
That's
March.
right.
March,
Yes. We've been in close contact with the folks at UVM for several years, and we've been experimenting on our property for the last 2. So we're quite confident in the next step forward.
Cool.
So.
Well, thanks.
Oh, John, did you have a quick
I
question?
Going further, since we've been talking about this, what are the processing, because hemp's running into a lot of processing problems, and marketing challenges ahead for saffron, even if you can grow great saffron?
Yeah, so our marketing techniques are, we're going to be selling our product primarily in bulk. So wholesale. We will reserve a few ounces to sell retail to local clientele, farmers markets, and we've been quite successful actually selling by the quarter gram thus far with the product that we've grown so far. But we plan on we're going to be actually this coming month, we'll be bringing samples down to a variety of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, but also out of state, Boston, New York City, to clients who have expressed interest already in purchasing bulk saffron from us. So our marketing strategy is more or less going door to door, face-to-face samples, and then non-binding contracts. So for purchase for next year. And then hopefully these clients will also be able to grow with us as we will be scaling up. We should have about 5 pounds this coming year. And then, of course, by the time we have 9 acres, we'll have considerably more than that. So we are hoping to have clients that are able to scale up with us. Luckily, There are a lot of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, which is wonderful. So we have quite a few clients already who are hoping to purchase saffron from us, which is wonderful. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Processing.
Oh, yeah, processing. So in our 4th year, we plan on expanding into 2 more acres. So we'll have 3 acres, harvesting 3 acres in our 4th year growing season. And then 2 acres per year after that. So in our 5th year, we will actually be building a processing plant and drying facility on our property, which will take significant resources, but I'm sure that when the time comes, we will have that all worked out. Maybe with a grant for you. So.
Or at least buy the front door to the place.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for spending time this time here today with this group. The working lands in Vermont are going through a period of extreme transition with our global economy changing, rewarding the lowest cost producer, and as it was put earlier, that Vermont's not a low cost producer of anything. Historically, for generations, centuries, Vermont's working lands businesses, our farms and forest businesses, have produced commodities that they plugged into a pipeline where they had value added and were turned into consumer goods elsewhere. And there's this great transition as we see that model is not always going to work for various sectors of Vermont's rural economy. And the Working Lands Initiative, supported by you, created by you, and the other branches of the government, is the hub. I can't state anywhere near as well as the many people you've heard sit here today the hurdles they've overcome, the challenges they face, the expectations for how they manage their businesses, how they engage with the environment, how they manage employees, all these great transitions that these businesses are facing as they maintain the vistas, the working lands, the environment that we have, and your support for that is greatly important, and as well as the funding that you put into these businesses, as well as the policy considerations that all of you have in front of you in your committees that affect these business owners across the state. So we're very proud of the work that's gone on here collaboratively, and we the many things with the targeted focus with the private sector business owners that are on this board. We are, as Commissioner Snyder said earlier, adapting and being as nimble as possible to change and address this. We've made a lot of changes in the last few years to the ways that the money is spent and where it's focused to help create opportunities for people to successfully navigate this transition in the economy, the rural economy. In just a few days, the Working Lands Enterprise Board is going to announce funding for 26 businesses for grants, putting out some of the $1.6 million that you all provided in funding. And I know that, again, in the last few years, some of these businesses, there's hope on the horizon for the way that this money is being spent, that some of these businesses that were traditional commodity producers, that they're stopping those commodities before they leave the state and adding value to them. And through the grants that will be funded by this board, or the business planning processes that are funded by this board. This sector employs nearly 80,000 people, and it's growing. And it's just such an important part of our culture. These are salt of the earth people that work the land, and they're our neighbors and our select board members, our business owners in our towns, and it's a way of life that we want to sustain very much so. Again, thank you very much for all your work. This between the board and the legislature and the private sector members here. This is really the hub of that transition, and pleased to work with you all on that. And thank you for your attention to it.
Thank you, Sam. And Sam, I'd like to thank you and the other commissioners and secretaries for all the work on trying and achieving getting the workers' compensation rates down so our small farmers and small producers can afford to have employees and pay at a somewhat reasonable rate. It's really 30 to 40%, I believe, the reduction has been, and that's very good.
Well, I'm pleased, thank you for that, and I'm pleased to always say that there was a great team that worked on it and others that deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased to say that after all of the work on it, not only that we're now competitive with New York and New Hampshire, a place we weren't 4 years ago when this started, and that is due to just the natural reduction in the injuries and claims that have happened on businesses, but also the work of the Department of Financial Regulation. But I consider it foundational when I talk about this, that the workers' comp issue in the forest economy is foundational. How do we go to parents and say, how do we have your daughter or son work in the most dangerous occupation in the country if we're not going to train them properly and cover them with the insurance that's required by law? It's foundational to growing that sector of the economy, and I'm hopeful that all of our work together on that will be, again, transformative as we look at employing more people in that sector.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everybody.
Is there anything else?
Just one final thought. I know we have some board members here, and I think it's important we recognize they spend countless hours evaluating the applications, making really difficult decisions, and I think a few of them here, some of the board members could stand and just say hi. Yeah, they spend so much time on it. And thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, everybody. This has been wonderful.
Good morning, everyone. Last week, I issued a stay home, stay safe order, directing Vermonters to stay home as much as possible and businesses to operate remotely or to close, with some exceptions. In order to provide for basic needs, we know there are some things, many things, that need to be done away from home. And we're working to provide the clearest guidance we can to help people understand what this order means to them or their businesses. So here's the bottom line. We've got to slow the spread of this virus by staying home and away from others as much as possible. This will help protect those at risk of serious illness and, in too many cases, even death. It's also important to prevent our healthcare system from being overwhelmed, which keeps all Vermonters safe. Yesterday, the Center for Disease Control issued new guidance asking those in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut to refrain from non-essential travel for the next 14 days. In light of this, and my continued concern for the public health and safety of all those in Vermont, I've signed a new order today directing anyone who enters Vermont to self-quarantine for 14 days once they're here. And that means heading directly to where you're going with no stops in between. While it would be best for our friends and family from other states to follow the CDC guidance and stay where they are, I also understand some who have a home or family in Vermont may need to return. And it's not just our border states. This means those who have wintered across the country. We need everyone entering Vermont to be a good neighbor and abide by the self-isolation directive. And then to follow afterwards my stay home, stay safe order. To be clear, this 14-day quarantine does not apply for those just going to the grocery store or an essential job across the border. To further support my stay-home order and this travel guidance, we've also included clarifying language for the lodging industry. My order last week suspended lodging operations, except for specific needs to support our COVID-19 response. To provide more certainty on what this means, today's order makes clear it applies to hotels, motels, bed and breakfasts, short-term rentals, meaning those booked through Airbnb and others, and all campgrounds and RV parks. We're seeing some online booking and advertising that's still occurring. This is a violation of the stay-home order. And to make that crystal clear, today's new restrictions suspend online reservations. I've also asked law enforcement and the Attorney General to help with these measures, with a goal of full compliance through monitoring and education, but with a possibility of additional steps if necessary. Commissioner Sherling and Attorney General Donovan will provide more details shortly, and I want to thank them for their partnership. Here's what I want everyone to understand. If you don't need to come to Vermont, please don't. This is about public health and safety, which is our top priority. But having said that, we can't let this become an us versus them view of the world. That's not who we are as Americans, and certainly not as Vermonters, and we shouldn't let anything change that. Our message is this: if you're entering the state, you're directed to isolate in order to protect those already here, as well as the capacity of our healthcare system. This will help protect those currently in the state while allowing people who own a home or have a family to be here as well. We've got to remember, as Americans, we're all in this together, and we all have a role to play in keeping each other safe. So I'm asking everyone to join us in this effort to be united and to stay Vermont strong. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Sherling for a brief update on the work of the Vermont State Police to assess lodging compliance over the weekend. Commissioner Sherling.
Good morning. Over the weekend, we directed law enforcement in Vermont to monitor compliance, in particular with lodging properties here in Vermont. 318 properties are known to exist in Vermont, exclusive of the Airbnb type properties. Of that, this is a running spreadsheet of those checks. Vermont State Police and local law enforcement were able to successfully check on all of those properties. Of them, 88 were open. Half of those 88 were in compliance. In other words, they were housing folks that were involved in the response, visiting nurses, healthcare professionals, military folks, flight crews that are flying in and out of Burlington International Airport and the like. 44 appear to be non-compliant. For those non-compliant properties, yesterday they received a letter from the Department of Health and the Department of Public Safety indicating that they need to bring their operations into compliance. And the Attorney General's office will be following up with that cross-section of apparent non-compliant properties today. After that, there will be regular monitoring by law enforcement. Folks can expect to see troopers and law enforcement in the parking lots, checking in with staff there to ensure compliance. Again, this relates exclusively to the health of Vermonters and the capacity of our healthcare system. To emphasize, we really expect voluntary compliance with this stepped-up effort to do these cross-checks, the letter, and subsequent phone calls by the Attorney General's office. We have every belief that these properties will become compliant and that we'll be able to maintain health and safety as a result. Thank you.
Good morning. I've always believed that the best way to enforce the law is to give people the opportunity to comply with it. And I want to thank the governor for his leadership during this crisis and his philosophy of that enforcement principle. That we work with Vermonters who need our help, and we ask Vermonters to comply with the governor's executive order because we all have a role to play in this crisis. As Commissioner Sherling said, the Attorney General's office is reaching out to those 40 or so hotels and lodging establishments this morning. We're asking them to comply with the governor's order. We will work with you if you have questions. I do want to say that the governor's executive order does carry penalties. There are civil penalties that range from $1,000 to up to $10,000 per violation. There is also a criminal penalty that carries a $500 fine and a maximum penalty of 6 months imprisonment. I want to be very clear. The last thing any of us want to do is enforce these orders and seek those penalties. We're asking for your compliance. We're asking for your cooperation. That being said, we also know that we all have a role to play during this crisis. We're prepared to do our job. The Attorney General's office is prepared to do its job. We'll be reaching out to you today. If you have questions, talk with us. We will work with you, and we are prepared to partner with the Vermont State Police, the Department of Public Safety, and Governor Scott to do what's best for our state of Vermont. Thank you. With that, I turn it over to Commissioner Levine.
Thank you. This morning I'd like to briefly put the executive orders in a public health context, repeat some of what I've said previously about testing, provide a bit of a situational report, and wrap up with the website. If we're to succeed in flattening the curve and preserving the capacity of our healthcare system, it is essential for the health and safety of all Vermonters that everyone strictly comply with Governor Scott's executive orders. We can do it if everyone pulls together in the same direction. Social distancing, as I've said before, is not our natural state, and it's difficult and challenging for everyone. I've done a lot of observation over the past weekend and was overall pretty pleased with what I saw, with some conscious distancing for people that I encountered. I've also been getting lots of emails and cards and letters, though, about Vermonters who are concerned about a hopefully minority of the state that doesn't take this as seriously and doesn't understand the importance of this as a true intervention strategy to really improve our performance against this virus. I just want you to listen to the comments I make later on regarding what's going on in Vermont now to put my concern into context and to really have everyone take this as seriously as possible. Now, regarding the most recent executive order, because there are now so many hotspots around the country, asking Vermonters who are returning from other states to self-isolate upon their return home and preventing travelers from other states from residing in lodging sites for prolonged periods is no different than policies that you may recall are just a few weeks old around the country that did the same for travelers coming back from China and Italy and other such places. This is just plain sound public health practice, and it will protect us all. Regarding testing, this weekend, in collaboration with the National Guard Civil Support Team, an additional COVID-19 patient test site at Landmark College in Putney was successfully stood up. This site will provide additional capacity for testing for people who have a referral from their healthcare provider. As I've said before, early and broad testing is a proven strategy to limit the spread of this virus. Vermont is still early enough on the curve of positive cases that we hope that increased testing can have a large impact on our ability to flatten the curve. I want to stress again, though, that you can't just show up and be tested. Mainly because if you do not have symptoms, the virus might not be detected, and you might actually be falsely reassured that you don't harbor the virus. And secondly, because we continue to rely on your own physician's judgment about your illness, and then we try to identify, counsel, and isolate those who test positive, conduct contact tracing, and quarantine as clinically appropriate. We're all counting on each other to do everything we can to meet this public health crisis head on. Now, as our testing capacity increases, you can expect to see an increase in the number of positive tests. This will reflect more tests and not necessarily more transmission of disease. We'll need to look closely at the proportion of tests that are positive and trends in our data, not just the absolute number of tests. In terms of what our status was as of last night with COVID-19 in the state, there were 21 new cases yesterday, 256 total cases at this point in time. Still 12 deaths, 7 of them from the outbreak at Burlington Health and Rehab, 5 from patients that were hospitalized at various locations in the state. We continue to follow the outbreak at Burlington Health and Rehab quite closely. We are now also following another outbreak that you may have seen on the news just today at a facility in Essex Junction. This is a senior living facility. This facility is not a long-term care facility, not a nursing home. It is not a healthcare facility. It is essentially a building with over 50 apartments in it where people are independently living, with the only criteria for being housed there is your age is 55 or greater. So needless to say, there are some people that are in the greater category, and some are more frail and may have chronic illnesses, as you would expect. There are now 2 deaths associated with that facility. One, not a person that was living there, but that was a significant other of an employee there. And the second, occurring over the weekend, someone who was actually living there. The health department has been very involved over the last 5 to 6 days with its basic work that it does in all of these outbreak situations, which is making sure they're aware of all people who were in contact with that initial case that brought the disease in, and making sure that we've done all the appropriate follow-up on them, made sure that they all are connected with their healthcare providers if they become symptomatic, and make sure they are all isolating as is appropriate. This is ongoing, and obviously it's more breaking news, so I won't have a lot more details to provide you with there. But we've been in constant contact and helped the facility with its own communications to the residents there. In closing, I want everyone to please stay safe, stay home, and keep informed. Based on the number of hits, I guess is the word, to the healthcare website, many of you are using that for information, healthvermont.gov. It continues to have the latest information and answers to your questions. Last week, we added an automated web bot to the page With this tool, you can type in a question, and the bot will search a knowledge base that is updated daily from our extensive FAQs, frequently asked questions. We can use the questions people input to keep expanding our FAQs in a collapsible section called Ask a Question About COVID-19. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to remind everyone, we have Secretary Smith, Agency of Human Services, on the phone, who will be answering questions, any questions that might arise in his area of expertise. And we have a lot of questions, a lot of reporters, media on the phone as well, so we're going to do our best to get through those questions. And if you can be prepared with a *6 to unmute yourself, that would be very helpful.
All right, we're going to start with Lisa Loomis at the Valley Reporter, *6 to unmute. Lisa Loomis. All right, we're going to move to Joe Gresser at the Barton Chronicle. *6 to unmute, Joe. Yep.
Hello, Governor.
Hi, Joe.
I'm curious, how much additional testing will be necessary to get a very clear sense of what the progress resulting from staying in place might be? I mean, how long can will we have to wait to see a change in the curve?
I'll let Dr. Levine answer that. Thanks.
If we use Wuhan, China as our guide, and that was the most rigid of social distancing and mitigation strategies, as you know, there was about a 14-day period that elapsed for that. So most people think it's in the several-week range. I might add, though, that and it's not really in the testing itself. The testing helps provide greater precision to all of our modeling and our projections. The fact that we are now in the 200s range of cases is helping refine that modeling significantly. But obviously, we'll be watching very, very closely over time. And testing isn't the only outcome, obviously, to see if we've reached a plateau in cases. We'll obviously be looking at other medical factors in the population in terms of, illness and hospitalizations and things of that sort.
All right, Sean Cunningham, the Chester Telegraph.
Thank you. I've just got a quick question about the difference in total between the map and the graph that's published on the Health Department website today. There's a difference between the map and the graph, and I wondered if those totals represent the number of residents of other states who've tested positive.
Dr. Levine.
I'm going to have to check that out because I don't have it in front of me, but it is true that we've had a number of positive tests of people who live in other states, predominantly New Hampshire, but other states as well, that might explain that. And we've had some Vermonters whose positive test occurred in another state. So I'll get back with a more precise answer, but I suspect it's one of those two.
Thank you.
Greg, the County Courier. *6 to unmute, Greg, County Courier. Go ahead, Greg. Greg, you may need to unmute your phone or we're going to move to the next caller. All right, moving to Andrew at the Caledonia.
Can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead, Greg.
Okay, thank you, Governor. It's my understanding that the state is acquiring refrigerated trucks. Other states have done this for bodies related to the COVID-19 virus. Is that what this is for? And where would those trucks be located?
Yeah, thank you, Greg. We are currently searching for trucks to just be prepared. We hope it doesn't come to that, but considering the number of people who are the morticians in Vermont, we have to be prepared for most anything, and we'll be strategically placing those around the state if it becomes necessary. But we want to make sure, again, that we're prepared for the worst.
Thank you, Governor.
Andrew, Caledonia Record. Andrew, *6 to unmute.
My question is for the modeling. At a press conference last week, you spoke about more precise modeling as the numbers increase. How has the modeling changed over the last several days, and how is the state's efforts to increase hospital capacity, PPEs, ventilators, things like that, matching up with these new models?
Yeah, we're refining our modeling as we speak. We're hoping to make it more public as the week progresses, because I think it does highlight some of the challenges we face and why we're taking some of the steps that we're taking today. So at this point in time, I might ask Commissioner Sherling to talk a little bit about our preparedness in terms of PPE and ventilators and so forth. But we're trying to stay on top of that, but we're watching the modeling as well. And that's why, again, if we take the steps we're advocating for today and last week, we hope to stay underneath the line of the capacity of the healthcare system. And that's our goal. Mr. Sherling.
Thank you, Governor. I think the Governor covered the modeling component. Relative to PPE and ventilator and surge capacity, there are teams continuing to work on those things. We have literally millions of items on order in the PPE supply chains. We're working closely with the hospitals and the federal government to try to ensure that we get as many of those units as possible. The update on ventilators is we have over 400 that have been ordered, and we're working daily to get delivery dates for those. There are parallel efforts also, including efforts to explore whether Vermont manufacturers can produce certain types of PPE, and there's a parallel effort actually to develop a ventilator that could be constructed here as quickly as possible, and additional efforts to ensure that, if possible, we can use a ventilator for more than one patient. And important to note that we're working in support of the healthcare professionals, the Department of Health, and the hospitals on those efforts in particular.
I might add, and Commissioner Sherling, unless I misstate this, we did receive some support from the federal government over the last couple of days. A number of trucks have been brought in with some of the PPE, the equipment that we need. So that's good news, but it doesn't mean that we relax. In some respects, we're pulling every lever we can, using some of in-house and searching throughout the country to be sure that we have all of the available equipment that we need to fight this.
It's a great point, Governor. 6 trucks arrived to the state's warehouse over the weekend. We anticipate additional trucks will be inbound. The state's storage warehouse for PPE actually can't handle the amount that it's storing at the moment, which is partially a good sign. So there's an additional warehouse space that the Guard is assisting to set up, and Guard teams are now taking over some of the logistics in support of the Department of Health and the Department of Public Safety because of the volume that we anticipate needing to move.
All set, Andrew? All right, we're going to move to Chris Roy at the Newport Daily Express. *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, how is the state going to enforce self-isolation for the folks who are returning to Vermont, maybe from their winter homes or traveling? How are you going to ensure that those folks self-isolate?
Admittedly, Chris, that's very difficult. As you can well imagine, someone coming in, driving back home after wintering in, let's say, Florida, coming back home, and then we can only educate and advocate for them to do the right thing, to protect their neighbors, to protect their friends, to protect their family members. This is the right thing to do. It's literally in your hands to do your part. And we're asking, that's why we're having all the message boards along the interstates, in the airports and so forth, to make sure the message gets across. If you're coming into the state, make sure you self-isolate for 14 days. And again, we are not going to be able to enforce our way through this, but we can ask Vermonters to do the right thing.
Anything else, Chris? Okay. Ann Galloway, BT Digger, *6 to unmute. Ann Galloway, *6 to unmute. Okay, go ahead, Ann.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Governor, when will hospitalization rates per day be released?
The number of people in the hospitals at this point in time with the COVID-19.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a good question. I did talk about that over the weekend. I'm going to turn this over to Secretary Smith, who probably has the answer.
Sure, Ann, thank you very much. I did get that answer for you, as I had said over the weekend. Right now, in all our hospitals, we have 19 COVID-19 inpatients. That's 19. There's one in central Vermont. There's one in Mount Escutney. There is 2 in Northwestern. There is 0 in Rutland Regional right now. There's Southwestern Vermont Regional at 2, UVM at 13, and Porter Medical at 0. And here's how we're going to start doing this. Each night at 8 o'clock, the hospitals will report the COVID-19 inpatient numbers. I will have those numbers each day for us to report going forward here. So we'll have those numbers each day now.
Anything else, Ann?
No, thank you.
All right. Tim McQuiston, Vermont Business Magazine.
Good morning, Governor. The state of Vermont is the largest employer in the state, and of course the budget is getting hit pretty hard here. Have redundant employees, DMV workers on the front end, has there been layoffs or furloughs, or what do you plan? Maybe they've been redeployed in some way. What is your plan for state workforce?
Yeah, we're redeploying as many as we can. For instance, using some of the DMV employees to help with the Labor Department surge that we've seen in other areas of government as well. Obviously, we're trying to focus on the crisis itself today, but our budget is going to be problematic, obviously. So we are going to work alongside the legislature, alongside our congressional delegation, to provide for whatever relief we can, knowing we have to provide essential services to Vermont. But we have to be realistic as well. So we'll work through, get through the next 3 to 4 weeks. But ongoing, we're trying to dissect the federal bill to see what this means to Vermont and Vermonters, and as well as our state budget, and then and monitor what else is needed. The congressional delegation has been having ongoing support for us. I speak to Congressman Welch and probably Senator Leahy almost daily, and they want to be a willing partner. So as we move forward, again, we'll see where the challenges are and see what we can do to mitigate that.
Thank you.
Calvin?
Okay, perfect. So probably a question for Commissioner Levine. So regarding that facility in Essex, how many people have tested positive for COVID-19? How many people are being monitored? And is there a plan in place for widespread testing within the facility?
So number one, I'm aware of one that has tested positive. We're currently aware of and have been in communication with 10 who we believe had the intense exposure. And we're going to continue to abide by what I mentioned in my opening comments, that testing is not treatment, and testing will occur for those who become symptomatic in consultation with their healthcare providers. Everyone who has been identified as a significant contact is, by definition, doing what they would do if they were a positive test, which is self-isolating, assuming they were not so ill they had to be in a hospital. And that is the basic rule of how public health works in this kind of a situation. Testing, in a broader sense, is really not indicated. Other places where you have healthcare workers in contact with people, not just an independent living situation, that becomes a bit of a different equation. But in this situation, that's really what's happened. So there's no plan for wide-scale testing of every individual living in the building.
And then I guess just to follow up, so because it's an independent living as opposed to like an assisted living, so I guess is there any different guidance or support that's being offered to the residents there? Or
probably it's the same guidance no matter which setting, to be honest, because even if you're not a close contact, you live in another apartment, you're supposed to be abiding by all of the rules that came down in the executive order in terms of social distancing, in terms of staying at home, staying safe. So that would be the advice that everyone would have anyways. The major issue in buildings like this, as opposed to living in your own home, are that there are now congregate settings in those buildings. So there's a room where everybody goes for laundry. There's a room where everybody goes to get their mail. There are card playing rooms and things of that sort for social activities. So we have to be very direct about advising people to not be congregating in those particular parts of the building. Does that answer your question?
I think what was also interesting in terms of what Dr. Levine had described to me earlier was that if you're not symptomatic and you're asymptomatic, the tests aren't as accurate. And so you might get a false sense of security if you have the test early and think you don't have it when you might. So you have to just assume that you may have it and to self-isolate and monitor your own symptoms. Take your temperature. Make sure you're taking care of yourself by staying away from others. I mean, it's very clear. It's not any different than it's just a home. And so stay away from others and make sure that you're taking care of yourself.
Just like if you're traveling from a hotspot into Vermont.
Right. Oh, yeah, right.
I mean, it's the same principle as if you're traveling from a hotspot outside the borders of Vermont into Vermont again. We want you to make the assumption you may be harboring the virus and not symptomatic yet.
All right, Mike Donahue, Vermont Press Association. Star 6 to unmute, Mike. Yep.
We've got you.
Hello, okay. Thanks, Governor. I have a two-part question dealing with access to COVID-19 cases in full transparency. As we've seen in Grand Isle and Essex counties, they continue to have no reported cases. Of course, they have no hospitals either. What I'm wondering, in Grand Isle County, we continue to hear reports of a few individuals with positive cases, including at least one whose name was out on social media being in a St. Albans hospital. So is it that these
Grand Isle cases, if there are any, are actually being counted in other counties like Chittenden and Franklin County, and presumably the same in Essex County, that they're going to hospitals either in St. Johnsbury or New Hampshire?
Yeah,
The second part about access to information is, I've been told by employees at 2 different hospitals that they are not told where the COVID-19 patients are on certain floors, and this causes concerns by employees not to have full disclosure that they're working on floors. Is there anything the state or the health department can do to encourage full transparency to the staff that are working at these hospitals?
I'm going to ask Secretary Smith if he has the answers to either one of those questions or both, and then Dr. Levine to follow up.
Yeah, I don't, Mike, but let me, Mike Donahue, this is Mike Smith. I don't, but let me check on those to see if I can get some answers for you on the first part of your question. The second part of your question is a medical question, and I'll leave it to Dr. Levine.
Thank you.
On the first question, I would definitely hope that if there was a case in Grand Isle, it would be listed as Grand Isle County, because it would have to do with the place of residence, not the place where the test was done. Because we definitely want that data, as does everyone else. So I would hope that is not the case. With regard to the second, you're actually speaking to basic infection control practices at various hospitals. And I'm quite comfortable that our hospitals understand infection control practices, have specific personnel in place that have expertise in that area, and that they would be abiding by that. So I would hate to think that there would be an employee that feels they're at risk because that fact and that knowledge is not known. If you could provide us...
Just to be clear, there are other people in other departments that may not be dealing with the COVID-19 cases that are on the same floor but haven't been told that the COVID-19. So
yeah, so I guess I'd need to hear more specific cases, because clearly anybody who is either known COVID-19 or a person under investigation awaiting a test result is under a very strict isolation procedure, so that those going in and out of the room specifically would be aware of what they need to be donning in terms of the appropriate protective equipment every time that happened. And they wouldn't just casually be going in the room to, say, clean the floor or get a tray off the patient's tray table. There would be knowledge of that. So again, I would need specifics, but I can't believe that the basic infection control practices and practices that are frankly protective for the employees wouldn't be happening there.
okay, thank you. And Mike Smith, or the commissioner will check on I think there's 126 cases, presumably between like Franklin and Chittenden, to see if any of those have residences in Grand Isle County.
Yeah, Mike, one of us will check, but Dr. Levine is right. What we see every day is the county of residence for those people, but let us check to make sure, Mike.
Thank you.
Stuart?
Governor, your stay safe order expires in 2 weeks. As you know, last night the President extended the national directive to all of April. Is there any doubt in your mind that you will have to extend the stay safe order through at least April? And secondly, what is your projection for when Vermont might peak?
Yeah, 2 parts to that question. First of all, I think everyone should expect that this will be extended April 15th and beyond, just trying to determine how long that's going to be and what provisions will be in place as we do that and as we amend, as we move forward. In terms of how long, that's a good question. And I think it's up to all of us to make sure that we implement all the measures that we put into place in the executive order and all the amendments since. The sooner we do that, the sooner we'll get through this, and we'll continue to monitor, and we'll again be sharing some of the modeling with you, with Vermonters, over the next few days, because I think it really is important for you to understand the magnitude, if we don't get this right, what it could mean and how quickly it could overwhelm our healthcare system. And that's what we want to prevent. You know, we need to make sure that we're increasing the capacity, lift that line of the capacity of our healthcare system, making sure that we have surge capacity there, making sure we have all the equipment we need to fight this. But at the same time, it's literally in our hands. If we take this seriously, we stay away from each other, we self-isolate, and this will go a lot better than the alternative. So it's really important that you pay attention.
All right, Tanya, the Islander. Star 6 to unmute, Tanya. All right, Pat Bradley, WAMC. Pat Bradley, WAMC. All right, Cliff Cooper.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Go ahead, Pat.
Hi, how are you? Governor, good morning. You had mentioned earlier that the mandate that your order requires residents and non-residents coming from outside the state to self-quarantine for 14 days is targeted for people coming in from hot spots, and that it doesn't necessarily impact people who are coming over who are working between northern New York and northern Vermont. Can you clarify the types of businesses that impacts? And secondarily, have you consulted with the neighboring governors, like Governor Cuomo, about this addendum and its potential impact?
Two things. I can give an example. Let's say someone who's living over in Plattsburgh is working at UVM Medical Center. They're part of the COVID-19 response, so we understand they'll be going back and forth. So that would be allowed. If, for instance, someone is in the dealing with national security, working for Border Patrol or something of that nature, that would be exempted as well. Have spoken to a number of governors, have not spoken to Governor Cuomo, but our other neighbors, Governor Sununu, Governor Baker in particular, I speak to on a regular basis. So we're all trying to deal with this, understanding that we're individual states and have individual needs, but there clearly should be some more coordination throughout the nation in some respects, because we do this patchwork, and I believe in states' rights, and I believe that we should be doing everything we can, again, individually, to protect our citizens, protect our Vermonters in this case. But when we have a difference in what we're implementing, it does have an effect on other states. For instance, if someone was in Vermont, a company in Vermont that was closed down, we closed them down to prevent the spread here in Vermont, but they can work over in New York, and then they start commuting back and forth, that's problematic. And so my guidance is for anyone or any company going to another state to work for something that's non-essential, that they stay there. And if they're going to work there, stay there. And if you come back, isolate for 14 days once you return.
And is this order going to pretty much mirror your stay-at-home order, the length of time? If you extend the stay-at-home order, this will also be extended along with it?
It's tough to say at this point, Pat. We're some of the considerations. That's why I haven't extended it at this point, although you can expect that the order will be extended. But we'll determine at that point what we need to include, what we don't. If there's any, we can only hope that we peak before then. But Our modeling doesn't show that, to be honest. And so I expect it'll be extended, but for how long, I'm not sure at this point.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Cliff Cooper, North Avenue News. Cliff, star 6 to unmute.
Yeah, this is Cliff Cooper from the North Avenue newspaper. I've just got a question about the U.S. mail, and the carriers don't have gloves, masks, neither do the tellers.
What I can, I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer part of this, but I see a number of people wearing gloves, for instance. That doesn't necessarily provide relief, and it doesn't insulate you from either transmitting this to others or transmitting it to yourself, because the glove itself could be contaminated with the virus, and then you could touch your face with the glove. So that's the point, is not to touch your face, to remain at a safe distance from others. Masks and shields, I've seen where convenience stores and other entities in Vermont that remain open have put shields in themselves, makeshift Lexan type shields that will do the job. And I think that that's what they should do. And I believe the post offices should do that as well. And for those who are delivering mail, they should take that precaution on their own to make sure they're protecting themselves and others during this crisis. Okay.
All right, Wilson Ring, AP. Wilson Ring, AP. All right, Courtney Lambden, 7 days.
Oh, wait, somebody's on there now.
Wilson,
Is that you, Wilson?
Yes, it is. Sorry, I had to do the star 6 3 times to get through. I had 2 questions here. One about the hotels that you found and other lodging facilities that were not in compliance, the 40-something. How responsive were they? Presumably you pointed out that they were not in compliance. And how responsive were they to that? And to that being pointed out to them? And then secondly, is there any estimate yet on when Vermont expects to see a peak?
I'll let Commissioner Sherling answer the first part.
In terms of responsivity, the initial contact on Saturday was just reconnaissance to see what levels of compliance. Yesterday, they were delivered letters, as I indicated, and then there'll be follow-up calls that begin today. So I don't think we have a full gauge of the responsivity at this point, but we expect that folks will largely be compliant with the 44 properties that, again, to be clear, appeared to be out of compliance. This was not an in-depth detailed investigation.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the second part of your question, Wilson, I don't want to get ahead of what we're doing with the modeling, trying to refine that, but suffice it to say, it's sometime, we feel, sometime in April. But we'll be sharing that as the days go on here this week.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we still have several callers that we're trying to get through. So just a reminder for everybody, for clarity, we will be having a separate briefing on the modeling and projections this week. So there will be more details and a briefing scheduled specifically for that later this week. We're going to go in the room to Fox 44.
Question for Dr. Levine. Just wondering if you have any information or know anything about a staff member at Pinecrest Senior Living in Essex Junction who has COVID-19 and went to work still?
You're making it sound like currently as opposed to previously.
Yeah, well, if they have it and had gone to work, they
Yeah.
probably still have it.
So we believe previously there was a staff member who was unaware of their status, who may have been infectious for a couple of days. We're not aware of anyone currently.
And for you, Mike, probably, but I received several calls over the weekend from people in the valley who are in that danger zone as far as medical and age. And they were concerned about the B&Bs still operating, and they've seen them constantly running back and forth, and they were worried that they either A, weren't part of it, and Governor, you already gave us the answer to that, but is there anything in the works to hit the Airbnbs at all?
Yeah, again, we're doing the same thing. This approach pertains to them. We saw the same thing. We heard from the same people, and we're trying to make sure that they comply. Commissioner Sherling, anything to add on that?
Sure. With the additional clarity that was issued today, we fully expect Airbnb operators, if you know them, if you're listening, you need to shut down your operations. We will begin monitoring for online postings this week, and we'll be making referrals for contact to the Attorney General's office thereafter.
And just to add to that, we are, part of the order is to close the online reservation portion. So I know that I think Commissioner Sherling, you told me earlier that on the page, the Airbnb page, that there is already a notice that's going up at this point in time.
There is. We expect that there'll be additional clarity after today.
Some, let's be honest. Some didn't know or didn't know that it pertained to them. And that's why part of the education, a part of what we did to try and get the word out, and that's why it's important that we do, and we hope all of you will carry that as well.
All right, Courtney Landon, 7 days.
Hi, Governor. This question might actually be for Commissioner Sherling. I'm wondering if someone could detail what kind of supplies Vermont has requested from the federal government and how much of that equipment we have received versus how much we're still waiting on. Thank you.
Just to be clear, we're not waiting on anything from the federal government. In some respects, we're going and we're pulling every lever we possibly can and finding a lot on our own. We should be able to share some of that information with you again this week, we hope. But I'll let Commissioner Sherling answer the rest of that.
We have standing requests for millions of personal protective items from the federal government. I think our request is for 600 ventilators, and we've received a cross-section of N95 masks, surgical masks, gowns, and face shields. Hundreds of thousands of those items have come into the warehouse. I don't have the exact counts in front of me. Again, as the governor indicated, that is one avenue of exploration to bolster these supplies. It is not by any means the exclusive avenue.
Thank you very much.
Ethan, Burlington Free Press. Ethan, Burlington Free Press, *6.
Hi, thank you. So I was just wondering, is there any indication so far, at least, that the new expanded testing policy is working? And in addition, is our congressional delegation helping Vermont secure more test kits?
I'm going to let Commissioner Levine answer the testing portion, but I just would add that it's not instantaneous. It takes a bit of time in terms of extraction, then turning it over to the lab, and depending on whether it's done in-house in the state lab versus us sending it to an outside lab, let's say Mayo Clinic, it takes a little bit more time for us to get it to them and to return. But I would also add, in terms of Mayo, we are not waiting. We're not shipping it by UPS or FedEx or U.S. Mail. We're flying it there, and we're doing this twice a day, starting today, I believe. Tomorrow morning. So we're being aggressive with this. We want to get the results back just as quick as we possibly can. and our testing in-house, we can have results within 24 hours. But again, we're not going to see this for a day or two. But the Putney testing, I've heard back that it was a successful start yesterday and continues to be today. Dr. Levine?
Not a lot to add to that, but any strategy that you begin in terms of combating COVID-19, you have to maintain at least a 10, 14, or longer day period of time to see the impact. So certainly would not be instantaneous, especially if you understand that the incubation period of the virus can be as few as 2 days or as long as 14 days.
Thank you.
Michelle Monroe, St. Albans Messenger, *6 to unmute. Michelle Monroe? Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me now? Great. I was just wondering what steps are being taken to protect the prison population and the staff who work in the prisons?
I'm going to refer to Secretary Smith on that, if you're still on the line.
I sure am, Governor. Michelle, like I said the other day, there's been extensive sort of precautions that I've never seen before in the prison population in terms of what we're doing. First of all, we have suspended all in-person visitation rights for the prison population. We have done that now and substituted video conferencing for the inmates for visitation rights. Secondly, we have established sort of spacing, and as you know, right now our prison population is at some of the lowest that it's been in quite a while. We're just under 1,500. I think a year ago we were at 1,600, so that allows us to get some spacing. We are monitoring employees coming in terms of temperature checks as we move forward, and we have on-site supplies for testing for inmates. And right now we have no positive tests that have occurred in the inmate population. We've also ramped up our supplies to make sure that we don't run out of supplies in the prison population. So we've been very, very aggressive in our corrections facilities, and will continue to be aggressive as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
John Dillon, BPR. I think you're on, John. John?
Hang on, I think he's working his way through the unmoving process.
I had a question if you can hear me.
We can.
Okay, great. This is about infrastructure. After Irene, I'm sure you'll recall that we rebuilt culverts and bridges and everything to withstand the future events. Right now, our infrastructure for the internet is inadequate for many people working at home or trying to learn at home. I wonder if there's any effort underway to maybe use the Holy Pulpit to talk to Consolidated and other internet providers to beef up service. In some cases, I understand it's just a matter of installing a new switch in neighborhoods. So this is a need I've heard from people pretty much all over the state, and I'm wondering if there's any effort in that regard.
Thank you, John. As you may recall, after Irene, there were a lot of lessons learned, and we did things better after that. We built bridges differently. We dealt with obstructions differently. We did many things in a different manner. We'll do the same thing in the aftermath of this crisis as well. And I think the accessibility to broadband is one area that is certainly something we knew about before. but it's going to take resources in order to do that. But if there's anything we can do easily, obviously, we'll do them. But this is another area I've talked with the congressional delegation already about, in the recovery. We're still dealing with a crisis today, but in the recovery, this might be an area that we could all use some help across the United States in terms of making sure that we have accessible broadband so that when we go to online learning and other areas where we're isolating ourselves, that we have the capacity to do this. But I will say, I mean, we're learning as we go, and I take my hat off to all Vermonters for finding their way through this. I mean, even in our own office, even myself, where we're doing a lot of video conferencing, a lot of calls like we're doing today. I think the silver lining, again, I was remarking after a press conference on Friday, the silver lining to this is so many people are calling in, and we're hearing from all parts of the state, where typically in a press conference we have at the State House, there's just a handful of local reporters there. But now we're getting from all different regions, and their ability to ask questions and be able to communicate is something that I think is really important. So in the aftermath of this, we'll learn from best practices and be able to do better.
Any immediate effort, though, to talk to the providers?
I think I would say our public service department, Commissioner Tierney, is constantly asking them to expand, and we're providing whatever help we can, guidance to do so. So yes, I would say it's an ongoing effort to make sure that we're dealing with a crisis at hand right now, and part of that is making sure that there's capacity. So anything we can do, we're doing. If there's anything that you think we should be doing, please offer that up and let us know so that we can make sure that we go to them if we haven't seen it highlighted already.
All right, all set, John? Patricia LeBoeuf at Bennington Banner. Patricia at Bennington Banner. All right, Nora at the Valley News.
Hello?
Hi, Patricia.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, star 6 was giving me some trouble. Funny, so I was just noticed actually just earlier today, testing seems to be a large part of mitigating the spread of the virus and preventing deaths. I know they mentioned specifically Germany and I believe South Korea have extended sensitive testing, and it has been reported the U.S. lags behind other countries in testing. I saw a new test was just granted emergency use authorization by the FDA and is expected to roll out this week. It provides results in approximately 15 minutes, and it said that that particular test the company that makes that particular test can do about 50,000 per day. And I'm wondering if Vermont is aware of this possible new test, and if so, if you guys are seeking to use it in any capacity.
Yeah, I've seen that on the national news as well, and suffice it to say, if it's available to us, we'd be utilizing it. But at this point in time, I don't believe that we have seen that, and the availability has not been known to me. Commissioner Levine?
And it all depends on which kind of test you're talking about. There's the test that's actually looking for the active virus in a secretion. And then there's the test that's looking at your blood to see if you have an antibody response to the virus. So I'm not sure if you're aware of which one you're talking about, but
I know the maker is called Abbott, the maker of the test, and
sure.
It would be results in 15 minutes, so it's a very, very, very rapid test. And I believe that's all that but it's like a swab test. My understanding is that patients could actually swab themselves.
Right. So, things are happening on a very rapid timeline with emergency use authorizations and the FDA. So obviously, if this becomes a prime time thing that's accessible to us and can help in our efforts, we'll certainly pursue that avenue. Right now, we literally have a bunch of irons in the fire for a variety of test regimens, some of which will give us even greater, improved over the 24-hour turnaround, even if it's not in 15 minutes. And those are going to be standing up in the very near future. So we're using everything that we know that's existing, and what you're describing is evolving and emerging, and so we'll have to evaluate it and see if it's accessible and if it's worth pursuing. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Nora, Valley News. Nora, Valley News. Right. Alan Keys, Digger. Nora, are you on? All right, we're going to move on to Alan Keys at Digger.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, yes, hi, this is Nora. So yes, I was wondering, is there a statewide effort, I guess, to provide housing or temporary housing for healthcare workers who may, want to live separately from their families during this time?
I believe there are accommodations being contemplated at this very moment, but I don't have the specifics on that. Secretary Smith?
Sure, Governor, thank you very much. Nora, there are a lot of things going on right at the moment as we talk about sort of how we will handle a surge capacity within the state of Vermont. We're looking at hospitals for them to determine the maximum capacity for such things as staff beds, ICU, vents, PPE, within sort of their hospital health service area. And this might include that they have to do additional beds within the hospital facility as well to establish a local service. At the same time, the state is looking at using their modeling that we've been talking about, sets the maximum medical surge for beds, ICUs, and vents, and that surge will be if the response goes above the hospital sort of maximum capacity. And we'll be working with our hospital. State establishes, targeted alternative care sites. You've seen some of those, for example. And then you're talking about this special population surge, such things as, there's this category, the special population surge. And those are areas, a wide array of areas like mental health and social service and long-term care and homeless and prisoner population that may need special need consideration for COVID-19. And then there's isolation sites for people like those recovering from COVID-19, plus COVID-19 exposed healthcare workers who do not want to return home to slow the spread. These various steps are ongoing right now in order to address any potential increase or surge that may happen, as the governor said, in the month of April with this particular virus.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nora.
Just a quick follow-up. Yes, sorry. And so how does that work? Is that led by the hospitals or by the state? Is it a local sort of discussion or is it statewide?
In terms of special population surge, we're doing that right now at the state level in terms of finding maximum levels over the hospitals. The hospitals are responsible for the initial surge and their hospital service area. If it goes beyond that hospital surge area, then the state would bring its resources in, what I would call a state medical maximum, helping the surge there. With the special population, when I was talking mental health, social services, the
state is handling that right now and looking at various sites. I think I saw a news story on that this weekend. And then the isolation site would be a partnership with the state and the municipalities and community partners that are out there.
Thank you.
All right, Alan Keys, BT Digger. Alan, *6.